Chapter 1 The Dead Pit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The rain continued for 1 day and 1 night straight. Outside, in the military's dead pit, an arm suddenly stuck out. The night patrol got so scared he dropped his lantern and scurried back to the outpost to report to the commander. The commander and the night patrol went together, scimitar and lantern in hand, leaving the outpost to carefully survey what he saw. The two of them look out, only to see in the pouring rain a silhouette silently sitting amidst the corpses. The commander lifts his lantern for a wider view, revealing the silhouette to be a soldier, wearing tattered leather armor, leaning on a stack of skulls, his back turned to them. The commander tightly grips his blade and asks in a low voice, "Who's there?" From the pouring rain, only a faint sound returns, "I'm from the Vanguard Legion. Right now I'm too heavily injured. Unable to move." Unable to move. The commander's expression slightly relaxes, lowering his blade and walks forward. "Oh, so you're a brother from the Vanguard. Come, let me help you." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Die." The blade slash separates the rain, gleaming a cold silver color, cutting straight at the soldier's neck. The commander's slash is incredibly sharp, as well as being exactly timed, cleanly hacking off the soldier's head, sending it rolling straight back down the dead pit. One slash, no more nuisance. The commander smirks and sheathes his blade, but immediately his face shifts. A silhouette jumps from the soldier's feet amongst the dead bodies. A cold silver gleam in his hand slashes through the commander's arm. The arm, as well as the blade, all got cut clean and flew off. A splash of blood shoots out from where the cut is, but is quickly drowned out by the screaming night rain and wind. An intense pain rushes through his head. The commander's face shows disbelief. In his eyes, reflect a silhouette descending from a jump. A saber gradually grows bigger inside that reflection. A single second later, the saber stabs straight into his eye socket. The intense pain only lasted for moments. Afterwards is nothing but blackness. A few breaths later, the young man pulls his saber from the commander's eye socket. The commander's corpse falls back, plopping straight into the muddy water behind. The young man keeps his grip on the saber, standing still. The night rain keeps pouring, wiping the mud from the young man's face, revealing a pair of shining pupils. Suddenly, his eyes become sharp. Right at his feet, the commander's stomach inflates, letting out a strange gurgling sound from inside. The young man takes a deep breath, both hands on his saber, stabbing straight into the commander's now bloated stomach. A shriek that cannot have come from a human resounds. A black mist suddenly burst from the commander's stomach, the inside clearly violent, like something is desperately trying to escape. Then, the commander's stomach rips open. A dry, thin, black claw reaches out. Before the horrid demonic claw could even attempt anything, the young man already starts to intensely twist his saber handle. Die. Only one word. The writhing corpse suddenly stops dead. The demonic claw also drops, no longer moving. Everything is silent again. A stinky black blood begins to leak from under the commander's corpse. Seeing that black blood, the young man finally breathes out slightly. Withdrawing his saber, he looks down at the creepy corpse, mumbling to himself at a low voice. Such a strange scenario. I wonder what the reward could be. The young man, seeming to hold a bit of anticipation, shouts in a low voice, "System." 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breath. Time slowly passes, but nothing happens. In the dark night, only the sound of unending rain and wind persists. The young man, seeming a bit surprised, turned his head, looking back and forth from the scene. Behind him is the dead pit, under his feet is the demon's corpse. Not far from there, a single militia is scared shitless, even his lips are trembling. Strange, the young man mutters, "The quest isn't cleared." The system is still silent, meaning the quest isn't cleared. The young man looks at the militia, suddenly feeling like there must something that he missed. The young man thinks hard, trying his best to move forward, but then almost fell down. Right then, he had to concentrate on killing the demon so he didn't notice. But now that he could relax himself, he found his whole body hurting, like having been stabbed with 1,000 needles. His legs feel like lead. Every step he takes would drain him of all his energy. This can't be right. When the apocalypse came, he clearly used all his power to kill the last demon lord, but instead of getting ejected from the game, He now carry this body full of pain, dropped into this place who knows where. Where is this place exactly? The young man squints, slowly drags himself closer to the militia and proceeds with a salute. Proud Steed Squad, King Shan reporting for duty. You killed the commander. The militia trembles. He was not human, King Shan replies while evaluating the militia. He is wearing an old type leather armor, this type of armor that doesn't even have a device to receive spirit energy. Even the most hated squad in the military wouldn't use this old antique toy. King Shan looks again at himself, only to see the same type of antique toy. All of his original equipment are all gone. This is strange. The militia leans slightly closer to the dead pit. The commander's deformed corpse is still sitting in the mud. The militia hesitates, but when you killed him, how did you know he wasn't human? King Shan shrugs. I was only being careful. He attacked first. King Shan went back, dragged the commander's corpse straight in front of the militia's face for him to see. Look, this is a skin-shedding blood demon. King Shan used his saber to reveal inside the commander's stomach, to see a monster with a scary face, body black all over, and strange vertical pupils. Seeing the monster's corpse with his own eyes, the militia is even more shaken, remembering his comrades that have been strangely dying one by one for the last few days. He felt sheer cold down his spine, finally holding gratitude for the young man in front of him. The militia calms himself down and asks, you said you were called King Shan? Yes. From Proud Steed Squad? Yes. Your badge? King Shan takes out his badge, checks for himself, then throw it to the militia to check. This badge is much heavier than he remembered. With the current level of smithing, a simple identification badge can be as light as a sheet of paper. Why does the badge he had on himself weigh so much? Almost a kilo. The young man becomes even more confused. The militia takes the badge and check carefully. On it inscribed 6 words: Proud Steed Squad King Shan, looking full of life. The badge is real. The militia breathes out, no longer nervousness on his face, only a lot of fatigue. Finally a living person. Come, we can't stay long outside, come with me into the outpost. What he's saying is true. King Shan lightly brushes his chin and replies, yes. The militia returns his badge, turns around to go back into the outpost. King Shan receives the badge, carefully looks at it again. This badge isn't just heavy, it is also entirely made of bronze alloy. The outside only have a few words inscribed, with terrible workmanship that's hard to look at, clearly the obsolete kind. The obsolete kind. King Shan suddenly thinks of something, a fearful thought crosses his mind. He immediately looks up, his sight set on the militia in front. Old type leather armor. The answer is so inconceivable, that King Shan couldn't keep himself from asking, brother, what year it is right now? The militia looks back, slightly confused with his question. Of course it's the last peaceful year. King Shan is baffled. Suddenly, information streams as thick as a waterfall flows in front of his eyes, creating a clear blue, tide-like filter. Click dash. A cold mechanical voice. The current time is confirmed to be the last peaceful years. Time flow is stable, confirmed to have escaped from space-time vortex. Conclusion. Successfully escaped from the apocalypse. Identity re-established. Current identity, human, Vanguard's Legion, Proud Steed Squad soldier. The system is finally active again, but King Shan doesn't feel happy at all, only absolute disbelief. Why is it the last peaceful year? The game hasn't even started in this time period. This period is supposed to just be a setting of the game, bygone history. Humans from reality haven't even officially entered this horror game of a different world yet. When the first people started playing the game, it was already a whole year later. Could it be I've returned to before the game starts? But then what about the real world? Could I also have returned back in time in the real world? King Shan's heart starts pounding uncontrollably. He immediately looks around. In front, the militia is quite far away, already inside the outpost gates. Besides the gates, spirit energy from the invisibility formation faintly drifts out. Looking past the outpost to afar, in the middle of the desolate countryside, you can almost see a gigantic silhouette amidst the rain, flickering in and out of sight. King Shan slowly lifts his arm, and bites into it. 2 lines of teeth marks clearly shows up on where he bit into, even a bit of blood drips out. It hurts. It's not a dream. King Shan stood still like a statue, unmoving in the intense rain, not minding the chilling rain water soaking his body. Notes. System, a younger genre in Chinese web novels. The term refers to a person-bound support system that basically only the MC possess, giving them an advantage over everybody else even if their starting point is low simply due to how deus ex machina it sometimes is. MC needs a certain pill, scripture to advance to the next level in their cultivation. It'll give it to them either free or through a series of hoops that are there for plot purposes. Yao Lao from Battle Through the Heavens is one example of a system, albeit not for a long time. Vanguard's Legion, this isn't an actual name but rather a position for a legion. Basically they're the first group that will enter battle in the war. Invisibility formation. Formations in general are a main piece in many Xianxia and even Yuxia novels. They are a Taoist concept that Feng Shui originates from, basically the process of harnessing natural power for one's personal use. However, formations have evolved over time and now generally refers to the art of arranging power items that inherently have power, in certain ways to achieve whatever effects the user want. Formations in novels are generally hard to grasp or use due to requiring a lot of calculations and setup. Chapter 2, The Apocalypse. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. With a fire lit, the cold, damp militia room starts to have a bit of warmth. His saber stuck on the ground besides himself, King Shan wrapped his arm with a bandage, leaned on the wall and sat down on the ground. The militia introduced himself as Zhao Lu just now brought over a pot full of water, put it over the fire and closed the lid. Zhao Lu searched himself for a small decorated box, gave it to King Shan and spoke, "Lucky that you're here, otherwise I would have died to that monster as well." "This is?" King Shan received the box and asked. Zhao Lu replied, "The outpost's last 2 healing pills." King Shan asked back, "Why didn't you keep them for yourself to use?" Zhao Lu shakes his head, "I'm not a cultivator, can't use them." King Shan opened the box to see inside there really were 2 pills. Taking one in his hand, King Shan carefully examined the pill. The condition of the pill is still perfect for use, even the thin layer of sap covering the pill isn't damaged. The light green pill gives off a faint scent of herbs, calming anyone that smells it. This is a healing pill. Healing pills are the lowest tier of health points recovery items. In the past, King Shan wouldn't even look twice at them, but now that he's back in the past, his previous cultivation gone without a trace, and a body full of wounds, these 2 pills are the most precious treasures that one can find. King Shan can't help but ask, "The whole outpost only have these 2 healing pills left?" Zhao Lu sighs and replies, "Yes. After everyone died, the supply chain got cut, so not only medicines and pills, but other kinds of supplies are running low as well." King Shan became silent for a bit, then thought of something. "Does the outpost have any more spirit stones?" Zhao Lu curtly, "None." "Then we're doomed." King Shan sighs. Zhao Lu hurriedly, "What's the matter?" King Shan answers, "The outpost's invisibility formation is already very weak. Without spirit stones to replenish the power, it will soon disappear." Zhao Lu is visibly shaken, immediately stand up and made a mad dash outside. If the invisibility formation disappears, all sorts of demons and monsters can immediately find this outpost. When that happens, the chance of survival will be no more. No wonder a few days ago, before leaving, the 2 captains' eyes had the look devoid of all hope. King Shan looked at where the man dashed out, waited for some breaths, then heard a faint "oo" sound from outside. That sound signals that new spirit stones had been replaced and the formation is restarting once again. So Zhao Lu did hide some spirit stones for himself. In this world, every person is very real, with blood and flesh. If you see them as nothing but stupid pre-programmed NPCs, you lose out on a lot more than you gain. From way long ago, King Shan already know of this fact. Not long after, Zhao Lu drags his feet back to the room, slowly sit down with his back against the wall, holds his face and starts crying. King Shan, "What are you crying about?" Zhao Lu, "This time all the spirit stones are really used up. When the formation runs out of power again, we'll really be killed by the monsters out there. King Shan sits quiet for a bit, scrape off the sap from the healing pill, swallow it and start trying to feel the spirit energy inside himself. At first, he was still a bit nervous, not knowing if he can actually feel his own spirit energy. But everything turns out quite well. The spirit energy from his Danshin immediately answer his call, mixes and absorb the pill, transferring it all around his body. King Shan feels his whole body warm up. The wounds on his body starts to become slightly itchy all over, meaning they're starting to close up already. Feeling the pill is fully absorbed, when King Shan once again opens his eyes, it was already past midnight. King Shan stands up to find his body in much better shape than before. Most wounds are closed up and already forming a layer. Zhaolu is still sitting right there, his head bobbing side to side from lack of sleep. When seeing King Shan woken up, he looks in anticipation and asks, "How are you? Your body is already better, right? Can you take me to get away from here as well?" That last part of his question is probably his real inner voice. If not for that, he most likely wouldn't even take out the healing pills. King Shan answers matter-of-factly, "Much better, but if I want to make a full recover, it'll take a few more days." "Then you keep resting." Zhaolu dejectedly stands up, turning to leave. After Zhaolu left, King Shan sits alone on the ground, contemplating. In his original time period, the demons and monsters from the game have already entered reality and destroyed human civilization. The rest of humanity could only live on their dying breaths, unable to do anything as the apocalypse came and went. Everything was at a dead end. Now in hindsight, right as the game released, there were already clues of strange happenings. Back then, every single country was trying like mad to popularize the game. Food, money, beauty, power, everything can be given to you, as long as you are strong enough in the game. Everywhere in the world, there are strange things happening, but all of them were easily covered up by the top brass of humanity, while the populace knew nothing. It was only when the first ever weapon was brought from the game into reality, that the populace finally found out that it wasn't a game, but a complete, real, and living, other world. Everyone scurried like mad to get into the game. But the demons and monsters in-game were truly terrible, enough to make people become hopeless. Even though hundreds of millions of people all joined the game, helping the people of the other world fight against the demons, but in every single strategically deciding operation, humanity kept losing, and losing, and losing. Right down to the final operation, when the game released a server-wide notice, that when this operation failed, demonkind would then fully occupy the other world, using that as a springboard to move on to invade reality. And reality would also be devastated by the demons. Of course, reality went absolutely mad again. Every person aged 5 and above were mandated to create an account in the game. As propaganda, they said that even if you're the weakest of the weak, without any real power, you can still use your own bodies as shields to block on strike for the main fighting power Legion. But even in that final operation, humanity still failed. Only King Shan, who headed his nation's strongest guild, was able to complete the missions put out by the system, successfully cleared a path straight to the final demon lord. When all of his comrades had died, King Shan finally knocked the final demon lord down his throne of flesh and bones, seeing the chance of killing this final boss right before his face. Right then, the heavy sound of the system voice resounded twice. Humanity's final ascendant has fallen, humanity's final fortress has been breached, Operation Final Verdict, humanity had lost. The game had ended, the protective barrier is broken, reality's destruction begins. Boom. A huge explosion resounded, everybody was forcefully logged off from the game, not being able to do anything but watch as the end of the world comes. Taking the small time when he still isn't forcefully logged off, King Shan raised his weapon, put all his might into stabbing the final demon lord right where his heart is. Not being able to see the result, King Shan then only felt his sight blackened, forcefully ejected from the game. But he didn't leave the apocalypse to go back to reality, but instead lost all his senses. Faintly King Shan could hear a mechanical voice speaking. Player King Shan finished off the final demon lord, for helping the despaired world that fell into the abyss leave a final spark. Special final reward received. King Shan could only feel that he had an extra something in his hand, but became senseless afterwards. When he finally reawakened, he was already inside the military dead pit. Remembering up to the, King Shan shakes his head, breaths out in regret. It's weird, the game was out for a whole of 10 years. Right until the end he never heard about any final rewards existing. So curious to know what it is. Wait a minute, that's not right. King Shan suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Right when he awoke from the dead pit, he was holding something in his hand. This saber. King Shan looks back down. The saber is still stabbed on the ground next to him. A gold color saber, with the blade not having any extraneous details or decoration. Only a well-sharpened edge. When King Shan looks at it carefully, he can actually see a bit of faint gold color light on the blade. As King Shan tries to recall more and more, his heartbeat also starts to quicken. Before he killed the commander, this sword was already in his hand. Not knowing why, he only felt that the sword fit his hand extremely well, so he didn't bother to search the dead pit for any other weapons. Did this sword originate from the dead pit? Or did it come with him from that fight? King Shan holds the saber, hesitates for a long time, before finally pouring spirit energy from his danshin into the weapon. Right when spirit energy touched it, the gold color light from the sword intensified and expanded into a huge area painted gold. A strangely sense of dignity and mourning emits from the gold saber. Illegal entry successful. Begin activation. A cold and mechanical voice starts. Not knowing if he's just imagining it, King Shan feels that this cold system voice he's heard so many times, in fact, hold a bit of uncontrollable excitement. After only a minute, the gold saber in King Shan's hand explodes into countless golden sprites. Each of them floating in the air for just a bit, circling around King Shan twice. Then all rush straight in between his eyebrows. King Shan only hear a deafening exploding sound, his thoughts see completely empty, his body at a dead standstill, unable to move. A while passed, the cold mechanical voice spoke with a tired tone. Activation successful, War God UI, user interface, turned on. Notes, danshin, a fictional area around the stomach area that is used primarily to hold energy from cultivation. A main piece of any cultivation novels. Thought C, a sub-piece of many cultivation novels, a fictional space in between your eyebrows that primarily deals with thought. Depending on the novel, it would either power the process of thought, accelerating thought, finesse control, etc., or influence the outside world through pure thought, telekinesis, sixth sense, etc. Chapter 3, War God. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In King Shan's sight, the bluish UI that appeared isn't that different from before, the only difference being the list of buttons that appear below the UI. These buttons are as dark as black holes, occasionally emitting some thin black mist. A line of neon blue text appears right above the buttons. Successfully turned on War God UI. At this moment you can turn on the first feature for free. Would you like to turn it on? Yes. Right as King Shan confirms his choice, in the list of black hole buttons, the first cleared up and shows its name. War God Skills. King Shan took a look at the button's name, then immediately read through its description. A bit later, King Shan walks towards the shelf of weapons in the corner, looking through the weapons remaining on it. A rusty spear, a damaged curved sword, a military bow covered in dust. Sadly there were no swords in the game. The amount of players who choose to become a sword cultivator numbers at least in the millions, but King Shan himself was among the top 10 on the worldwide ranking, a great sword saint. Note, not great sword. He was part of the elite, the strongest players. Other than that, King Shan was also the commanding officer of all guild operations. Normally, he would deal with every little thing there is. After the war operations broke out, he didn't even have a single minute of free time. Even in reality, he was frequently summoned by nation officials, constantly have to discuss strategies and plans with other nations' guilds, literally a one-man management center. There were so many elite players who griefed for King Shan, saying that he had to waste his time concentrating on too many aspects, otherwise his sword skills wouldn't just be top 10, that he'd be capable of getting to the very top itself. Seeing the weapon shelf have no swords, King Shan can only regretfully shake his head, picking up the curved sword. From the War God UI, A message popped up. Military use curved sword, damaged. Used skills include, number 1, one sweep 1,000 enemies, user, Wang Jin. Number 2, cut the gate, split the mountain, user, Zhang Qiu. To master both scimitar skills, soul point cost, 1. This information is so shocking that even King Shan was struck speechless for a while. Immediately master martial skills. So this is War God skills. This is only the War God UI's first function. The other functions are all blacked out at the moment, unable to be used. But this is already more than enough. If he can get whatever skills he can touch, then there isn't any skills that can be called secret to him, is there? King Shan breathes in, to calm himself down first, then try to ask, what are soul points? Right away, a small line of text appears on the UI. You can get soul points from defeating any creatures. You defeated one skin-shedding blood demon, received 4 soul points. Current soul points, 4-5. Killing a single skin-shedding blood demon got him 4 soul points. Of course, skin-shedding blood demons don't count as common demons. They're much stronger than regular demons and low-rank cultivators, not to mention being extremely good at hiding and assassination. Luckily King Shan took the right chance to reverse assassinate the commander, also killing this demon in the process. Otherwise, at the time when King Shan had no spirit energy, if the outcome wasn't decided quickly, the one that died wouldn't have been the skin-shedding blood demon. King Shan lightly nods, so apparently, it's like that. But his current soul point is 4-5, meaning that the maximum amount he can carry is only 5? That's a bit too little. Just when he thought that, more text appears on the UI. The higher your cultivation, the higher your maximum soul point count will be. Soul points and cultivation are linked together. King Shan suddenly felt an urge to look at his own level, finally noticing the 4 easily seen large letters on top. Chi Training Level 1. This is everyone's starting level when they enter the other world. His level from the previous life is already gone. King Shan can only sigh, silently put the curved sword back, pulling out the rusty spear. On the spear, there is only a single basic thrusting skill. Shaking his head, dropping the spear, King Shan finally picks up the military bow. Military bow, used skills include, number 1, stable, user, Zhang Wu. Number 2, rapid fire, user, Zhang Wu. Number 3, precision, user, Zhang Wu. Number 4, swallows fly twice, user, Zhang Wu. To comprehend stable, rapid fire, soul point cost, 2. To comprehend precision, soul point cost, 4. To comprehend swallows fly twice, soul point cost, 6. From current memory information, Zhang Wu should be this outpost's general, his expertise being the scimitar and the bow, but during the last defensive battle, he died at the hands of a blood drinker demon. King Shan took a look at the 4 skills, slightly concentrating on double swallows fly. This skill alone takes a whole 6 soul points to master, already more than the maximum amount that King Shan can carry. Only Chi Training Stage 1, seems like I'll really have to cultivate again from the start. Let's aim to quickly increase my maximum soul point. King Shan can't help but shakes his head. Chi Training Stage 1, this is the lowest, as well as the first stage of all cultivators. After Chi Training, there's also Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Rejuvenation, Ascension, and other stages, but that can be left for later. One good news is that a player's cultivation can be brought to reality. Chi Training Stage 1 means that you can already feel and use spirit energy. If he really did go back in time with the current status quo, even if all his equipment is lost, all his skills are gone, King Shan is still 10,000% willing. Because there was so much regrets and laments in his life, every night that he wakes up, King Shan can only silently licks the wounds buried deep inside himself. The wounds that just can't be closed. If he can really do it all over. King Shan shakes his head, regain control of his emotions, grips the bow and starts thinking, right now to keep on living is most important. At Chi Training Stage 1, even running away from demons is a tall order. Sword, scimitar, spear, all of them require close combat, but this body is already riddled with unhealed wounds. His cultivation is the lowest of the low, and by himself, How can he actually manage to wrestle for his life against demons? Against demons, even the slightest bit of distraction can mean death. I'm no longer the sword saint from the previous life, and definitely not the legend who commands both attack and defense of a whole country like before. Right now in the outpost, there's only himself and another soldier. That soldier is only a normal human being who isn't even a cultivator. With King Shan's current cultivation, it's extremely hard to overturn the situation. This outpost's invisibility formation also won't hold out for long, at most 2-3 days. The formation will run out of spirit energy and stop. If the invisibility formation stops, all sorts of demons and monsters will definitely come crawling. King Shan suddenly realizes just how dear his situation is. Seems like he'll have to give up on close combat, for now, change to using long-range attacks, taking advantage of the invisibility formation of the outpost to quickly raise his character level. His thoughts clear. King Shan makes a decision. I choose to comprehend stable, rapid fire. For just a moment, a warm water-like feeling flows from the military bow to King Shan, travels a whole cycle inside his body, finally nest and scatter in his thoughts. See. King Shan is shocked for a minute, then suddenly lift the bow, setting an arrow in and fire straight away. Walk. The arrow digs deeply into the wooden support beam of the building. King Shan's hand doesn't stop. Arrow after arrow like streaks of light leaving the bow. Walk, 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 walk. 12 arrows shot one after another. King Shan's arm holding the bow is still as before, not moving an inch from where it was. This is stable together with rapid fire. King Shan's blood can't help but boil a little bit from excitement. War God skills is very potent. As long as there is enough soul points, I'm immediately able to comprehend any skills that a weapon once used. If it's like this, what skills are there in the world that is out of my reach? Chapter 4, Infiltration. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. While King Shan was lost in thought, he felt his body suddenly slightly shivering in pain. Looking down, he could see all the white bandaged parts all over his body leaking a bit of red. Right, he's still recovering, his wounds not yet fully healed. Using that much force of course would make them reopen. King Shan put the military bow back down, look for a marching bed nearby to lie down and rest. You can't rush, everything must be done as steadily as possible. King Shan took out the second remaining healing pill and proceed to swallow it without hesitation. He closes his eyes, start to silently circulate his spirit energy to absorb the pill. A night passes without any incidents. At dawn, the downpour becomes even worse. The climate outside is already beginning to become colder. From the rainwater you can almost feel the frost seeping into the land. In just a few dozen more days, winter will come. Inside the outpost, King Shan was awoken by the cold. He stood up, stretching his body to find that his wounds are already closed up enough to move around again. Military-grade healing pills really aren't just for show. The potency is top-notch. Just a few minutes after, a knock and the door was opened. Zhao once again carry a pot, carefully bringing it in. King Shan looks at the slightly smoking pot, smelling the faint scent of porridge inside. He asks, how much food is left? Zhao sighs, only enough left for a day and a half. As he answered, his eyes also took a glance at King Shan's inventory bag. King Shan noticed, but doesn't say anything. When he returned, his inventory also became as empty as everything else. King Shan took a bowl of porridge in hand, both of them silently had their breakfast. Your wounds, how is it? Zhao asks again, eyes carrying a bit of hopefulness. Better. King Shan stretches and nonchalantly asks, hey Zhao, which squad were you in? Which position? Zhao reluctantly smiles and answers, I'm from Fireplace Squad. In a normal day I can make food for hundreds no problem. Oh, so he was originally a kitchen staff. No wonder he could make even a bowl of bland porridge taste good. In this despair scenario, without King Shan, a normal person like Zhao only have a single fate of death waiting for him. But Zhao doesn't know, King Shan himself is only a Chi training stage 1 newbie. If he runs into a squad of demons, King Shan will also only end up dying. King Shan silently thinks, glancing at the hourglass on his UI. There's not much sand left inside the hourglass. It'll run out any minute now. players can stay in this other world for a whole day and only an hour will have passed in reality. Training Stage 1 players have to return to reality when this time ends, waiting for an entire day before they can come back here. Right now King Shan really want to know, what year is it in reality? Having eaten half their breakfast, both of them suddenly stop their hands. Brother Gu, seems like there's some commotion outside. Zhao Lu slightly shrinks his body, letting out a squeaky voice. I'll go take a look, King Shan replies, takes the military and heads outside. The hourglass seems to only have about 10 minutes left, hope there won't be anything too big. As King Shan leaves the room, he readies an arrow on his bow, slightly squints to check all sides. His eyes quickly dart around all the building, not leaving a single corner untouched. That said, the outposts have an invisibility formation in place, so demons aren't going to get in here too easily. So what is happening really? Scratch, scratch, scratch. That sound again. This direction, it's the outpost's gates. King Shan sticks close to the wall, silently moves to the gates. A huge demon beast, as large as 2 adults, shows up in King Shan's sight. The demon beast is wagging its tail, standing on the edge of the dead pit, carefully looking around. Even though the non-stop rain helps wash it away, the putrid smell of the dead pit still draws in demon beasts like this. King Shan hides in the shadow of the roof, raises his bow and slowly pulls back the string. He knows this monster. This is a low-level demon beast. Even if it looks a bit clumsy, if it starts going crazy, its running and biting attacks are nothing to make light of. Even 2-3 normal soldiers can't defeat it. King Shan can only thank his luck. Lucky that I chose to learn ranged attacks. Together with the outpost's invisibility formation, I just might be able to kill it. The demon beast slowly run around the dead pit, sometimes rolling on the ground as well. It's trying to bait, to find out if there are any traps, or other demon beasts lying in ambush. The hourglass only have 10 minutes left. King Shan silently holds his bow, not moving an inch. Neighs, neighs. The demon beast stops, breaths out from its snout, his large head still looking around cautiously. 5 minutes left. King Shan stayed completely still. The demon beast finally slowly lower its head, wanting to eat one of the corpses. Its snout hover over the dead body back and forth, finally deciding to open its huge mouth, showing the multitudes of jagged fangs inside. Right at this moment, King Shan pulls the bowstring back fully, pouring spirit energy into the arrow. An invisible wind forms around the arrowhead, an arrow that have spirit energy poured in. Its destructive power is 5-fold compared to a normal one. These arrows were all specially made, so not just spirit energy, they can even carry energy of the 5 elements. The military bow pulled all the way back. King Shan stays silent for 2 breaths, then finally loose his fingers. Whoosh! The arrow shoots out in a flash and makes contact with the beast's mouth. In pain, the demon beast jumps forward, rolling on the ground. 1 arrow shot. King Shan fluidly pulls back his bowstring for the next one without hesitation. Rapid fire. Each and every arrow turns into streaks of light, flying from the military bow at their target. The demon beast roars angrily, running straight at the direction of the outpost to attack. But in just a few steps, it starts to turn around, wanting to escape. The arrows stuck on its body numbers more and more, all precisely aimed at its weak points or vitals like the organs, joints, and stomach area. Its injury becomes severe with overwhelming speed, turning the demon beast's intense rage into immense fright. If it immediately decided to flee when first struck, then maybe its speed could save its life, but already choosing to retaliate, halfway changing its mind to flee, then it's already too late. During that whole process, King Shan's face shows no emotion, both arms as steady as a rock, continuously pulling out arrows, pulling back the bowstring, and letting loose. The final minute, the demon beast lays flat on the ground, no longer moving. Its body full of arrows. Fresh blood pours from all over its vitals, soaking the ground red. King Shan's inner spirit energy already decreased by 40%. Even so, he still continues to draw his arrows, putting spirit energy inside them, aiming precisely at the beast's vitals and letting arrows loose. Demon beasts already have intelligence, they're no longer dumb and stupid, Some are even craftier compared to humans. They also know how to feint death, how to lure enemies. 7-8 breaths later, the demon beast's body keeps being riddled with more arrows. No longer able to keep up the ruse, it springs up to flee again. What it received was an even more intense flurry of arrows. The demon beast tries its best to dash forward 5-6 meters more, crashing straight into a huge tree and falls down to the ground. This time it really is dead. 2 lines of blue light shows up in King Shan's sight. Soul point +1, current soul point 1-5. Experience enough, current experience 5-5, you can now level up. Please confirm if you would like to level up. Earlier when he killed the skin-shedding blood demon, he already received 4 experience points. Now he got 1 more, reaching the level up requirements. Not a single bit of hesitation. King Shan, level up. Following his voice, the experience stat turns from 5-5 into 0-10. From Chi Training Stage 2 to Chi Training Stage 3. The amount of experience required is doubled. On King Shan's character status screen, his level Chi Training Stage 1 also changes, turning into Chi Training Stage 2. A flashy gold light emits from King Shan's body. The warm flow of water-like substance circles King Shan's body, finally concentrating at his dantian, turning into excess spirit energy. Chapter 5. Returning. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan checks himself, confirming the spirit energy inside his dantian really did increase a little. The military bow in his hand also seemed a bit lighter. This is just a feeling resulted from his increased body strength. King Shan satisfying nodded, glancing at the hourglass on his UI. The sands have ran out. After that, a line of text appeared in the middle of the UI. Player King Shan have stayed at the other world for 24 hours, returning to reality soon. All equipments have been stored inside your inventory bag, available for usage once taken out. Returning. A slight feeling of dizziness. King Shan opens his eyes to find under his feet a soft and expensive fur carpet, himself facing a beautiful young lady. The whole party hall looks extremely lavish, just like a place where the rich and powerful would socialize. The only thing not fitting the area, mixed with the beautiful light ballroom music, are the noisy sounds of cheering and encouragement. Go out. Go out. Note, as in on a date. Accept already. Come on dude, quickly. The voices keep on going. Someone from behind tapped King Shan on his shoulder and spoke. King Shan, I'm here for you man. Just speak your heart out. King Shan slightly turned to look back. It was Zhang Yi, his best friend from high school. King Shan turns to look around. His eyes finally stops on the girl in front of him. She really did look beautiful in any clothes, even if she doesn't wear any jewelry, only donning a pure white long dress. She can still be picked out with eyesight amidst a crowd of other girls. Suzu, goddess of noble private high school of Changning County, a precious gem of the Su family, one of the 9 great nobles' families. King Shan closes his eyes, then open them again. The girl is still there. He really did come back to the past. Back to this moment that he would remember for the rest of his life. Suzu, King Shan have something to say to you. That's right. He carefully picked his words for so long, finally having the guts to say it. King Shan, speak your mind, we're all here as witness for you. Among the crowd, the people are still cheering loudly non-stop. Seeing King Shan keeping silent and not speaking, Suzu finally spoke first. King Shan, so what did you want to tell me? When the school goddess spoke, everyone finally quieted down. Everyone wanted to see. Will King Shan really do as the rumors say and confess his feelings right on this graduation prom night? King Shan pushed down the turmoils in this heart, smiles and stands back up speaking. Suzu, I sincerely hope that you will accept my one request. That is? Inside the girl's crystal clear eyes, there is a bit of complicated mixed feelings. King Shan spoke with complete seriousness on his face. Can you accept my request? To visit my barbecue stall tomorrow night, and try out some of my handmade grilled meat. Suzu is speechless. The cheering crowd is shocked dead silent. Barbecue? Just grilled meat? Nothing else? Suzu asked again to make sure she didn't heard wrong. Of course, my expertise are only 2 things. Mesh piloting you've already seen, there's only my cooking skills left. King Shan shrugs. So do you want to try out my cooking? Suzu opens her clear eyes wide, asks again, but your friend, Zhang Yi told me, you wanted to. King Shan stopped her words. I didn't tell him anything. Is that so? So all this really wasn't your idea after all? Suzu, her face shows relief, as well as a small smile. Right then, a male student from amongst the crowd stepped out, hurriedly asks, King Shan, didn't you tell me that you wanted to confess to Suzu today? The crowd becomes noisy again. King Shan turns around, coldly looks at the person. This male student is the same person who tapped his shoulder from before. His best friend, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi and King Shan, both came from poor origins, both relied on their academic excellence to get into this top-level high school. In these 3 years of high school, the two of them formed a close bond. King Shan originally thought this would be his good friend, close enough to be family. But he didn't know, on this very graduation prom night, Zhang Yi planned and dosed him with a strange medicine, tricking him into drinking it. The results was that during the time he planned to confess to Suzu, the medicine acted up, forcing him in front of everyone here to attempt some low-life conducts to Suzu. Finally it took Suzu's personal guards, as well as a few student officers to hold King Shan in place and stop him. This event shocked the whole school. Originally King Shan had very good academic records. He also got his own talents, and a decent personality, so he was able to catch Suzu's eyes, the two of them becoming not so bad friends. But after this, Suzu completely gave up on him, slapped him in front of everybody, cried and left. After that was the Su family's rage, saying they wanted King Shan to die for his sins. The school didn't even hesitate to immediately expel King Shan, not even giving him the chance to take the university entrance exams. Finally it took Suzu painstakingly begging him for 3 days and nights just for the Su family head to spare his life. For your information, the Su family head is the lord that directly control all of Changning County, and there are only a total of 9 lords in the whole confederate. From then on, King Shan had to suffer all manners of jeers and cold shoulders. Not a single person looking his way. The technology invention and research company that originally hired him before graduation, immediately fired him. He tried everywhere to get into a school, but no school even dared to accept him. When looking for a job, he did not find even a menial labor job, finally almost starving to death in the slums. And all of that was thanks to his best friend, Zhang Yi. King Shan wallowed in despair and embarrassment, struggling every day to live. Only when the other world and reality connected, did he finally have the chance to change his fate. But for the rest of his life, countless times waking up in the middle of the night, King Shan always remembered the events of this day, always grinding his teeth to the point of breaking them. King Shan have had time to think carefully. Suzu is the eldest daughter of one of the 9 great nobles' families. Him as a poor scholarship student, having her had the goodwill to become his friend is already thinking of him very highly. Before not yet having any real power, he shouldn't have delusioned himself with making their relationship going any further. Doing things that way will only make Suzu embarrassed, and will only put King Shan himself in a dangerous situation. He can only laugh at himself for being too young, having too many unrealistic dreams, as well as having the fraud Zhang Yi next to him, whispering sweet lies of Suzu actually also like you as truth, which led to the confession scene on prom night. Fortunately, this time he returned. King Shan will not be stepping on fallen tracks. In front of everyone, King Shan looks at Zhang Yi, whispering loudly, you thought wrong, my true love is Xishuang Yan. The whole crowd burst into laughter, even Suzu couldn't help but broke into a smile, holding in her laughter. Xishuang Yan is the lead singer of the most popular girl idol group in the world. Whether it is the Centaurlang Empire to the north, or the vast lands of Fuzai Republic, even the Freedom Federation of the South, countless people, men or women, old or young alike, are all fans of Xishuang Yan. There are simply too many people in this world that love Xishuang Yan. King Shan using her as an excuse like this, not even Suzu will believe him. Within the crowd, there are even a few of her male fans shouting out, King Shan, So turns out you want to join our Xishuangyan fan club, huh? Zhang Yi's face constantly shifts. His heart sank straight to the bottom. He didn't think King Shan would be so crafty, casually brushing off the issue like that. No, today he absolutely cannot fail. A chance like this, likely will never come again in his lifetime. King Shan is his last chance to move up in the world. Zhang Yi bites his teeth and stepped forward, whispering into King Shan's ear, King Shan, your peaceful days are over. Then, using force, he slaps King Shan on the shoulder. A small pain that came from a small needle Zhang Yi was keeping in his palm. King Shan doesn't resist, only staring at him all the way until he's finished with everything. Why? King Shan calmly asks. Why what? Zhang Yi's face relaxes like he just put a weight off his shoulders. The dosage on the needle is much stronger than before. Only a minute later, King Shan won't be able to keep his body instinct in check anymore. Why do you have to do this to me? I remember we were friends. King Shan asks again. Zhang Yi can't help but lower his gaze, mumbling lowly, don't blame me, poor people on this world can only live better lives when they grasp their chance. Then, he suddenly apply force, pushing King Shan towards Su Zhu. King Shan's body temperature keeps rising, his breath becoming shorter and deeper, staggering towards where Su Zhu is. The medicine starts to act up. King Shan feels his whole body becoming cold. He suddenly remembered, Su Zhu once casually talked to him about Zhang Yi. King Shan, Zhang Yi and your eyes for judging people aren't the same. Note, Zh means big brother, but can also be used as an affectionate way to refer to a male friend by both male and female. King Shan shakes his head internally. The more trust there was, the more disappointed he is right now. Let's stop here. King Shan mind slightly move. The spirit energy in his danshan flows like a river, easily restraining the medicine effect. His heightened body temperature also slowly cools down. As a cultivator, how could normal poison possibly harm him? King Shan's eyes regain their shine, lightly calls out, Auntie Su, please come out. Immediately, a mature and captivating woman, as well as a grey-haired elderly man appeared out of nowhere. These two are Su Zhu's bodyguards. Su Zhu is the eldest daughter of Su family, as well as the only daughter of this generation's main line. Always loved by the whole of Su family, having two bodyguards always silently protecting her like this is completely normal. What are you up to? The mature woman sharply glares at King Shan. She is by Su Zhu's side every day, so of course she know this young brat. Originally she felt that this kid's head is bright, personality is also not too bad, but didn't think that he would suddenly make a confession scene like that. This kind of reckless behavior would put immense pressure on Su Zhu, so as a bodyguard she's very disappointed in King Shan. Not to mention, since she was secretly protecting Su Zhu, being called out to the open like this makes her even more annoyed. Chapter 6. Frankly speaking. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan looks around. Right now is the official prom night for the graduating high school class. All the school officials are here, as well as quite a few big shots from several organizations. Not few of them have already started noticing what's going on here. In a public place like this, I shouldn't be too conspicuous, better to borrow her family's power instead. King Shan lightly smiles and spoke, forgive me, Auntie Su, I'm just suspicious that there might be somebody taking advantage of me to hurt Su Zhu. Not expecting that answer, Auntie Su squints her eyes. The grey-haired elderly man also stops his gentle smile. What do you mean? Auntie Su quickly surveils around, lowering her voice and asks. Because today something very strange happened. King Shan answers. What? Zhang Yi sneakily put some sort of medicine in my drink, then also encouraged me to confess to Su Zhu like that. Seeing not only the two bodyguards but also Su Zhu carefully listening in, King Shan slowly explained things from start to finish. In case I refused to do as he says, I thought he might try some other methods, so I decided to comply, staging a scene as before to see what he really wanted to accomplish. You mean, you've already ingested the medicine? Auntie Su narrows her eyes further and questioned. That's correct, there's also this. King Shan extended his hand, placing it on his shoulder. A black needle covered in blood was pulled out. Auntie Su's expression clearly changed, both her and the elderly man became serious. Ever since the Su eldest daughter started to become friends with King Shan, the Su family have already investigated his background carefully. After 2 years of friendship between them, they know very well what his personal values are like. So when King Shan got close to Suzu like normal, the 2 bodyguards didn't mind it. Who knew that the problem would have sprouted from him of all people? Do you feel strange anywhere? Suzu worried him and carefully asked. The 2 of them have a close enough relationship, so Suzu didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Of course, I feel my libido burning right now, King Shan half-jokingly answered. Unable to say anything to that, Suzu's face burns up red. Auntie Su took out a dagger, swiped a small wound on King Shan's finger and licked a drop of his blood. Auntie Su tasted it for a bit, so it really was an aphrodisiac, and a strong one at that. Her eyes looking at him became a bit surprised. Young brat, and you can still control yourself like this? King Shan dryly laughs. I'm barely hanging on right now. In reality, King Shan only needed to circulate the spirit energy in his danchan a little bit to restrain the aphrodisiac effects. This world doesn't have the thing called spirit energy yet. King Shan also doesn't want his secret to leak out to other people. From the start, Suzu was a bright girl, so she immediately understand everything from start to end. She quickly pulls at Auntie Su's sleeves and sincerely asked, Auntie, you're a master pharmacist, please help him. Auntie Su took out a small bottle, giving King Shan a white capsule from inside. Swallow it. Her eyes looking at King Shan right now is much gentler than before. This brat is both bright and careful, not bad. King Shan received the capsule and immediately swallowed it, and continued, seems like his goal was to embarrass both Suzu and I in front of everybody. Everyone that turned back to look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, seeing everything already got exposed, felt a chill on his whole body. Suddenly he turns around, quickly wanting to get away. The 2 bodyguards, having seen that, became angrier inside. Up to this point, everything is already clear. King Shan usually gets along well with the young lady, so both of them wouldn't be too much on guard against him. During an official occasion such as a prom night like this, they're more focused on looking out for strange faces that appear. If King Shan were to suddenly do something reckless, they might not be able to make it in time to stop him. In front of everybody like this, if the young lady was violated in any way by King Shan, her reputation would definitely suffer. The 2 of them would also be confused, not knowing what to do right away. If there were any other hidden cards in this prom, it would be very possible for them to take advantage of the chaos and find a chance to assassinate the young lady. The elderly man's figure flashed, already stopping Zhang Yi in his tracks. Come brat, living is miserable, why not fall into a nice dream instead? The elderly man chants, uses his big rough hands to take hold of Zhang Yi's then slowly closes his eyes. Then something strange happened. As the elderly man closes his eyes, so does Zhang Yi close his. Continue chanting in a strange rhythm. The elderly man's voice is like the devil's whisper, luring mortals in. Come, 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 you need only to tell your secret. I will then satisfy your every desires. A mesmerized smile appeared on Zhang Yi's face, his mouth mumbling, I'll tell you right now. This strange scene leads to the crowd around murmuring, discussing it between themselves. King Shan also didn't expect that, asks, is this possibly a god's chosen skill? Suzu, standing beside him, quietly answers, that's right. Grandpa Li is a god's chosen who specialize in finding out the truth. God's chosen are professionists who hold a unique ability. Their abilities usually are mysterious, usually manifesting by itself as a person matures. Their abilities simply cannot be gotten through any form of cultivation or training. Its growth can't even be interfered with, just like they've been decided by God from birth. Because of that, the people who possess these abilities are called God's chosen. In reality, humanity's top brass fighting power is divided into 4 types. In order they are God's chosen, martial artists, supernaturalist, and heaven's descendants. Each of them specialize in a different aspect. Aside from that, powerful meshs and the interstellar series warships are common war weapons of mass destruction. If what Suzu said is true, then the elderly man's ability must be a hypnosis-type God's chosen skill. Seeing everyone focusing on the elderly man's work, Suzu lowers her voice and speaks, "King Shanj, today I have to thank you." "No need to thank me," King Shan curtly replies. "I'm also doing this for myself. If I had really tried to do anything to you in this environment, my outcome would have been exceptionally terrible." What he's saying is true, because that's what happened to his previous life. Suzu shakes her head and sincerely speaks again, "King Shanj, a maiden's honor is very important to her. I have to thank you for helping me keep mine. And also, later on if anything happened to you, Suzu swears to do her best to protect you." Suzu isn't a bad girl. In the past life, even when she was absolutely disappointed in King Shan, she still kneeled in front of the Su family head for 3 days, begging for him to spare his life. Because of that, even though King Shan went through so much killing, having to risk his life amongst blood and tears every day, making his heart already frozen cold to the core, right up to his very last moment in the Apocalypse, Suzu still had a very important place in his heart. That's right, this girl is like this. Once she thinks of someone as her friend, she will treat them with kindness from the bottom of her heart. King Shan only smiles and not said anything else. Some things in this world, you don't need to speak to convey. Right now, what he's more interested in is why Zhang Yi would do this. During his past life, this is one of the things that he couldn't find out until the end. King Shan silently thinks, not noticing the girl beside him sneakily glancing at his face. After a while, Suzu stops her eyes, finding inside herself now contains some unknown emotions. She keeps feeling like King Shan today is different compared to how he always is. On him, there seems to be something that changed. Note, professionist, a term used to describe people who have superhuman powers, literally a person with a profession. Since this novel has more than one system of cultivation, the word professionist is used to describe them all, while terms like cultivators, elementalists and such are used to describe specific types of superhuman. Chapter 7, Letter of Acceptance. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At this time, Zhang Yi finally started to speak. "Someone paid 10 million, so that I dose King Shan with aphrodisiac, and make sure that he confesses to Suzu." The elderly man keeps his rhythmic voice. "Who is that person?" "Zhang Yi." The person used an anonymous account. "I don't know who he is." This is the truth. Unfortunately, the trail also goes cold here. The elderly man's expression became serious again. The person that did this is very careful, and very cautious. He dared to use the Su family young lady's friend to do his deeds. Not only does he show a motive to harm the Su family young lady, he also showed no slack or opening to find him with. This just became much more complicated, because this area is Changning County, and this is the Su family's main turf. The elderly man retracts his hand. Zhang Yi immediately regained his senses. Right away he drops down to his knees, face full of tears, begging, "I was tempted by the devil. King Shan, I've made a mistake." King Shan doesn't say anything. Zhang Yi keeps his kneeling position, slowly inches towards King Shan, begging once again, "King Shan, we were best friends for many years. I've wronged you only this one time. I beg you, please forgive me." He's also clever, knowing that he only directly tried to harm King Shan, so he immediately goes to King Shan and beg for forgiveness. King Shan, this person, in everyday life he's always a good person at heart, plus being this Zhang Yi's close friend, I'm showing no dignity begging for his forgiveness in front of so many people. King Shan probably will also not pursue this too far. Suzu is also a big softie. As long as King Shan forgive me, Suzu will probably also won't pursue this matter anymore. This matter also didn't leave any lasting or irreversible effects. As long as Suzu doesn't pursue it, then the Su family will also not stoop so low as to torture a penniless student such as himself. Just as he thought, Suzu looks at King Shan, hesitantly. "How do you want to deal with this? He in the end is still a classmate." Auntie Su immediately stops her words. "Young lady, this matter isn't as simple as this. We have to pursue it to the end." Her serious eyes turn to King Shan. King Shan keeps silent for a while, then smiles. "To be honest, Right now my thoughts are about the same as yours. He looks at the groveling Jiang Yi and speaks. Jiang Yi shivers, his face shows a clear sense of relief. Do you mean, you're willing to forgive me? No. In front of the gaze of everybody here, King Shan swiftly walks in front of Jiang Yi and whispers, right now I feel that our friendship should just go to hell already. Just as he finished, King Shan suddenly lifts his leg and kicks Jiang Yi right in his chest. Jiang Yi, who got kicked, flew a few meters away, slamming and crashing 2 tables full of alcohol, soaking himself in it. A large bottle of champagne drops down, conveniently smashing him on the head, knocking Jiang Yi out on the spot. King Shan turns around, lightly speaks, Auntie Sue, the matters after this I'll have to depend on you. Please find out who was behind him. Auntie Sue looks at him with shining eyes. Good move, brat. Originally I feared that Suzu becoming your friend would make her soft. Seems like that was for nothing after all. Auntie Sue swings her hand, and a beautiful helicopter quickly descends from above. This white steel alloy helicopter, in its front proudly carries a single letter Su, the symbol of nobility in this Changning County. The elderly man takes Jiang Yi up to the helicopter. Auntie Sue speaks, young lady, today we shouldn't remain here for too long, let's also leave now. Suzu nods her head. When passing by King Shan, she spoke, tomorrow night, I'll come to your stall for a grilled meat feast. That's okay, right? King Shan is shocked for a second, but replied, always welcome. This is the nonsense that he used to smooth over the confession earlier. He didn't think she would actually accept it. But King Shan doesn't really have anything to worry about, since after school every day, he would always set up a stall to sell grilled meat, using the money he makes from that to pay for expenses. Suzu smiles beautifully at him, then follow Auntie Sue onto the Sue family helicopter. The helicopter quickly goes away. Right after Sue family left, many organization representatives also left, leaving a grand prom night to end prematurely just like that. This is probably the most catastrophic graduation prom night in the history of Changning Noble Private High School thus far. But to King Shan, this is the best prom night he could have hoped for. He finally escaped from that dead-end scenario in which he had no way to explain himself. It wasn't like his last life, where the school expelled him. Just a few days later, he would be able to take the Confederate Common University exam. With his academic records, he can easily pass the examination, picking whichever university he wants. On the other hand, Jiang Yi's end won't be quite as good. Suzu and Jiang Yi doesn't have such a close relationship as he does, plus the fact that this whole incident was orchestrated by Jiang Yi from behind, directly harming both King Shan and Suzu. Not only will Suzu not be asking to spare Jiang Yi as she did for him, but the Su family will also use any and all methods they have to find out he really is behind Jiang Yi. What he suffered on his past life, Jiang Yi will suffer the same, or perhaps even worse. Everything has changed. King Shan, with his renewed mood, walks to the school exit. He's just an orphan at the slums, he can't afford a helicopter, not even a taxi ride home. Each and every day going to school he can only do with his own 2 feet. Half an hour later, when King Shan have left the busy district and about to enter the poor residence's main square, his feet suddenly stopped. In front of the alley, a 1.9-meter-long wingless-type helicopter is parked there. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and black tie stands next to the helicopter, gracefully bow as if to welcome King Shan as he approached. Student Gu, our young master is waiting for you inside the helicopter, said the middle-aged man. King Shan silently looks at the safety cameras on the street corner. The originally red blinking lights of the camera is no longer seen. Even this large square area, no one is approaching from all 4 sides. And who is your young master? King Shan questioned. The middle-aged man doesn't talk much, only standing aside, making a gesture to invite him inside. Please. How interesting. King Shan smiles to himself, walking straight into the helicopter. The inside of the helicopter is decorated lavishly as expected. A single young man sits in his leather-made sofa, 2 girls kneeling at his feet softly massaging them. From the inside bar, a girl wearing cute bunny ears quickly whips up a cocktail, placing it in front of King Shan. Thank you, said King Shan as he accepts the glass. King Shan, come, sit, said the young man. King Shan sits down right across the young man, casually placing the cocktail on the table, smiles and asks, "Please tell, what does our Honorable Student Council President want, waiting outside my house at this late hour?" The young man shakes his head, calling me that seems too distant. Young Master Yun is fine. This young man is Changning Noble Private High School's Student Council President, Ni Yun. Ni Yun is a member of the Shi family noble clan, to be precise, the grandson of Shi family's current patriarch of noble origins. In this school, aside from Suzu, no one is more noble than him. Ni Yun brushes off his hand. Good, you all are dismissed. The girls quickly clean up the place, leaving the helicopter. Ni Yun then picks up a sheet of paper on the table, reading and speaking at the same time. King Shan, your records really are excellent. Every final exam you trounce both Suzu and I. Just seeing here, elementary mesh structure, maximum score, World War history, maximum score, hollow brain technology, maximum score, warship piloting, maximum score, even your elective subject, mesh power source study, you got maximum score. Only in physical education is your score barely a passing grade. Ni Yun lowers the paper, exclaimed softly, "You are also an official staff at Changning Steel Mesh Research Center. This wasn't gotten using your relationship with Suzu, but rather through your own excellence. Even inside Su family many people probably can only look at your achievement in awe." King Shan nonchalantly, "I'm only working for a better future for myself." Ni Yun shakes his head. In this whole Changning County, every poor sap wants to enter Su family's steel mesh research company, but only you actually succeed. This can only be talent and nothing else. I'm really impressed with your kind of people, so now I want to give you a chance. Ni Yun took from inside his chest pocket a letter, placing it in front of King Shan. "This is?" asked King Shan. "See for yourself." King Shan opened the letter and took a look at what was inside. He whispers, "Nanshi Lordship Institute Letter of Acceptance?" "That's correct." Ni Yun smiles. "You only need to agree, no need to even take the exams. You can immediately enter this university." King Shan puts down the letter and spoke, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan on joining this university. Nanshi Lordship Institute is only a third-rate bottom-rank university, and it's situated on the least populated area of Nanshi Province. Their main major is underground mineral study, a subject few cares about." King Shan himself have many choice universities. With his record, getting into one of the few state-sanctioned universities in the country is no problem. Basically he has no need to even consider such a third-rate institute. No need to be hasty and decline. Just take a minute and think, is your own life important, or is being friends with Suzu more important? Ni Yun's tone suddenly became cold. King Shan looks up and asked, "Now why would you say that?" Ni Yun's smile disappeared completely. Sitting straight up, "The whole of Changning County know, the whole noble community of the Confederate, all hope to have Suzu marry into their own house. Yet you, a pitiable insect of a poor student, dared to make a confession scene in front of everybody." Ni Yun sighs and continues, "You have no money, no power, not even a professionist. Any one of them that wants to kill you can just squish you like a bug." He picks up the letter of acceptance on the table and hold it out for King Shan. "Just go, take this letter of acceptance and go far away. Afterwards don't ever contact Suzu again, then you can keep your life." King Shan simply looks at the letter of acceptance, not taking it. "Ni Yun, you say all this, not representing anyone but yourself. Am I right?" "Seeing as we were fellow high school students for 3 years, I'll give you some advice." "Ha ha ha, you give me advice?" Ni Yun looks at him like looking at a clown trying his best to keep up an act. "This brat is smart to immediately see through my intention. But so what? The two of us from the start are already not from the same world. After graduation, the difference will become like between heaven and the earth. No longer will I ever have to see him again." "Fine, let the poor brat speak his piece, see what he has to say." Ni Yun smiles with eyes not smiling and asks, "Fine then, tell me, I'll listen." "Go and be your family's rich young master, and don't cross me." Afterwards, King Shan immediately left the helicopter, doesn't bother to look back. Nian stands alone for a bit, then shakes his head, like a locust trying to stop an elephant, pathetic and funny. He pushes a button on the table. Not long after, the middle-aged man from outside the helicopter steps in, lowering his head. "Yes, young master." Nian asks, "What of the thing I told you to prepare?" "Our preparations are ready." "Any chance for failure?" The middle-aged man lightly smiles and replies, "The people we hired are all top-notch professionals, guaranteed to look like an accident. Even if there are investigations later, the results will be nothing but that." Nian coldly laughs. "Very good, then do it." "Yes." The middle-aged man took a look at his watch, then replies, "Young master can be assured." 10 minutes later, King Shan will die by an unfortunate accident. Chapter 8, Unfortunate Accident. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan walks in the empty alleyway, silently thinking about what happened today. With Nian's reaction like that, the case of Jiang Yi was definitely not something he planned. Maybe it really was like Nian said, because I'm too close with Su Xiu, so the nobles who likes Su Xiu all want me dead. Right now is nearing graduation, so a few cruel and crafty of those nobles already want to deal with me for good. These people all make me sick. If you have the ability, then go and court her like a real man. What's the use dealing with a poor student like myself? King Shan silently dissed them in his mind. A little bit afterwards, his thoughts start to wander. Time left until the game officially open is about a year from now. This time period is humanity's last year of peace. An entire year, enough time for me to build a foothold for myself in the other world. Regarding the time he spends in reality like this, King Shan thought for a little bit, finally deciding that he wants to take the university exams and enter his ideal university. This is a wish that up until the end he couldn't fulfill in his past life. A university will not only have great environment and facilities, their management of student is also looser compared to high school, so he can take the time to learn what he likes, as well as making preparations to fight the apocalypse. Which university though? When I get back I should take a look at all the university available this year then. While lost in thought, King Shan suddenly noticed in front of him, a group of 5-6 drunken young men walking in the opposite direction. These men have tattoos all over their bodies, hair dyed a bright blonde color, staggering under the dim streetlights. This street by itself doesn't have much space to walk. The way they're walking shoulder to shoulder like that really leave no more room for anyone else. King Shan squints, deciding to stand aside for them to walk past. When they crossed each other, not knowing if it was accidental or on purpose, one of the blondes staggered towards King Shan. As a cultivator, as well as having more than 10 years of experience killing and struggling on the battlefield, of course he wouldn't let a normal person hit him. Just a slight shift of his body and the man misses. The blonde man staggered for a bit before standing straight up. The fuck? How did he dodge that? The blonde man immediately shouts, "You brat, you dare to hit me?" "Brothers, show him who's boss." Right as he said that, their looks of drunkenness immediately disappeared. "Let's do this," the group shouts, each taking out their knives and rush forward. So that's what it is. Seeing that, King Shan immediately understood. These people are clearly here for him. If it was just drunk fighting, they wouldn't pull out knives that quickly. Even if one person drinks too much and can't think straight, doesn't mean all of them are like that at the same time. These men all act really quickly, only taking a single breath for the first person to get close. Knife aimed straight at King Shan's heart. The plunge is as quick as it is deadly. If that connects he'll really die in one hit. So they were professional. King Shan only took a single moment to think, his body quickly stepping past the knife, moving straight into the man's chest. With an open palm, he strikes the man in his chest. The man flew backwards, straight into the people behind. The thugs almost seemed like they got hit by a raging bull, letting out a near-ending scream, rolling on the floor moaning non-stop. Especially the one that got hit and flew away, his chest already sank in, no longer breathing. King Shan seeing that was a bit shocked, then reminded himself, I forgot, it's not the apocalypse yet. The only man still standing suppresses the chill inside his body, shouting seriously, use fire. Only needing a single palm strike to kill the martial artist on our side, as well as knocking the rest of them down like that. Just how much strength does that take? Don't kid with me. The weakest my comrades here is still a 1 or 2 star martial artist, yet they all got knocked down just like that. They don't even have the strength to get back up. This is a real monster. What's even scarier, is that they couldn't even see how he moved. This level of strength, he has to be at least a 7-star martial artist, possibly even a martial master that broke through the 9-star shackles. He doesn't know that King Shan only temporarily forgot to hold back and used spirit energy on his palms. A chi training stage 2 cultivator, without using spirit energy, their body strength is about equal to a 4-star martial artist. But if they do use spirit energy, then that's a different story. Their destructive force is increased by quite a few times. The faces of these thugs immediately changed, rushing to take out their guns, wanting to quickly deal with this scary martial artist. They originally only wanted to stage a drunken fight scene that resulted in an accidental death. That way no one would be able to find out anything. Who knew that a normal unassuming student would be so strong? Under such circumstances, they can only ignore the original plan, kill him first then think later. They acted fast, but King Shan was faster. A military bow suddenly appeared in King Shan's hands. The same military bow he brought from the game. Since you wanted to kill me, all of you can just die. King Shan's hands moved so fast they left after images. Fired 6 shots in a blink of the eye. Rapid fire. 5 people's heads exploded almost at the same time. Only the last man standing from before, got his hands hit by the arrow, dropped his gun on the floor, shivering, struggling to stand straight. Feeling killing intent so strong it almost felt solid, the man hurriedly drops to the ground, begging for mercy. Spare me, I admit defeat, please spare me. If I can do anything to save my pathetic life I'll do it. King Shan asks, who sent you? Hearing that, the thug's sight started around the headless bodies scattered about, inside his mind full of fright and anger. Fright, because he's facing a person as cruel as this, killing everyone on their side without any hesitation. Anger, because the people who hired them were so horribly misinformed, or even purposely did this to send low-level assassins like them to death. No matter which case it is, he decided not to let those people get away so easily. Thinking that, he shakenly answers, the person who hired us is Ni family, Sun Hu. Very good, I like honest people. King Shan slowly walked forward, retrieving the arrows he shot. These arrows specially made for war usage can handle spirit energy insertion. Having to use them on normal people is a bit of a waste. If not for the fact that King Shan's cultivation is still too low, chi training stage 2 not being able to block bullets, he wouldn't have used these bow and arrows. It's very clear, Ni Yun was the one who did this. However, Ni family is also a big noble family in Changning district. Many strong people work for them, not only martial masters, but also supernaturalist and gods chosen as well. Ni Yun with the way he does things, he definitely wouldn't give up here. King Shan recalls how he is from memory and mumbled to himself. Having a person like this determined to kill him, this won't be easy. King Shan stuffed the dead bodies into his inventory bag while scanning the surroundings with his inner sight. The inventory bag can hold anything that isn't a living being, a common tool among cultivators for ease of bringing supplies and equipment. Now conveniently acts as a way for him to get rid of evidence of the crime scene. The next time King Shan goes to the other world, he can just chuck these bodies down the dead pit and no one will ever be able to find out they ever existed in the first place. Note, inner sight, this actually have many names across different novels, as well as having different effects. In this case it refers to the ability to spread his perception away from his own body to look at things from afar. You can think of it as a built-in scanner, or something similar to Byakugan from Naruto, the ability to have perfect vision of everything 360 degrees around one's own body. Chapter 9, A Gamble. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This area is the slums. Not only are there no safety cameras on the streets, but also very few pedestrians. The location they chose is good, and the time is also suitable for faking an accident. Ironically, this instead helped remove King Shan's worries. In the distance, The shrill police alarm is heard. King Shan looked up to see a small police shuttle quickly coming this way from the air. There isn't anyone around, so no one could have called the police, yet the police arrived just in time like this. Obviously it had to have been prearranged. If everything had gone as normal, I would have been stabbed to death on the spot. The police would come just to collect a corpse, also taking the dagger as evidence, and everything would have been glossed over. When Suzu finally got the news, even if she sent someone to check, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Tomorrow, someone will naturally go confess to this crime, saying that they drank too much and got into a fight, and they couldn't control their strength. He's already dead. What else can Suzu do? And that would have been the end of that. King Shan glanced coldly at the small police shuttle, grabbing the only thug still alive on the ground. His body quickly disappeared into the darkness, no longer visible. A casino. Ni-Yun glanced at the cards in his hand and said, "Dealer, hit me again, I'll call." The female dealer couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her forehead, taking a deep breath, and dealt the cards to two players. Young Master Ni, no need to go so big. The big man with sunglasses opposite of him said. Behind the sunglasses man, a slim feminine figure is hiding behind the chair, shivering, too scared to even show her face. Ni-Yun without care, "It's just 20 million. If you can't afford it, just fold. 20 million is nothing, but you also want my red card girl. Her I can't bear to lose," the sunglasses man said. Note, it's slang for top beauty. "I don't want her body. Just her life is enough," Ni-Yun coldly replied. Feeling the slight trembling of the figure behind him, the sunglasses man smiled and said, "This red card girl isn't for sale. You let her go. I will give you 2 other masterpiece girls. How about it?" Ni-Yun, "This woman dared to splash me with wine. I want her to use her life to pay for it." The middle-aged man in a white shirt with a black tie walked in and whispered a few words in Ni-Yun's ear. Ni-Yun slapped him on the face and shouts, "Didn't you say there weren't going to be any problems?" The middle-aged man said, "My apologies, young master, please give me an hour, I will personally solve the problem." Ni-Yun spoke, "I'll give you half an hour, if it isn't done, I will recommend the family to withdraw your stewardship." The middle-aged man stopped a bit, then turned to quickly leave. "What's wrong, young Master Ni? If you have any troubles, how about letting me solve it?" the sunglasses man offered. Ni-Yun snorted and asked, "What do you want?" The sunglasses man shrugs. "It's very simple. I solve a problem for you. You let my red card girl go." Ni-Yun thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "How about we make it a bit more exciting instead?" The sunglasses man silently complained, but still showed a smile on his face. "Young Master Ni, please go ahead." "Any snot-nosed noble young master, the sunglasses man wouldn't even care to entertain, but Ni-Yun is part of the largest noble family in this Changning County, not counting Su family." The sunglasses man has been working between the black and white of this world for a long time. He knows that if he still want to do business on this land, he cannot offend this young master. Ni-Yun tinker for a bit with his personal hollow brain, finally projected the image onto the white wall. "Ni-Yun, this is my subordinate. I just told him to turn on real-time projection. Here we can see that he is moving very fast." The sunglasses man nodded. "Indeed." Ni-Yun spoke again, "He is going to kill a person. We will gamble on how many moves he needs to use to kill the target." Sunglasses man hesitated. "Who is the target?" "A poor student, right? I'll bet 1 move," Ni-Yun said as he gave an order to the subordinate through the communicator. The sunglasses man smiled bitterly. "Your subordinate is a martial master. Any 5-star or less martial artist would die in 1 move. Only when a martial artist reaches 9-star, can they attempt to reach the rank of master. Once you reach the rank of master, you are no longer considered a mortal person. Even normal army soldiers can't deal with such an existence. Unless a group of mesh fighters are dispatched, it is not possible to win against them. A martial master is treated the same as a noble, an existence for people to respect and society to admire. Are you going to bet or not? If not, I won't bother with your games anymore. When that happened, don't say I didn't give you face. Ni-Yun impatiently. "Fine." The sunglasses man took a deep breath. "Then I can only gamble that he can't kill the poor boy in 1 move. That's right. If you win, I'll let your red card go. Ni-Yun's face shows triumph. And if I lose? Ni-Yun, 100 million, plus your red card's corpse. The sunglasses man's face twitched, about to decline it, but then heard a voice behind him, take his bet. Sunglasses man lowers his voice and asks, what if we lose? The figure stopped trembling and whispered, if we lose then we'll kill all Ni clan members, strip him bare and let him burn on the fire for 3 days. The sunglasses man's heart froze. He can tell that this personage does not intend to endure anymore. He looked at Ni-Yun sitting across himself, seeming prideful and triumphant, and sighed. Fine, I'll take the bet. Ni-Yun snapped his fingers, smiled and picked up the wine glass. Good, then let's quietly enjoy seeing Sun-Hu go hunting. Watching a martial master killing people is also a pleasure in and of itself. On the other side, the martial master who was ordered to kill was moving at a rapid speed. The night is late, the dim streetlights on the road kept going backwards in his sight, the whole city was in a deep sleep, and his movements were light and flexible, without even a little noise, not disturbing anyone's sleep. He is a grand steward of the Ni family, known to be both fierce and cruel. Whenever he fought someone will always die. Forging such a reputation in his early years, he earned the name Sun-Hu, fierce tiger within the martial arts community. That brat lives in a building in the slum, on the 22nd floor, the third room from the left. Sun-Hu is very clear about his mission. Open the door, rush in and kill him, as simple as that. But he wouldn't let his guard down. After all, the group of people arranged before now isn't heard from, couldn't be contacted, and couldn't be located. That is simply strange. Just when he thought that, his communicator suddenly rang. Sun-Hu, we got the guy. Sun-Hu was somewhat surprised. He asked, didn't I tell you to kill him on the spot? No, I think the price should be raised a bit. Damn it, so that's what this is about. Sun-Hu cursed to himself. These trash in the underground world dared to raise the price in the act. Is my reputation of fierce tiger not enough to get them in line anymore? Sun-Hu coldly laughed, tried to make his tone come naturally. The price can be discussed. Where are you? I'm waiting for you at the brat's place. I believe you know where it is. The communicator hangs up. Sun-Hu groaned and broke the billboard on the side of the road with one punch. Daring to mention raising prices with me. Just you wait. My name is not just for show. He sped up his steps. His visage became like a grey meteor across the night sky. 5 minutes later, Sun-Hu stood on the 22nd floor of the building, checked the house number, and with one kick, broke down the security door. Note: stewardship. The term doesn't 100% convey the position. This is a common position in cultivation novels, where a big clan would essentially sponsor people who have strength to work for them. The relationship usually is not one of servant and master, but rather mutual respect. Stewards work for the clan in exchange for resources to continue their cultivation, and the clan provide excess resources in exchange for loyalty and fighting force. While this is a contract of mutual benefit and technically can be cut off at any time, it usually isn't. Chapter 10, Against a Master. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The entire room was dark, only a single light bulb hanging on the ceiling. The broken lampshade was covered with dust. Sun-Hu squints. His vision sweeps across the room. This place doesn't separate into living room, bedroom or kitchen. In the narrow long room, you can barely fit a bed and a cabinet. Other things must be piled up on one side, otherwise they're island no place to put them. There isn't even a toilet. Such living conditions are considered inferior even in the slums. Across from Sun-Hu, a person leaning diagonally on the window, the leader of the underground hitman gang. No one else is here, nor is the target. A little clever, but they don't understand that in the face of absolute strength, this kind of cleverness will only worsen their pain. Sun-Hu walked up and grabbed the man's neck, lifting him up and speaks, "Trash, hand over the brat, otherwise I promise you all will die a very horrible death." The man only stared at him without speaking. Sun-Hu raised his eyebrows in fury, preparing to let him taste a bit of pain. Suddenly, he felt a bad premonition. Sun-Hu suddenly turned around, his every muscle squirmed, turning his whole body taller and stronger. Almost instantly, he became a burly giant about 3 meters tall. Ha! Sun-Hu roared and slammed his hands into the air. A dull sound was heard. Xun Hu was pushed backwards a few steps, slamming against the wall next to the window. Even the wall was cracked by his impact. Xun Hu looked down at his hands. Bound arrow? What a rare thing to see. Xun Hu looked at the arrow caught in his hand and thought. He looked up, only to see in the darkness, a figure standing at the doorway, holding an antique-looking longbow in his hand. "You are that poor student?" As Xun Hu recognized him, he was extremely shocked. That one arrow, he had to use all his strength to stop. Such extraordinary archery, definitely not what a high school student should be capable of. What is even more frightening is that after 2 years of investigations, he didn't find anything about such strength. This kid, hiding such power so well under his plain guise, what could he be planning? No, I must immediately go into close combat, only then do I have a chance to kill him. As soon as his thought, Xun Hu stepped forward. His whole body rushes into a charge. King Shan also moved at the same time. Another shot. This arrow is aimed at his chest and abdomen area, but Xun Hu is in a rapid charge so he can't change direction to dodge. He had to stretch out his hands again and slammed into the air. A bang. The arrow was deflected, but he was also pushed back 2 steps by the impact of the arrow. But Xun Hu didn't care, openly grinning. "The power of your arrow is great, but with a thin body like yours, you probably can't even pull the bowstrings anymore." Xun Hu cracked his neck and mocked, "How many more shots like that can you actually make?" King Shan slightly paused and answered, "Quite a few." He pulled the bowstring. Rapid fire. Multiple streaks of grey lightning almost seemed to appear between the two of them, from King Shan heading straight to Xun Hu. Xun Hu leaned against the wall and used all his might to block. Each arrow shot is almost equal to a full power blow of Martial Master. If he ignores them, his body will be riddled with arrows. Xun Hu did not expect that a martial master like himself was actually being pressured by a high school kid. And this wretched scene was also being transmitted live to the young master through holographic video. "Cursed brat, you can't kill me. When your arrows run out, it'll be your death." Xun Hu angrily roared. King Shan hands doesn't stop, only saying, "You don't have that long. Goodbye." He guided spiritual energy from his dantian, pouring it all in the arrow. Crackle. The arrow whizzed through the air, creating a crackling sound from the friction. The shot directly broke through Xun Hu's hands, and piercing into his chest. The walls behind Xun Hu couldn't handle the impact, cracked open and fell down from the height of the 22nd floor. The entire wall fell down. Behind Xun Hu there was only the night breeze, nothing else to brace himself on. Damn it. Xun Hu tried to regain his balance, stabilizing his stance again. However, he can only look in hopelessness as another arrow flew at him screaming. The fierce arrow finally took Xun Hu with it, flying out from the 22-story height, drew a parabola across the sky, and fell down a bit far away. Not just a master, even a grandmaster falling from a 22-story height will die without any doubt. Unless you reach the rank of martial eminence, forging your bones to be as strong as gold and steel that doesn't fear strong impact, can you survive? King Shan walked to the place where Xun Hu stood before and picked up the communicator that fell on the ground. "Niyun," a mad screaming voice in the communicator, "Bastard, you dare to kill my family's steward, you're in big trouble now, prepare to die soon." King Shan looked at the image feed in the communicator, suddenly spoke, "You seem to be at the biggest casino in the city district. If so, can you please stay right there for a while?" Niyun baffled, "What do you mean?" "Wait there for a moment, I'll come kill you right away." King Shan finished his words and threw the communicator out from the 22nd floor. He glanced at the thug curled up in the corner, then turned round to leave. When the thug saw that, he couldn't help but ask, "I'm no more use to you. You really won't kill me?" "What I asked you to do, you have already done, so you've earned back your life." Done speaking, King Shan continued to go out, soon disappearing down the stairs. The thug's face showed struggle, then he sighed and rushed out. He shouted, "Wait, you can't go to your death. Ni family's masters are as numerous as the clouds. There are also grandmasters and supernaturalists in the casino." Niyun just stared at the communicator, speechless for a while. "Young Master Ni, I'm sorry to say but it seems that I won," the sunglasses man said. Niyun suddenly stood up and ran out. A short moment after, A gorgeous droplet-shaped shuttle rose from the casino and quickly vanished. The sunglasses man stared at the shuttle leaving and laughed mockingly, acting so high and mighty, yet scared away by a single sentence. His face suddenly became serious, turned around and bowed, "Your Highness, please show a little restraint during the mission." The beautiful woman behind him slowly stood up, looking down at the blazing flame in her hands. The flames gathered on her hands, forming a silent skull, exuding the heavy darkness of death. The beautiful woman looked at the skull in her hand for a while. "It's so troublesome having to hide my identity." As she closed her palm, the flame also disappeared without a trace. Chapter 11. Investigating. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After a while, the beautiful woman whispered, "Go get the video surveillance footage from that apartment. I want to watch the battle again." The sunglasses man finally breathed a sigh of relief, but curiously asked, "It's just a master-level battle. What is there to watch?" The woman was silent for a moment and answered, "That boy was a bit strange. I want to take another look." The sunglasses man swiftly got the surveillance footage and started showing it from the beginning. "Stop," the woman said. As the sunglasses man pressed the pause button, the image stops. This was the last moment of the battle, the split second that King Shan used his full spirit energy to infuse the arrow. "Look," the woman narrowed her eyes, pointing at the arrowhead. "The air is always sensitive. Any force that makes contact with the air will make it react." The sunglasses man carefully looked, barely seeing on the arrowhead, two transparent ripples are formed on both sides. He shook his head and said, "I've never seen such a thing before. Is it another unknown superpower?" "Very interesting, although this power looks weak. It gives me a unique feeling." The beautiful woman stares at the screen. "We have to find a way to get in touch with this poor student." The long night finally ended. Chengnan, a high-class residential district. "You don't want to avenge your companion?" King Shan looked at the thug with a smile that's not smiling. Wang Ming, the thug, shook his head and said, "We were all people lured by the reward money. Working together was temporary. Before that I didn't know any of them." Wang Ming threw him a bunch of keys and said, "You spared my life, but the only thing I can do for you is give you a secret place like this to rest. After all, the Ni family is too powerful." King Shan took the keys, looked at the man in front of him unexpectedly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, then I will leave first." Wang Ming was a bit confused, quickly asked, "Leave to go where?" "To work." "To work?" Wang Ming couldn't catch up with the conversation. "Well, you have to work to earn money, to have food to eat. Plus I heard there's all sorts of things in university that require you to spend money." King Shan seriously replied. "As a civilian without any backers, wanting to go to a state-sanctioned university, not only is the tuition very high, but they also require a certain amount of merit. Plus his elective major is mesh study, whose tuition cost is several times that of other majors." King Shan have took on several jobs to make money, at the same time accumulated a large amount of personal merit to prepare for future education necessities. Wang Ming seriously wondered if his ears have gone bad and he actually heard wrong. This boy in front of him, capable of killing 5 hitmen in one breath. Even a martial master's got completely manipulated into a trap and died, falling from the 22nd floor and turned into mush. A person like that still have to work an actual job to earn money to maintain their livelihood. Note, as in, not sponsored or provided by anyone. From what he said, he's also about to enter college. Wang Ming has lived for more than 30 years, but for the first time today, he feels that his common sense has been flipped on its head. "I'll accept the keys." King Shan, after taking the key and thought for a bit, said, "I'll give you some advice. Right now immediately flee from Changning County. Go all the way east to Fuxi Republic." "Why?" Wang Ming asked. "Last night's incident must have already been known. I still have some protection from working at Su family's company. Ni family already failed once, so they likely will not move against me again without absolute confidence. But you are different. You're just a hitman that can't show himself in public. If you don't leave you could die at any time." King Shan continued, "You're more suited to making friends and doing business, not this cold-blooded career of a hitman. If you stay here, even if you don't get killed by Ni family, you will still one day be killed by someone else." Wang Ming stood silent for a long while, then said, "Then I am leaving now. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Swift decision without any hesitation or back and forth. This person's personality is not bad. The King Shan nodded, silently complimented him and left the room. Half an hour later, he arrived at a sky-high technology building. Swiping his card as normal and entered the building, swiped again to enter the underground facilities. After the iris certification and fingerprint authentication, changing into work clothes, he received his work ID card, headed into the elevator and went directly to the underground 50th floor. As the elevator door opens, a familiar electronic sound is heard. Changning Steel Mesh R&D Department welcomes you. Number 41157. The King Shan swiftly walked in. Across from him, there were several 5-meter-high steel mesh armors. Many people in overalls were busy working on the mesh and discussing between themselves. This is the largest mecha-based R&D center in Changning, and the core industry of Changning's Su family. Even if they are Su family members, without expertise in this area, they will also be refused entry. The King Shan looked at the cold fighting machines, feeling a sense of excitement in his heart. This is the product of human civilization, the crystallization of science and technology born from the crossing of countless frontier sciences, and representing this world's most powerful fighting force. Shuttles and helicopters, in front of the war meshs cast from steel, are simply too dull to even look at. These fantastic ice-cold machinery have an irresistible appeal to every man alive. Number 41157, Application for Research. The King Shan said, "Please describe the content of your work, so your hollow brain can be registered." Power control of electro-hydraulic drive of number 2 machine. Number 41157. Your application has been approved. The time is 6 days. Your accommodation room is 4009. Please pay attention to eating on time, work and rest appropriately to ensure good health. Thank you. The King Shan can finally relax. As expected, he can stay here for 6 days in a row. If the project is completed well enough, there will also be corresponding rewards. This place is absolutely safe, unless Fuxi Republic suddenly comes to invade the Confederate, and the whole of Changning County goes under siege. Ni family's hands could not reach even here. 6 days later is already the university entrance examination. After finishing the exams, I can freely flee to wherever I want. As for now, let's fully concentrate on studying meshs with absolute peace of mind. The King Shan, almost leaping with his steps, couldn't wait anymore and went straight to a mechanical armor. In the past life, I've made quite a few good things too. In addition, humanity kept on advancing technology for more than 10 years. I also never stopped my research on meshs. With so many years of constant study and research, my current expertise probably far exceeds this era. The facilities here are so good. Some previous research ideas can probably be verified. Outside the Changning Steel Mesh Company, on top of another tall building, the sunglasses man stood at the highest point, opened the communicator and reluctantly reported the matters concerning the King Shan. "You mean, he's also a serious mesh researcher?" The cold female voice came from the communicator, accompanied by the sound of a tapping keyboard. "Yes, Your Highness. The security here is very strict. Even if I risk exposing my ability, I'm afraid I won't be able to bring him out. Worst case, we might even risk a war." "That's okay, come back, no need to go through so much trouble, we can use the formal method," the female voice said, contemplating. "What do you mean by the formal method?" the sunglasses man cautiously asked. He can't help being so careful. The last time she said that, the formal method used was to declare war. Thinking about what transpired afterwards at that time, the sunglasses man still shakes in fear. "You can rest assured, I am going to declare an official visit, that way I won't have to use a fake identity." The sunglasses man was relieved, asked again, "What about our mission?" "What mission?" "Taking some of the top talents from the Confederate, Your Highness." "That's that we are doing." Sunglasses man's face shows disbelief and said, "This kid can be regarded as top talent?" On the other side of the communicator, the woman whose beauty knows no equal was quickly operating 2 virtual light screens as she answered, "I've calculated, his unknown ability increased the kinetic energy of the arrow by quite the amazing amount. In addition, You should take a look at the paper he published in the Federal Science and Technology magazine regarding mesh simulating human behavior. The woman stared at the information on the light screens, gently licking her lips. Her face showed a hint of excitement, looking like a cat who was about to catch her favorite fish. Chapter 12, Monster 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The woman thought for a while and added, "Put a surveillance robot at your position." The sunglasses man hesitated. "These things are very expensive. We only have a limited amount on our hands." The woman insisted, "Put one on him, he's worth this much." "Very well, as you wish, Your Highness." The sunglasses man shook his head, carefully took out a small silver box, gently placing it on a secret spot atop of the building. As soon as the small box was put down, it immediately became hidden. The sunglasses man shrugged and took out a micro-hollow brain. "Come, show me the staff information of Changning Steel Mesh Technology Company." Countless personal information started showing on the hollow brain one by one. The sunglasses man clicked on one of the avatars that appeared. A young and handsome face, showing a unique vitality of youth. "Yes, that's him." The sunglasses man's hands quickly tapped on the keyboard, showing a progress bar on the screen. The micro-hollow brain began to read King Shan's personal data. The sunglasses man raised his hand to look at his watch, mockingly complained, 15 seconds to track me, what a garbage security system. Changning's Su family really don't care for its employees. After only 7 seconds, the sunglasses man got the information he needed and decisively shut down the intrusion system. He continuously clicked on King Shan's personal data, quickly singled out his unique biological bands and vital signs. "King Shan, you can't run away now." The sunglasses man smiled and entered King Shan's information into the surveillance robot. That evening, King Shan ended a day of research, had dinner and took a walk in the company's artificial main stadium. Looking up at the sky, the shroud of night is already descending. The moon is hanging high, and the stars are shining like diamonds. Breezy and cool, a great evening. King Shan silently squinted. His Danshan's spirit energy moved, covering his eyes in an instant. The scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. Streaks of dark gray smoke floating in the sky, smooth as satin, silently sweeping close. King Shan frowned. These dark gray smoke are the essence of Huang Quan. The signs of the apocalypse have already appeared. Less than a year left, King Shan muttered. He quickened his steps and returned to the personal room arranged by the company. Since his return yesterday night, it should already be a day. It's time to enter the other world again. King Shan called out the game interface and looked at the time on the hourglass. Right as the last bit of sand fell, a curtain of light flashed. King Shan disappeared from the room. Early morning. King Shan was standing under the roof, seeming to have only left for a single moment, once again came back to this other world. Outside the outpost, the demon beast's body was still lying there, the arrow wounds all over his body leaking blood. King Shan found himself still holding the bow forward, kneeling on one knee, facing the military camp gate to shoot. It's like he never left at all. King Shan stood up and shouted, "Zhaolu!" There was no movement, and no one responded. King Shan reluctantly said again, "Zhaolu, it's over, come out." Quite a while later, Zhaolu, still shaking, finally came behind King Shan. He poked his head from behind King Shan's shoulder and looked out. Is it dead?" "Already dead. Come help me bring it in." Zhaolu looked at the monster, and then looked at King Shan, and said, "Brother Gu, I didn't know you were so strong." King Shan answered, "Less nonsense, more work. Get the tools, we're bringing the demon beast back to the military camp." Zhaolu, seemingly a bit more courageous, looked at the monster again and said happily, "Motherfucker, this big one is enough for us to eat for a month." King Shan nodded, his heart a bit more settled. Demon beast meat contains ample blood energy. Even an ordinary person who eats it will be able to strengthen the bones and muscles, increasing strength. His wounds were only healed with 2 healing pills. As soon as he returned to reality, he fought 2 battles in a row. The second one was even against a martial master, almost completely exhausting all his mental power and strength. At this moment, King Shan can detect the faint pain in his body. The wounds that just healed, once again showing signs of reopening. In this situation, if you can keep eating demon beast meat and rest for a while, it will benefit the body greatly. Zhao Lu quickly ran into the kitchen and taking out a large net bag, long rope, boning knife and other tools. The two were ready to go outside the outpost. King Shan asked while walking, "Why didn't you bury the dead people in front of the camp?" In the end, they were all comrades. Zhao Lu complained, "Before, the commander simply didn't care. What can a cook like me do? If I left the outpost alone to dig, if I happen to run into some sort of monster, I'll die for sure." King Shan patted him on the shoulder and said, "When the monster is brought in, go with me to bury the dead." Zhao Lu hesitated, not saying anything. King Shan said again, "The putrid smell of blood from the dead pit is too strong. If it attracts a powerful demon that can see through the invisibility formation of the outpost, you and I both will end up dead." "That is fine." Zhao Lu thought about the scene, finally gritted his teeth and answered. The two walked to the gate of the military camp, Zhao Lu already half a step out of the outpost. But suddenly, King Shan pulled his collar back, which made almost him fall down face first. Zhao Lu annoyed, "Brother Gu, what are you doing?" King Shan raised his hand and made a gesture of silence. Zhao Lu still wanted to complain, but seeing King Shan's face full of seriousness, his heart sank and didn't say anything more. He stood up and lowered his voice and asked, "What happened?" King Shan pointed to the otter outside the camp. After several days of heavy rain, a disc-sized puddle was formed on the ground. Right now, the rain suddenly stopped, but the ripples on the puddles continued, as if something was disturbing it from underneath. King Shan pulled Zhao Lu and retreated 7-8 steps backwards. It's still silent outside the outpost. After a few more moments, the water in the puddle returned to calm. Zhao Lu held his breath and waited for a long time without seeing any movements. Right then, he breathed a sigh of relief, smiled wanting to speak. But he didn't say anything, because King Shan covered his mouth, immediately retreated a few dozens more meters, stopping all the way back at the other end of the outpost. King Shan pressed him into the mud, himself also laid down and smeared black mud all over his body. A few days of rain have already softened the soil. King Shan only need to grab to get a handful, while smearing it over himself. He also gestured to Zhao Lu to do the same. Although Zhao Lu is a kitchen staff, many daily chores are done by him alone, but after all, he has not been through this kind of suffering, so he can't help but want to stand up. He arched his back to stand up, but suddenly fell down in the black mud again. This time his whole body was covered with muddy water, no need to be smeared on anymore. Zhao Lu planted his hands on the ground, only to feel the ground shaking. He himself cannot do anything, not even stand up. The earth is shaking violently. Zhao Lu's horrified, opened his mouth to scream only to once again fall into the mud. Is the earth dragon turning over? Zhao Lu looked at King Shan full of questions, but he only saw him looking at the direction of the dead pit, still fully concentrating. Zhao Lu followed King Shan's gaze only to see an unforgettable scene. A giant foot so big it fills his entire line of sight, and is several times larger than the entire military outpost. As this foot stepped on a dense forest outside the outpost, all the trees were razed to the ground. Looking up the foot, the thick leg extends deep into the dark clouds, his eyes unable to see the end. Zhao Lu is stunned looking at this scene. Only then did he understand that there was no earth dragon to turn its body, it was simply this foot stepping on the ground, and the impact caused the earth to shake. Then, an even more insane scene unfolds. Note: Huang Guan, literally golden river, the equivalent of river Styx in Chinese mythology. It's more commonly used to refer to hell itself, rather than the actual river in hell which have a different name. Chapter 13, Monster, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Another huge foot stretched down from the black clouds, stomping right next to the dead pit and caused another small earthquake. The two people hidden in the mud were almost shaken off the ground. A horrid giant hand appeared from the clouds, in a single handful, took the entire dead pit together with the demon beast the size of a small hill away. The giant hand slowly retracted, returning to the clouds. The dull chewing sounds almost seemed like thunder from above. The sky once again darkened as cold, black blood poured down like rain, soaking the empty field in front of the outpost into a deathly black color. giving off a putrid foul smell. After a while, the chewing sounds in the clouds stopped, same with the raining black blood. The two giant feet continued forward into the distance, each step resounding through the earth. In just a few steps, they already left the sight of King Shan and Zhaolu. Zhaolu, baffled, asked, "What kind of monster was that?" King Shan's heart sinks all the way to the bottom, muttering, "So even it already appeared." Zhaolu kept repeating himself, "What monster was that? What kind of monster was that?" King Shan ignored him, thinking silently. The faceless giant, an extremely rare demon, a powerful chaotic species. The faceless giant doesn't usually come out. Only when the demon army has encircled a humanity stronghold for too long, will it receive the order to attack and break the stalemate. From the memory of his past life, this is still the last year of peace. The first wave of demon invasion had only just begun. Why did a powerhouse like Faceless Giant appear already? This was only the first all-out war between humanity and demon, one that took a whole year to reach a conclusion. King Shan remembers this very clearly. In the final battle of this year-long war, hundreds of millions of players wasn't able to take down the Faceless Giant, and could only watch helplessly as the Faceless Giant destroyed the border town. At that time, the players have only just entered the game for half a year. Both their level and gear were very unremarkable. The appearance of the Faceless Giant brought a deep sense of powerlessness to all players. In the end, it was a plot character called the First Immortal King, that finally defeated this demon. But at that time, the border town was already destroyed, human troops were already defeated and scattered, so they had to retreat from the map, giving up a large area of rich land as a buffer. In the first campaign, humanity was beaten into retreat just like that. However, right now is still only the last year of peace. The war had only just begun. Both humanity and demonkind were still testing out one another. For the Faceless Giant to appear at this time, the plot isn't right. Unless something that King Shan doesn't know about happened. King Shan felt a shroud of mist in his mind, himself unable to tear it open to see the truth. Zhaolu's eyes are still dull, still repeating the same sentence. What kind of monster was that? King Shan struck the back of Zhaolu's neck and let him faint. Zhaolu was stimulated too intensely, his mind already going haywire. It's better for him to take a break. The first time seeing a monster like the Faceless Giant, even players were deeply shocked. Not to mention, this is a real world and not at all a game, and Zhaolu is just an ordinary person. Suddenly seeing such a demon, he could very well have been scared mindless. King Shan took Zhaolu into the barracks, threw him on a marching bed, and turned back to the outpost gates. Since the Faceless Giant appeared, maybe its accompanying units will as well. Not even 15 minutes later, a demon squad showed itself. With a single horn on its head, the grey flame serpent slithers across the forest, moving so quick that it was almost unseen, only leaving a burning trace on the ground. On its back, a humanoid monster sat, wearing grey heavy armor, both hands and feet made of claws, no facial features, only a big bloody mouth that splits open all the way to the back of the head. Mud Bloodthirster. If it is ever allowed to breach into the human army line, it can cause a small massacre. After the first grey flame serpent appeared, more quickly followed. On the back of each of them sat a Bloodthirster. 1, 2, 3, a total of 20. King Shan held his breath and stood inside the outpost, silently counting. The demon squad quickly swept past the outpost, chasing in the direction of the Faceless Giant, disappearing into the jungle. Through all that, the outpost was not discovered, which was really fortunate. But King Shan couldn't feel any joy. Grey Flame Serpent is the king of assassination within demon beasts, their action silent, as well as being able to use fire of the 5 elementals by birth, extremely difficult opponents to deal with. Not to mention the bloodthirsters demons that are controlling them. The general of this outpost was killed at the hands of a few of those bloodthirsters. In the military, there is an unwritten rule: if the soldiers encounter a bloodthirster demon while doing their mission, they can immediately give up the task without being punished by their superiors, because only the generals can fight against this kind of demon. 20 Grey Flame Serpents and 20 Bloodthirster can launch a devastating surprise attack on any army. Yet they all follow the pace of the Faceless Giant, quietly moving. This is a big deal. Just as King Shan was thinking that, suddenly he noticed a small bird perched on the tree branches outside the outpost. This bird has a human face, only looking to rest on the branch for a short time, and would then chase after the faceless giant again. So tired, go catch up, the strange man-faced bird complained. It spreads its wings, shakes off the blood on its body, using its short beak to tend to a long wound under its wings. The wound is very deep, blood still dripping out from time to time. King Shan stared at the wound of the strange bird, after thinking for only a moment, raised his bow and pulled the strings. Rapid fire. 3 arrows in a row, followed by 6, and finally 12, cutting off all escape routes. Shooting these 21 arrows in one breath, King Shan's hands are shaking even with his stable skill. In that moment, King Shan fully used all his power. Once you've decided to act, you can't give the enemy any chance to live. Otherwise, this kind of intelligent bird monster will definitely alert the demon army. The sharp arrows turned into killer shadows, flying out of the outpost and straight at the strange bird. The first 3 arrows, only one of them hit the strange bird, forcing it to struggle to fly up. Its 2 wings quickly rose and dodged the next 6 arrows, but ended completely surrounded by the 12 final arrows, turning into a sieve. Soul points +2, current soul point 35. You have mastered the skill stable, successfully broke through in battle. The skill is upgraded to solid. A warm feeling flowed into his arms, not going away for a while after. A growth skill. King Shan was mildly surprised, immediately took out an arrow, put it on the bowstrings and pulled. His arms were completely still, not even a slight tremble. King Shan tried moving, running, and even rushed forward and backward, but no matter what he did, it didn't affect the stillness of his aim. His hands are steady, as if this was the correct and only aiming posture since ancient times. A great skill. Putting down the bow and arrow, King Shan evaluated what he found out just now. It wasn't a legendary growth skill, but an evolution of a common skill. But that's still very good. Stable is a primary skill. Solid is a slightly more powerful primary skill. War God skills is able to transform a primary skill into another, more powerful skill. This ability really is full of surprises. The skill Solid at first glance seems to only increase the stability of his actions, but the practical effect of it is great. From now on, even if King Shan is moving quickly in combat, his hands will not tremble even a little, giving him the ability to keep pressing his attack under various combat situations. In the face of a powerful monster with slow movement, he can employ a hit-and-run tactic, without worrying about his shooting action being messed up during violent, quick movements. King Shan put away the bow, went out to drag the demon bird back into the outpost, made a fire and threw it in. No matter how strange and mysterious a demon is, after being burned to ash it will no longer be any trouble. Huh? What is this? King Shan checked the ash after the flame burned out, mildly surprised. What he saw was a blood-color jade piece, lying in the ashes. Chapter 14, Desire. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan picked up the blood-color jade piece, carefully observed it for a while before infusing it with spirit energy. Bit by bit, suddenly a disembodied voice rang from the jade piece. The target continued shifting southward, eastward 762, southward 94, command, faceless giant, bloodthirster squad on full pursuit. King Shan listened and suddenly understood. This is the demon army's secret dispatch order, a badge to transmit order for the army on the field. It seems that the strange bird was a demon army messenger, specializing in information transmission and mobilization of troops. A messenger have to be extremely fast. When flying in full force, that bird can move as quick as lightning. If it wasn't already seriously injured, King Shan would definitely not be able to strike it down. Without the real-time information and commands from the strange bird, the demon hit squad will definitely deviate from the targets they are tracking. King Shan looked a bit at the blood-color jade piece and put it into his inventory bag. Who could predict that he actually ruined the dispatch of the demon army completely by accident? The demon bird is dead. That should be able to give the faceless giant and bloodthirster some trouble for a while. My own cultivation is still too low, so I can only contribute so much. King Shan sighs. This can't go on. I have to change my situation as soon as possible. Power. I need power. At this moment, King Shan's eyes are full of determination and desire. Washing off the black mud, he went to check on Zhao, only to see that he's still passed out. King Shan replenished his arrows, strapped the military bow to his back, and left the outpost. It wasn't until evening that King Shan dragged a demon beast back to the outpost. He didn't actually go too far, but because his cultivation was too low, he had to employ all of his hiding skills. Went around the outpost's perimeter, dodging a few fierce demon beasts' sights, finally able to hunt a few low-level smaller beasts. These monsters are ranked the lowest of the low, suitable for the first few stages of Chi training to take on. With the measly strength he has as a Chi training stage 2 cultivator, it took all the arrows in the quiver, as well as adding some more wounds to his body for him to manage to kill a few. This can't be helped. In the past life, players that wanted to hunt demon beast at the start of the game also had to form large teams, using all their strength just to take down a single one. And even though it's called a smaller beast, it still easily weigh 300 or 400 pounds, extremely hard for a normal person to even budge, let alone carry. The storage bag has limited space, and in order to keep his mobility, King Shan only took one of them back. He just left the rest of them there on the spot. The jungle is always dangerous. The heavy bloody smell on the corpses of demon beast will quickly attract many predators. The war god system also seemed to treat hunting low-level beasts with scorn, as a whole day of hunting only gave King Shan a total of 1 soul point. He only has a total of 4 soul points right now, but his experience value isn't quite as bad, having already reached 10 points, meaning he can level up again. The smaller beast that was dragged back should be enough for him and Zhao to eat for a while. If it wasn't for the fact that there isn't enough spirit stone to maintain the invisibility formation, they could stay for at least a dozen more days. When King Shan returned to the outpost, Zhao was already awake. Zhao stood at the gate with a desperate look on his face. Only when he saw King Shan and the body of the smaller beast behind him did vitality return to his face. Zhao bowed his waist, staring straight at the smaller beast, almost unable to move his eyes. He said, "Brother Gu, thank you for before, you can go rest. I'll deal with this beast, guaranteed you'll be satisfied with the meal tonight. Take it." King Shan left the beast there, returned to the room, sat in a meditation position and closed his eyes. Current experience points, 10/10. Do you want to level up? Yes. With King Shan's choice confirmed, his body's blood essence quickly rose, as well as his spirit energy also rising, but inside him a checkpoint was blocking the spirit energy flow, not letting them pass. Being able to sense the presence of the checkpoint means that the time to break through it is ripe. This is an opportunity to break through to the next level. King Shan's body naturally went into a state of breakthrough. Breathing out the blocked gas, King Shan felt a wave of pleasure washing through his body. Success. He finally broke through to Chi training stage 3. King Shan immediately recollects the spirit energy, carefully spreading it around his body meridians, slowly taking care of his body. He has too many minor injuries, so he can't be careless. While caring for his body with spirit energy, he looked at the UI. Current experience points, 0/15. To level up again, he needs to go out and hunt again. King Shan can only feel an unprecedented sense of urgency in his heart. The faceless giant is equal to a high-tier rejuvenation rank cultivator in strength, an existence that King Shan can only look up to right now. With the strength of the faceless giant, the outpost should already be discovered, but since there are only 2 weak ants in the outpost, it simply couldn't be bothered to do anything. This feeling of your own life and death being in the hands of a demon, doesn't feel good at all. King Shan walked back and forth for a bit and made up his mind. This won't do. I have to keep grinding to level up and rush to the rank of Foundation Establishment. From Chi Training to Foundation Establishment, from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, pretty much at every major rank up, there is a chance to gain a superpower. Of course, having a chance means you can also fail and gain nothing. There are 4 types of superpowers in this world, all of them exactly the same as reality. They are in order: martial art, 5 elemental supernaturalist, God's chosen, and heavens descended. A martial art superpower stimulates the latent power in the body, and the power boost is nothing to laugh at. For sword cultivators and body cultivators, these are most suitable. 5 Elemental Supernaturalist stimulates the spirituality of the body, which is used to open up the main 5 elemental roots, or a mutated elemental root, and enables their use in a fight. God's chosen skills have all sorts of shape and form. King Shan himself knows only a few thousand of them. This kind of superpower is innate, completely depending on luck. It is impossible to predict, so no need to mention it here. As for Heaven Ascended, this is a title, specifically used to call people who have divine skills. The so-called divine skills are things that can flip the heaven and earth, perform incredible miracles, changing the common sense, to reverse the tide of fate, orchestrating the fall of the stars, causing the end of all things. Such skills are completely beyond the reach of ordinary players. Even in this other world, only the most powerful human cultivators have divine skills. King Shan doesn't expect himself to awaken a God's chosen skill, not to mention divine skills. He doesn't even hope to open one of the 5 elemental roots. He only wants to get a martial arts superpower to greatly increase his pure fighting strength. For the sake of his own life, he has to get a superpower. King Shan is filled with a desire to be stronger, but is still very calm and collected, constantly using spirit energy to care for his injuries. His injuries is not yet healed, both his body and spirit are very tired, so he can't force himself to go out wrestling between life and death with demon beasts. Taking time to sharpen your blade won't dull your woodcutting skills. Giving yourself time to rest is necessary. Note, this idiom isn't translated that well. Basically he's saying rushing things won't do you any good. About 2 hours later, Zhao Lu came. A whole table full of rich and juicy grilled demon beast meat, accompanied by light rice porridge. King Shan and Zhao Lu had their fill, packed everything up appropriately and sat around the charcoal fire to talk. Are there any swords in the outpost? King Shan asked. At Chi Training Stage 3, you can slowly begin to practice the sword. A bow for ranged attacks and a sword for melee. This is King Shan's vision of his way of fighting for this life. Sword? Zhao Lu shook his head. Only officers can carry a sword, but the officers in the outpost are already dead. Their weapons were thrown in the dead pit together with them. The dead pit was swallowed whole by the faceless giant. Not even a bit of slag is left. King Shan could only sigh helplessly. Once he was a sword cultivator, yet after returning he hasn't even had a sword to touch. How laughable. Chapter 15, A Choice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan didn't give up and continued asking, what about the outpost itself? Everyone is dead, but the military reserve is still are there no weapon left? Zhao Lu answered, I have the key to the reserve room, but I don't use weapons, so I've never been inside. How about you come check with me? King Shan said with pleasure. Gladly. The two of them went to the reserve room, checking it with a candle. Each and every row of the weapon shelves were empty. Walking from start to end, all they saw was a half-broken machete on the final row. King Shan furrowed his brows, checks around the wall again to find a hidden wall sunken lock. Behind the sunken lock should be where the high-rank officers keep high-grade items. This part is the same as in his past life. In the past life, whenever players find an abandoned cultivator stronghold, the first thing they do is to find leftover treasures. After a while, the methods and tricks were compiled into an actual science. Towards the later stages of the game, even a profession called treasure hunter was born. King Shan looks a bit at the sunken lock and was sure. He said, this place's sunken lock is relatively high grade. Probably only the commanding general had the keys. Zhao Lu, a bit surprised, looking at the lock, can't help but said, but the general already died in battle. King Shan, do you know where his personal quarters are? I do. Come, let's go check it out. The two of them searched the general's room for a while. Finally it was King Shan that found the key. Taking the key back to the reserve room, King Shan opened the sunken lock. All that was inside was a small booklet and dirty-looking plate. The plate had numerous cracks. Many of the inscriptions on it already started to fall off. A formation plate. King Shan's heart skipped a beat, quickly walked forward and picked it up. Low-level formation plate damage. Psychedelic formation inscribed. To comprehend psychedelic formation usage method, soul point cost, 17 soul points, much higher than the maximum amount Gekingshan can have. Basically impossible for him to learn right now. But Gekingshan's focus isn't that. Flipping the plate around, Gekingshan pressed a center crucial point on the plate, opening a compartment in it. Light blue light droplets fell from the plate, scattering on the ground. Gekingshan pressed another place on the plate, dropping even more light droplets. Spirit stones. Zhaolu shouted in joy, immediately crouched down to pick them up. Gekingshan's heart also relaxes a bit. Even though the formation plate was broken, the spirit stones placed for power were almost unused. Even the spare spirit stones stored inside were untouched. It's likely that no one else but the commanding officer who died an unexpected death knew about this, and that's why these spirit stones still remain. What a pleasant surprise. After picking up all the spirit stones and counted, the total was a whopping 75 stones. This way, the invisibility formation of the outpost can hold out for a couple dozen for days. Gekingshan put the plate down, picking up the booklet and flipped through. Military Chi training method. First stage, Chi. Second stage, Yinmen. Third stage, Chashang. Fourth stage, Yin. Fifth stage, Xuzhong. Sixth stage, Link. Seventh stage, Shentang. To comprehend the first three stages, soul points cost 1. To comprehend the fourth and fifth stages, soul points cost 2. To comprehend the sixth stage, soul points cost 3. To comprehend the seventh stage, soul points cost 6. This is the military cultivation method, the most common of all cultivation methods, incomparable to secret cultivation methods from big sects and clans. But this kind of cultivation method also has its advantages. First is that your foundation will be incredibly firm, aiding the breakthrough to foundation establishment realm. The second is that people who uses this cultivation method are everywhere, making it inconspicuous. This is like someone giving you a pillow just as you were feeling sleepy. But don't you usually use experience points to level up? How come soul points can be used as well? As Gekingshan was thinking, his war god UI was already showing a shining line of text. Complete cultivation method found, war god UI preparations complete. From now on, the user can choose to use soul points instead of experience points to level up. Soul points have high exclusivity. Once you used soul points, you cannot use experience points to level up anymore. Please choose carefully. Talk about flexible. As long as you have the method to level up will be the same as comprehending skills, only requiring soul points. In that case, soul points just became much more important. Gekingshan looks at his war god UI and contemplates. What exactly are soul points? He asked. War god UI responds. The most fundamental power of all beings. The origin of the soul. Fundamental and origin, those two words, are extremely rare in-game, always representing an extreme limit. This type of extreme power must have its own characteristics. Gekingshan began to seriously think about it. In later stages of the game, the amount of experience points needed for each level becomes an astronomical number, becoming invisible shackles for the large amount of players. But soul points seems to be a higher quality power. Choosing soul points will naturally free him from the known shackles of experience points, but what the road ahead is like becomes an unknown. However, thinking about the numerous players who can all be called prodigies, none of them could reach the highest peak of fighting strength in the other world until the very end, and experience points had to be the biggest culprit for that. He already had his chance to do things over. Would he still need to walk on this failed path? But this is also a huge gamble. Gekingshan finally decided and spoke with conviction. I choose to level up using soul points. The user has chosen soul points, going one step closer towards becoming war god. Please keep working hard. Following the cold system voice, the experience points column on Gekingshan's UI disappeared, leaving only soul points left. Gekingshan silently stared at his UI, tucking the booklet into his chest. As the two people left the reserve room to go back to the barracks, Zhaolu couldn't stop smiling. Separating, each of them returned to their own room. Gekingshan closed the door, sat down on the bed, leaving the military chi training method booklet on his knee. King Shan already passed the first 3 ranks of Qi, Yinmen, Shashang, so he went ahead and took a look at the 4th and 5th ranks. Already having a cultivation guidebook, to increase his strength, to increase the maximum soul points, this is his best choice. King Shan isn't an indecisive person, already made his choice. He said, I choose to comprehend the 4th stage, Jin breakthrough method. Comprehension began, consumed 2 soul points, current soul points, 2-5. Heat flows from the booklet into King Shan's thought sea. In only one breath, the spirit energy guiding method, the breathing rhythm required to break through the checkpoint, the method to circulate blood essence, all deeply imprinted in King Shan's mind. King Shan closes his eyes, silently guided his spirit energy, attacking the checkpoint in his body. It's almost like he's already a stage 4 cultivator, only revisiting this process again. The military chi training method is simple and rough, but there's absolutely no mistakes or omissions, ensuring safe cultivation. His spirit energy gathers at the checkpoint, suddenly contracts, and then expand, easily breaking through his Tian. King Shan checks himself, seeing the spirit energy slowly turning in his dungeon already became 1 size bigger. Chapter 16, Continuous Breakthroughs. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Maximum soul points +1, current soul point limit, 6, current soul points, 2-6. With the help of soul points, King Shan, just like the people of this world, leveled up with cultivation. A player that doesn't rely on experience to level up, this is something that has never happened before in the history of the game. King Shan was afraid there would be problems, so he carefully checked himself again, surprised to find that his spirit energy is already full. When leveling up with experience points, it takes a lot of time to nurse the Danshan, slowly filling up the new energy limit after breaking through. Who could predict using soul points to break through would immediately put him at full spirit energy? It seems that soul point really is high quality, so I've won the gamble. In that case, with his foundation, he can still keep on breaking through. Let's hurry it up. Again, King Shan decided to no longer waste time thinking, once again command his spirit energy to circulate his body just as he learned from the booklet, quickly finding the 5th checkpoint. This checkpoint is called the Xuzhong point. King Shan tried for a while, almost breaking through several times, but always falling short at the end. He stood up, walked a few laps around the room to readjust his mind, took a deep breath and sat down again. Consume 2 soul points, comprehend the 5th stage, Xuzhong cultivation method. Consumption complete, current soul points, 0-6. This time not letting him down, using the method comprehended in his thought sea, he was able to immediately break through the 5th checkpoint, Xuzhong. King Shan's inner spirit energy quickly rises again non-stop. When it finally calmed down, his total spirit energy was already twice that of Chi training stage 4. Before, when he killed Xunhu, King Shan still had to be a bit clever, but if it was him right now, a single arrow is probably enough to obliterate Xunhu. He's now a Chi training stage 5 practitioner, finally caught up to his cultivator peers in this world. This is already very remarkable, as even in this cultivator world, for a 16-17 years old adolescent to reach Chi training stage 5 isn't an easy task. Maximum soul points +1, current soul point limit, 7, current soul points, 0-7. His maximum soul point have increased from 6 to 7. King Shan looked at his soul points, thinking about the 2 remaining skills on the military bow. Since his maximum soul point has increased, he's no longer in a rush to comprehend precision. If he can save up 6 soul points, he can comprehend the final skill Swallow's Fly twice instead. His past life's cultivation was no more, but his knowledge and eyes are still there. 1. Precision can improve the hit rate and accuracy, a must-have skill, but Swallow's Fly twice is obviously a powerful archery attack skill. For a player, no matter how high your level is, without a strong attack skill, you can't even make use of your vast spirit energy. Therefore, Swallow's Fly twice is more important. King Shan silently thought to himself, stood up only to feel an overflowing sense of power in this body, enough to even punch through the earth. This is an illusion brought from breaking through too quickly, and having this feeling shows that his foundation has become somewhat unstable. That's obvious. Breaking through 2 stages in a row is rare even in the cultivator world. King Shan practiced a set of common military fist-fighting skill in his room. Feeling no effect, he simply took the military-bound quiver, getting ready to leave. As he passed through Zhao Lu's room, he could hear a loud snoring noise. Seems like Zhao Lu finally got a good night's sleep. King Shan kept walking, soon leaving the outpost and disappeared into the night. He's going to hunt some of the stronger monsters, both to consolidate his cultivation while struggling between life and death and to farm some soul points. The jungle. A brown-grey large serpent fell from the tree, its thick body slamming on the ground and made a loud bang. The serpent is the hunter at the top of this jungle's food chain, having never failed a hunt. Even demon beasts that are stronger than it, after struggling for a while, would still fall to its venomous fangs, becoming food in its belly. When hunting, this serpent monster has never felt impatience. But today, it has met an acute hunter. Only a few minutes after the battle began, both its eyes were shot blind, its 7-inch thick body was riddled with sharp arrows. Despite using all its strength, it couldn't deal any significant damage to the enemy. The serpent monster breathed its last, full of unwillingness. Soul points +5, current soul points 77. King Shan came out from the shadow behind the branches, looking at the monster in front of him. He went here once when he was still Chi training stage 2, got chased by this serpent for more than 10 miles and had to use everything just to escape. This time he's at Chi training stage 5. His strength was more than double that of before, so he came back to kill it. Among the common monsters, serpent and snake types are relatively rare. There probably isn't even a second one in this whole forest. The snake-type monster's whole body is a treasure trove. Snake livers are an antidote for most poisons as well as being able to treat heavy wounds. Snake blood can strengthen the 5 senses. Snake meat when eaten can strengthen the body. Snake teeth are great material for daggers and arrows. This serpent monster has probably lived for over 100 years, so its material will most likely be quite exceptional. King Shan took out a dagger, stabbed into the serpent's body and starts dissecting it. 2 snake livers as big as a newborn baby rolled out, caught by King Shan. The snake's liver is crystal clear, emitting a dull milky white shimmer. This is definitely high-grade material, because of its rarity and efficacy. Even in the cultivation world these things can only be found and never asked for. 2. King Shan carefully put away one of them, picked up the other and finished eating in just 2-3 mouthfuls. Just a few moments later, the wounds on his body already starts to itch. King Shan was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect it to work so quickly. Monster serpent's bile inside the liver can dissolve poison inside the body, as well as stimulating life force to close up wounds. At this speed, in just about 1-2 hours all his injuries will have healed. King Shan went on to remove the snake teeth. This place is too far away, furthermore right now being night, the time when demon beasts are out to hunt. Wanting to bring this back to the outpost alone is like talking in your sleep. King Shan can only seize the time and choose the most useful parts to take. Both the liver and teeth are stashed away. Then King Shan took out his marching water bag, dumping the water out and filling it with snake blood. He tried to take a sip and is met with a disgusting taste. King Shan gritted his teeth, swallowed and closed the lid. Can't drink too much of this stuff. Chi training stage cultivators can't handle it. After collecting all useful materials from the serpent monster, next is the real reason he came here. This serpent monster was the most difficult to tonight, giving him 5 soul points at once, plus a few that were killed before. Now it is finally the time for his harvest. King Shan took a deep breath. Looking at the war god UI, consume 6 soul points to comprehend Swallow's flight twice. Swallow's flight twice comprehension complete, current soul points, 17. Heat flows from the military bow into King Shan's arm, spreading over this body. A variety of techniques, power control, spirit energy operation, hand movements, grasping the wind and distance, one after another appeared in King Shan's mind. After the heat circulated twice around King Shan's body, it flowed into this thought sea and gradually dissipate. It took so much work, but finally he learned this powerful skill. Note: 1. Eyes are still there. A common saying in Chinese is the higher you stand, the higher your eyes become. It's commonly used to describe how your view changes as you mature. Here it is used to say that his ability to discern good items is still there. 2. Can only be found, but not asked for, an idiom in Chinese, meaning something rare enough that you won't find it by asking around, but isn't very rare enough since you can sometimes find it randomly. Chapter 17. Shifting Flurry. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan opens his eyes, pulling out 2 arrows from the quiver, set them both on the arrow, slightly pulled and let go. As the 2 arrows quickly flew out, they drew a twisting curved pattern on the air, both pinning a single leaf to its tree. Curved arrows. King Shan's heart slightly jumps. The skill was just as he thought. This way, the trajectory of his attacks becomes unpredictable. Using spirit energy to guide the path, King Shan mumbled, then got ready to use Swallow's Fly twice again. The 2 arrows shot out at different directions, each drawing a large curve, avoiding trees in their way, both hitting a fleeing rabbit around 100 meters away within the dense forest. Even King Shan, as a person who returned from more than 10 years in the future, was highly fascinated by this skill. So this is humanity's general class archery skill. King Shan paced back and forth, thought a bit to himself and raised the bow. Rapid fire. Swallow's Flight twice. As the bowstring kept being pulled back again and again, the arrows it shot all curved in weird ways, not hitting their targets. King Shan frowned, again fell into thought. Swallow's Flight twice is a very good skill. But why can't he do a rapid fire with it? Could it be that powerful skills like this have a cooldown? No, that can't be right. He experimented again and again, still not able to succeed. Swallow's Fly twice is a high-level archery skill, so if it's used consecutively you can't guarantee the precision anymore. No, that's also not correct. King Shan, in a frenzy-like state, kept experimenting again and again. Halfway through he even unconsciously combined solid in as well. After an hour, 2 arrows shot turned into grey shadows, almost seeming like real live snakes, drawing a twisting curving trajectory, both hitting a leaf at the same time. The arrow's flying trajectory cannot be predicted at all. Combined with a rapid fire speed, anyone that faces King Shan's arrows will completely be overwhelmed, not knowing how or where to dodge at all. King Shan lightly nodded, lowering his bow. Sure enough, you can actually do it, the only problem being whether or not you can spend the effort to think, to practice the skills. Ping. The sudden system sound made King Shan's heart jumped. Glancing up, he saw on the War God UI, the round button representing War God skills was flashing a notice. User King Shan combined 3 archery skills into one, creating a new skill. Shifting Flurry. Shifting Flurry. Primary. Fire 5 consecutive arrows with unpredictable trajectory to attack enemies in a very short time period. Note, as in elementary, the very first level. This is possible. King Shan opened his mouth in surprise, staring speechlessly at the primary next to the skill name. The word primary means that there will be a higher grade. Who would have thought he could create a growth skill just like that? As he was still surprised, a shining small line of text appeared on War God UI. Growth skills are exceptionally rare. User is advised to train it more in order to raise its level as soon as possible. That's right, a regular skill's strength is dependent only on how much spirit energy is put into it. Its output changes depending on how much spirit energy is used. But growth skills are different. A unique aspect of all growth skills is that, as a player train his skill works more and more, its own power will also rise, all the way until heaven. These types of skills are so rare you can only pray and hope to get one. At later stages of the game, when growth skills have already reached a certain peak, some of them even started to be praised as semi-divine skills. Anyone with a growth skill becomes a person for people to look up to in envy. King Shan breaths in and solemnly raises his bow. Shifting Flurry. Pew 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 pew. 5 consecutive sounds. 5 shadows quickly flew, just like a chaotic dance of snakes and dragons. Every arrow seems to be alive, drawing different arcs across the air, dodging every obstacle, finally hitting the same branch more than 200 meters away. King Shan is completely stunned by his own skill. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "System, can I keep combining regular skills to make growth skills?" The war god UI is silent for a bit, then suddenly a line of text: "Comprehending others' skills is just an initial function, helping the user to constantly create more growth skills. That is the true purpose of war god skills." King Shan sighs, mumbling to himself, "So I was wrong this whole time, so this is the true value of war god skills." Looking at the row of buttons at the bottom of his war god UI, only war god skills is active right now. But this one function has already given him so much to be surprised about. If one day, all of my skills are growth skills. Simply terrifying. King Shan tightly grips the military bow, suddenly gaining greater a sense of confidence. Growth skills and soul points. Both of these are very unique things. Using soul points to increase his level and skills is already much more cost-effective compared to using experience points. At least in the short run, through the use of military chi training method, the amount of soul points required for every level is still trivial. King Shan can just use soul points to level up instead of being like the players in his past life, having to struggle and collect each and every bit of experience point possible. At later stages of the game, every level requires a terrifying amount of experience points, greatly slowing down how quickly a player can increase their own fighting strength. Aside from that, there's also the war god UI, letting him create growth skills by himself. King Shan suddenly had a feeling, he can definitely go much further now compared to his past life. Since his unexpected return to the past, King Shan's heart was always under a constant pressure and a sense of urgency. This is a lost age, a part of history where players didn't exist. Since his return, he could see strange things that was different from his past life everywhere. Many things that he didn't know about before are now quietly happening. Even the near-invincible chaotic species Faceless Giant already appeared. King Shan could almost feel the grip of death inching closer and closer. This type of intuition is instinctive, having saved his life in the past numerous times. For the sake of the present, he has to desperately get stronger, so that in a future not far from now, at the time that death comes, he'll be able to find that one chance of survival. King Shan sighs again, glancing at the war god UI to look at his skill column. Right now, on the skill column there are 3 skills: solid, rapid fire, shifting flurry. Primary Swallow's fly twice is already gone, completely replaced by shifting flurry. Unlike the first 3 skills he got, shifting flurry requires more spirit energy to control the arrow's flight, as well as having a primary ranking. This is nothing surprising. Stronger skills naturally require more spirit energy. After this, I'll have to spend quite a bit of time to train this skill, quickly raising shifting flurry skill rank. King Shan quickly packed up and prepared to leave. Not far from here, demon beasts seem to have already caught the bloody smell of the serpent's corpse. Their roaring getting closer. PFFT. Without any warning, he suddenly coughed up black blood. King Shan was shocked, but couldn't help himself and coughed up blood 2 more times. Wiping the blood off his mouth, King Shan tried smelling it. A faint foul smell. This is poison. Why was there suddenly poison in his body? And why did it get forced out? King Shan immediately became cautious, circulating spirit energy around his body to carefully examine himself. There was nothing wrong with his body. In fact, thanks to the snake liver's nutrition, you could say it's been rejuvenated. Even the spirit energy inside his dantian became more fluid, more natural. This is thanks to the rare snake demon liver. He was fortunate. It seems that he unknowingly got poisoned by the serpent demon during the fight from before. King Shan couldn't help but sigh. The serpent really wasn't as simple as he thought, being able to poison him without him knowing. If the fight had dragged on any longer, it's hard to say who would be killed first. Luckily I didn't want the fight to drag on, so I finished it off as quickly as possible. If he didn't kill it so quickly, if he didn't eat its liver right away, if the poison hadn't been revealed so quickly, who knows what would have happened. Evidently, these kinds of rare demon beasts all have 1 or 2 aces hidden. King Shan felt a little bit of fear. Chapter 18, Birthday Present. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A day quickly went by. When King Shan returned to reality, exactly 1 hour has passed. His phone on top of the bed was vibrating. When he picked up it, he saw 7 missed calls, all from Suzu. When King Shan called her back, the call immediately connected. Suzu's delicate youthful face appeared on the screen. King Shanj, I have some good news to share with you. Suzu excitedly spoke. Ah? What kind of good news? King Shan asked. Suzu breathed in deeply and spoke every word clearly. I got picked early by Capital University. I don't need to take the entrance examinations anymore. I can immediately go and be accepted. King Shan was affected by her bright smile, also excitedly replied, Capital University is the best university in the Confederate, congratulations. Suddenly, Suzu showed a slight pout. Sadly, my family already arranged everything. They told me to leave for the capital right away, so tonight I can't visit your stall for grilled meat as promised. King Shan lightly laughed. That's nothing to worry about. When you come back I'll gladly make some for you any time. After thinking for a bit, he continued, when you're officially 18 and can legally drink alcohol, I'll personally mix a cocktail for you. You should consider yourself lucky. A normal person wouldn't be able to taste my drink even if they want to. To King Shan, what he's saying is obvious, due to the influence of an acquaintance from his past life. Whenever he has time with nothing to do, he would make some food, mix a few cocktails, treat himself to a nice evening of relaxation. The amount of effort he spent on researching cocktail and liquor far exceeds first-rate standard. During his later years he even started to use the other world's materials to brew his own liquors that have health benefits. Many strong people wanted to be his friend or companion, not because of his status as War Supreme Commander, but purely for the addictively delicious drinks that he crafted. But when Suzu heard the word alcohol, her face suddenly reddened and spoke with a low voice, King Shanj, do your best on the examinations. I'll be waiting for you at the capital. Towards the end, her voice almost became too small to hear. But King Shan, a Chi training stage 5 cultivator, he's capable of picking up even the smallest vibration in the air, not to mention such a soft and clear voice. King Shan being a returner who lived 2 lives, how could he not notice the slight romantic feelings behind those words? He was surprised, as well as a bit unexpected. We were just talking about eating and drinking. Why did the conversation suddenly shift to that direction? Of course, facing the romantic feelings from Suzu, his heart couldn't help but beat a bit faster. Just as King Shan wanted to ask about it, he saw Suzu avoiding his gaze, doesn't even dare to look at him and just used her hands to turn the phone off. So embarrassing. I can't believe I just said that. Suzu felt her mind going a bit erratic. Before, when King Shan wanted to confess to her in front of the whole school, it actually made her very sad and hurt, because she simply couldn't accept his feelings. If she was to accept King Shan's confession in front of everyone, not only will the adults in her family not accept it, but even the useless aristocrat of other clans will also secretly be out for King Shan. That isn't something Suzu wanted to see. Who knows, all that was just a misunderstanding, and it was someone else acting behind the scenes. At the prom night, King Shan stayed level-headed and dealt with everything well, bringing the case to an almost perfect close. Suzu was able to relax herself, thus seeing King Shan in an even better light, which resulted in her actively contacting him today. On the other side, King Shan just stared at the air absent-mindedly for a while, only until his phone vibrated from getting a notification did he finally pull himself together. A message from Suzu. King Shanj, do you remember your previous birthday gift? King Shan smiled a little, speaking into his phone. At the time, you gave me a whole box of stars. You spent more than a week folding paper to make it. All 10 of your fingers had blisters, hurting so bad that you couldn't even pick up a pen. When you couldn't finish the test on time because of the pain, you were so worried that you cried. He spoke with warmth in his heart. Doing such a dumb thing, how could I forget? HMMPH, you know, good bully. Next week is my birthday, so I want a birthday present. King Shan closed his eyes and thought for a while, finally replied, sure. The good memories of the past once again resurfacing. close enough to almost touch. King Shan had to admit. He wasn't ready for it. Truly. They really are a good memories, huh? King Shan mumbled to himself, but already decided. He left the lodging room, walked directly to the elevator and pressed the number 99th floor button. The elevator went straight up, all the way to Changning Steel Mesh Building's highest floor. King Shan went outside, stopped in front of the large central processor on the top floor and pressed his hand on the scanner. An electronic voice rang out. Identity certified, number 41157, please state your business. This is the central hollow brain of Changning Steel Mesh Technology Buildings system. Every matter big and small within this giant corporation is single-handedly managed by it. King Shan answered, requesting connection to Impartial Goddess. As he made his request, the electronic voice sounded again. Connecting to Impartial Goddess requires the most rigorous identity verification, as well as requiring verification of your personal citizen merit value of the to ensure the reputation of Changning Steel Mesh Research Institute will not be damaged by your personal actions. Do you confirm you want to connect to the goddess? I confirm. As you wish. Verification will begin in 1 minute. The electronic voice disappeared, but numerous mechanical arms shining cold light appeared from the floor, surrounding King Shan, and began a series of identification. At the same time, the 99th floor entered a sealed state, ensuring no one can intrude in any way. Iris identification passed. Blood identification passed. Unique biological signal match, 99.1759%. Testing clone unique characteristics, verified not a clone. DNA identification passed. Unique life vitality, records match, passed. Reading personal life records, concluded to be non-aggressive individual. Reputation records, good. Reading personal citizen merit. King Shan stood still, silently waiting for the long and complicated cross-identification to finish. Impartial Goddess is the Confederate's central management system AI, artificial intelligence, in charge of keeping the Confederate running, responsible for all citizenship matters, and all her actions are done strictly in accordance to the Confederate Constitution of Rights. Impartial Goddess can be called the crystallization of all Confederate top-level sciences, the greatest creation of mankind, the most glorious fruit of civilization herself. Because Impartial Goddess' calculation speed is so horrifically high, her intelligence and warring expertise far eclipsing every other country, that no country dared to bare its fangs towards the Confederate for the last 100 years. 10 minutes later, the electronic voice once again sounded. Your personal citizen merit value is sufficient. Identification passed. Changning Steel Mesh Technology Company's hollow brain officially requesting connection with Impartial Goddess. Number 41157 is recommended stay where he is and does not leave. Personal citizen merit, the measure of contribution of a Confederate citizen to humanity's civilization and society as a whole. The more you've contributed to society, the higher your merit, as well as the better your privileges and treatment in society. Some state-sanctioned universities, when picking students, will even review their personal citizen merit. If it's not enough, even if your examination score is excellent, you will not be picked. Impartial Goddess has accepted your request. Suddenly the electronic voice changes, turning into a solemn female voice. This female voice speaks every word with a unique sway, almost sounding like a special rhythm. Confederate citizen King Shan, I am Impartial Goddess, please state your request. Please be noted, all manners of time waste will reduce my current evaluation of you. Chapter 19, Birthday Present. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan, seeing that Impartial Goddess have connected to the central hollow brain, lightly bowed and spoke, I request Impartial Goddess to provide the materials as well as technical support to assist me in creating a mesh armor. Verified that citizen King Shan possess relative mesh design capabilities. Verified that citizen King Shan possess sufficient merit. Request formed. Impartial Goddess spoke. A reminder to citizen King Shan, Changning Steel Mesh Technology Company's central hollow brain AI possess enough capabilities to support 87.159257% of the current world's mesh research and development. Knowing that, do you still want to exchange merit to request my assistance? King Shan answered, Yes. Impartial Goddess continued. Initiating my personal assistance for mesh armor design and creation requires 2,000 merits. Calculating Citizen Gekingshan's total personal merit. For Confederate citizens, each and every merit is extremely valuable, because Impartial Goddess will use that as a basis to determine a normal person's career advancement, privileges and treatment. Gekingshan had desperately spent all the time gathering merit, aside from wanting to increase his chance to enter a good university, was because he wanted to spend that merit during his university years and exchange a set of mobile mesh. Regular citizens basically will never have the chance to even touch a mobile mesh in their entire life, and nobles won't be so generous as to just hand them out, unless you sign a contract that basically sell yourself to them. Only here, at Impartial Goddess, can you use your valuable merits to exchange for a mobile mesh. Of course, aside from requiring a clean background, you also need to pass a series of other prerequisites. Not long after, a light screen appeared in front of Gekingshan. From Gekingshan's birth until now, all the merit he has accumulated are listed here. For submitting the overload limit test model for micro power cores, merit plus 30. For giving Gourmet Society usage of Gekingshan beef ribs barbecues spice mix recipe, merit plus 2. Published paper, Mesh Simulation of Human Behavior Theory, merit plus 10, for spontaneously participated in the fire disaster relief in the Eastern District of Changning County, merit plus 9, on behalf of Changning County, participated in the Confederate Interstellar Type Warship Campaign Command Competition and won, merit plus 5, attempted to save a woman from a river suicide. Due to poor physical fitness, rescue failed, but the spirit is commendable, merit plus 0.5. The first to propose the mechatronic virtual human behavior theory, promoting the progress of mesh scientific research, merit plus 80. Citizen Gekingshan, your total personal merit is 2002.41. Do you confirm to spend 2,000 and initiate my assistance in mesh armor creation? Yes, said Gekingshan without hesitation. This time, he basically spent all his merit. Exchange confirmed. Preparation begin. Impartial Goddess pauses for a second, then spoke again. The SW, Divine Temple Interstellar Fortress will arrive at Changning County airspace in 1 hour and 25 minutes. Please be prepared to board the fortress. As Impartial Goddess finished speaking, a 3-meter-tall mesh suit was released from the wall and started walking forward. When it arrived next to Gekingshan, the mechanical cables connected to it all detached and retracted. The mesh suit's cockpit slowly opened. Gekingshan looked at it for a bit, then said, I have an additional request. Please speak. Please keep what I do this time a secret. In accordance to the Confederate Constitution of Rights, all citizens engaging in creation-centric scientific research should be given the right of privacy, to ensure their own safety and intellectual properties are not at risk. Request accepted. From this moment forward, Impartial Goddess will keep your secret. Gekingshan continued, aside from yourself, please ensure no one else is able to see the fruits of my research, and I want to be left alone for a bit. According to the Confederate Constitution of Rights, the culmination of your research shall be kept secret, but Impartial Goddess have the right to request and use Confederate citizens' research results. Citizen Gekingshan, do you accept? I accept. Everything is properly prepared. Gekingshan smiled. The technological level of this era is much more behind compared to 10 years later, but with Impartial Goddess assistance, my ideas can probably be done more or less. This will be Suzu's birthday present, as well as the greatest goodwill I have towards this world on the verge of the apocalypse. Time flies quickly. Gekingshan stepped onto the mesh suit, controlled it to softly jump upward, and started flying straight up as the hatch above opens. In the sky, a mid-sized warship was waiting for him. The warship didn't have any personnel, controlled by Impartial Goddess herself. As Gekingshan boarded the warship, it quickly rose up to space. An hour later, among the dark and silent void of space was an eye-catchingly bright giant interstellar fortress. Gekingshan was standing alone in a sealed area. This place is as large as 4 football stadiums. The only thing on the empty field was a floating virtual reality projection device in front of Gekingshan. Begin mesh creation. he said. Impartial Goddess's voice rang from all directions. Mesh creation preparations ready. Please explain your creation intention. Suddenly, Suzu's beautiful face appeared King Shan's mind, making him silent for a bit, then said, I hope this mobile mesh, even in the face of absolute despair, will be able to bring its pilot a hope of survival. Impartial Goddess replied, intention too abstract. Please use mechanical construction terminology. King Shan was speechless for a bit, then said, initiate life structure algorithm. Impartial Goddess immediately replied, unable to initiate. Life structure algorithm is only a theoretical possibility based on current frontier mesh science. The algorithm in total have 2 rules unpassed, 7 formulas unestablished, 29 technical problems unsolved. King Shan scratched his head. It's been so long that he doesn't know exactly which technical problems and theories are not yet solved. King Shan said, please list them one by one. As he said that, a number of light screens appeared in front of him, each of them containing a different problem. King Shan went to the first of them. So it's the issue of standard metrics for multiple neuron transmission. I remember this problem being solved only just before the apocalypse came. Well then, let's start. Rolling up his sleeves, he starts the calculation on the light screen. This problem is very difficult. King Shan had to use half an hour to deal with it. Please check the equation. King Shan requested. Initiating check. Impartial Goddess replied. The light screen slowly sank into the ground, no longer seen. 10 seconds later, Impartial Goddess sound is heard again. Equation correct, standard metrics established. Good. After establishing the standard metrics, all the other ones are much easier to solve. King Shan nodded satisfyingly. Moving on to the next light screen, he very seriously checked all the problems on every light screen, then said, this problem, please help bring up the model. I'll enter the corresponding formula. For a while after, King Shan kept solving the technical problems one by one, gradually completing the life structure algorithm. Deep inside the fortress, on a large screen, King Shan's equations, rules and form structures are being tested time and time again. When King Shan's research reached the halfway point, a notification popped up on the large screen. Target verified to fit the conditions for the 5th article of Confederate Constitution of Rights. Initiating corresponding plan, begin requesting authorization. Contacting Army General, Marshal St. Jiang Zongyang. Contacting Navy Admiral, C. King Lee Dong-yuan. Contacting Interstellar Supreme Commander, Song Tan-woo. 3 invisible lights emitted from the SW. Divine Temple Interstellar Fortress. Traveling to different locations. General, highest priority contact requested. The President. No, from Impartial Goddess. Confederate Presidential Office. An immense ruckus was welling up. 3 military men in full uniform are quickly walking towards the President's office at the same time. Admiral Lee, why are you here? General Jiang, welcome. Commander Song. On their way, many people greeted them, all carrying a face of fear and respect. The commanders of all 3 major military branches gathered here at once. Did a big incident happen? Could it be Fuxi Republic have declared war and invaded them? Everyone couldn't help but become uneasy. The 3 generals didn't stop their feet and kept walking straight, unlike every day, where they would stop to at least greet the officials that they have connections with. The President's office was already opened, all the generals entered at the same time, saluting. Mr. President, Impartial Goddess is requesting you to immediately be connected, General Lee said. The middle-aged man with grey streaks of hair turned around, his eyes questioning his secretaries. One of the secretaries, the head of them all, said, Sir, it's an emergency connection, but not because of war. The elder man's face relaxes slightly when hearing that and commanded, Generals, please connect the line. One of the generals stopped his salute, opened the heavy suitcase he brought along and put the simplified interspace communication device in front of the President. The interspace communication device lit up. Impartial Goddess' solemn voice could be heard. A conversation of top secret level is about to begin. Please dismiss all non-related personnel, otherwise in accordance with the Confederate Secrecy Agreement, terminating all personnel without sufficient access level. Everyone who heard that turned pale. Terminating means killing. What exactly happened that even impartial goddess would ignore the life of citizen just to keep a secret? Everybody quickly left the room. The only people left in the president's office are the three generals and the president. At this time, impartial goddess voice once again sounded, preparing to engage all highest security protocols for the SW, Divine Temple Interstellar Fortress, requesting Sir President and three generals to authorize. Why do you want to engage highest security protocols? Asked the president. Impartial goddess respond. According to the 5th article of the Confederate Constitution of Rights, every project in progress that have significance on the fate of humanity, or pushes the advancement of humanity civilization, is to receive the highest level of protection available. The president's face became serious, asking, "What is happening on the SW Divine Temple?" Impartial goddess replied, "For the sake of secrecy, I'm unable to reveal at the moment." The faces of the three generals changed. The only people here already have the highest access level in the Confederate, yet impartial goddess still refused to tell them about it. Impartial goddess is very rarely this careful when dealing with matters. What the heck is going on? Although actions that push the advancement of humanity's civilization is supposed to be a good thing, from their past experience, things aren't quite as simple as that. The president thought for a bit, speaking, "I remember the last time that highest security protocols were engaged was 30 years ago." "That's right," General Song replied. "The time was regarding the advancement of interstellar warp jump technology. The results of the first time our fleet experimented with space warp was that they met space monsters. 30 years ago, the first group of Confederate interstellar series warships that tried interstellar warp jump succeeded passing through the wormhole, arriving at a galaxy 500 million light-years away, and witnessed a horrifying scene. A large soft-bodied looking monster was latched onto a planet, sucking something from it. This horrifying truth, together with interstellar warp jump technology, was both listed as top-secret information. The top brass of humanity looks at each other, their faces serious as can be. Any breakthrough in humanity's civilization will always come with danger of the unknown. For the goddess to act like that, it's not surprising. The president sighed. If even impartial goddess has already fully prepared for this, then we had better authorize her. Impartial goddess hearing that, SW, Divine Temple Interstellar Fortress, SSS grade security protocols completed, seeking authorization from Sir President. The President, I authorize. Seeking authorization from Interstellar Supreme Commander, General Song. I authorize. Seeking authorization from Navy Supreme Commander General Lee, I authorize. Seeking authorization from Army Supreme Commander General Zhang, I authorize. Authorization received. Begin enacting SSS-grade protocols. On the interspace communicator, a grand sea of stars appeared in front of them. SW Xunwu Interstellar Fortress returning in full speed, using SW Divine Temple as base. In charge of patrol. SW Shining Interstellar Fortress rising from the sea floor, using SW Divine Temple as base, in charge of alerting danger. Deploying Confederate Interstellar Fleet numbered 1, 7, 16, serving as escort during the process. Interstellar Mesh Armored Special Forces prepare for sortie, preparing weapons check, prepare for ignition. 1 minute until deployment to surrounding airspace, to prevent unnecessary trouble, requesting Marshal St. Jiang Zongyang to personally guard the border. As impartial goddess said that, everyone here all looked at General Jiang. General Jiang wryly laughs, "You really can't escape work even with a tired old body, huh?" The president consoled him, "Please do your best, after all, you're the only martial saint in the whole Confederate." General Jiang sighs, opens the office door and walked about. A minute later, he jumps into the air, creating a loud bang as he breaks the sound barrier, turning into a streak of lightning flying towards the sky. To prevent disturbance and prying from many countries, requesting Seeking Li Dongyuan to guard the sea border. General Li shakes his head and said, "The goddess doesn't give orders to everyone at once. Old Jiang probably thinks only he has to work hard." The president, "Please, I'll tell him." General Li took out a few small bottles, looking at them. Closest to this place is probably the Yellow Sea. Opening the bottle labeled Yellow Sea, he poured out the seawater from inside. The seawater floats in the air, very quickly concentrates into a single sphere of water. General Lee hovers his hand above the sphere and said, "I'll be going now." A second later, his whole body disappears together with the sphere. Inside the president's office there's only the interstellar commander and the president left. Impartial Goddess voice once again sounded, requesting General Song to stay at the presidential office, ensuring all matters are as normal. General Song breathes out in relief. Good, good. Luckily I don't have to be on the road this time. In space, SW, Divine Temple Interstellar Fortress. King Shan doesn't know anything about the ruckus that he had caused. After 7 long hours of struggle, he finally resolved all the issues in the algorithm. King Shan breathes out and said, "Begin creating mesh fighter armor, using the life structure algorithm as base." Accepted. Algorithm prepared. Materials prepared. Please construct mesh model. The model King Shan thought for a while, then decided to connect to his phone, sending a message from it. "Mesh armors, what kind of appearance do you like?" The message sent, no replies for a while. King Shan shrugs and said, "We'll wait for a bit." Impartial Goddess remains silent. At that moment, on the planet, Confederate capital city, at an idol concert, "Xishuang Yan, Xishuang Yan, Xishuang Yan." The crowd shouted excitedly. That girl who's the dream of hundreds of thousands of people, microphone in hand, just about to respond to the excitement of her fans below. Suddenly a number of large mesh fighter armors, as well as over 20 squads of special force agents surrounded the crowd of people. The girl was speechless in front of the spectacle before her. In the sky, an interstellar warship that covered the sky hovered above the outdoor concert venue. Silent, everybody remains silent. The concert is temporarily on hold. We will now begin filtering for hidden criminal personals. Everybody is to remain silent, otherwise you will be immediately arrested and subjected to Impartial Goddess step-by-step investigation. The special force agent starts to check each and every person in the crowd. At first the people were a bit annoyed, a few were even angry enough to shout curses. But as soon as they heard Impartial Goddess, everyone knew this wasn't a joke. And within a single minute, everyone has already calmed down and became silent. Suzu, who was sitting on her VIP seat, could now finally hear her phone ringing. Before she could notice, the name on the phone had changed from Impartial Goddess back to King Shan. Suzu looked at her phone, happily smiled after reading the message. "King Shan wants to personally craft a mesh model for me, in space." King Shan immediately received the message. He also smiled. "That's correct, I'm personally making it for you, except it's not just a model." King Shan replied, "Answer me first, what appearance do you want your mesh to have?" Suzu serious thought for a bit, then replied, "I like the blazing angel." King Shan a bit surprised. "Angel? Why do you like them?" "Because the blazing angel represent love and dreams, dummy." At the end of the message there was even no icon. Fine, I get it, I'll get back to making your present now, see you later. How good are your handiwork skills? If the model doesn't look good I'll be sure to tease you about it, okay? See you later. Suzu's words are sharp, but her heart felt sweet. King Shan cared enough to make her birthday present himself, no matter if it looks good or not. In the end, Suzu would still be happy. Chapter 20, A Clue. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan put down the communicator and begun to craft the preliminary model for the blazing angel mesh. Below the stars, a mysterious command was issued. Mission complete. All agents retreat. The giant interstellar warship flew away from the concert venue's sky. The mesh squadrons also started retreating. Even special force agents that were in the middle of cross-examining the crowd quickly dispersed. Suzu put down her phone, just in time to see this strange scene, not understanding what happened. Didn't they say they needed to investigate something? Why did they all suddenly retreat? The Confederate must be mad or something. In the concert venue, many other people also didn't understand what had just happened. Only the girl standing on stage was slightly looking up at the sky, or perhaps more correctly, looking past it, at the stars. 4 hours later, King Shan silently returned to Changning Steel Mesh Technology Research Company. Returning to his room at the 55th underground floor, he laid down to rest. This type of continuous heavy workload, even a Chi training stage 5 cultivator like himself would feel tired. The Blazing Angel mobile mesh armor is already done. He's leaving it to Impartial Goddess for the series of quality tests. Afterwards it'll be delivered directly to Suzu. Due to the technological sensitivity used in building it, the mesh is only available for Suzu herself to use. Impartial Goddess also requested his permission, for the next step in examining the mesh's capabilities, as well as to prevent the technology to spread. Goddess herself will dispatch the secret forces to protect both the mesh and Suzu. That way, Suzu's safety becomes guaranteed. Such a pleasant surprise, King Shan gladly accepted. Besides from that, the technical skills that he contributed will be compiled and recategorized by Impartial Goddess, to make it a top-secret level scientific research results report. Done with the birthday present, King Shan stretched his back, crossed his leg on the bed and started meditating. Circulating spirit energy around inside provides immense benefits, which includes slowly nurturing the body. King Shan gradually sunk into deep meditation. At this time, the whole world was in an uproar. Numerous countries all contacted the Confederate, asking for reason for the mass military sortie that happened. The president had to do his best to cover things up, taking a lot of effort just to get them to half believe him. Changning country, the casino. The sunglasses man and the beautiful woman are standing in a secret room, both of them looking at the messages on their communication devices. The sunglasses man breathed out, "Scared me to death. I almost thought the Confederated wanted to declare war or something." The woman was still looking intently at the screen, speaking, "Do you believe the Confederate president's words?" The sunglasses man replied curtly, "A politician's mouth is always full of lies. Something about a large-scale military drill to commemorate the 300th anniversary of the Confederates' founding. Like hell I'll believe that." The woman replied, "There's still 21 days until their 300th anniversary, so that reason really is a little bit hard to believe." Then she asked back, "But what could have happened that would require the sortie of 2 interstellar fortresses, 3 interstellar warship squadrons, as well as the whole of the Interstellar Mesh Fighter Legion?" The sunglasses man added, "Marshal St. Jiang Zongyang, Sea King Li Dongyuan were also dispatched. Both of them were respectively stationed at the border and the sea border for 5 hours, only retreating just now." Both of them looked at each other, feeling this to be something big. Just what the hell happened in the Confederate? At this moment, the communicator suddenly lit up. From it a hoarse voice can be heard coughing. Both of their faces tensed up, stood up straight and bowed at the same time. "Your Majesty." The hoarse voice coughed for a while, before slowly speaking. "Both of you have been working hard outside, especially you, my dear princess." The woman spoke with a low voice, "Father, it is my duty." The hoarse voice smiled a bit, then spoke, "Both of you go investigate exactly what drove the Confederates so mad that they would gather that much military strength, only to disperse them all in just a few hours." "Yes, that's right, my daughter, Anna, I give you temporary full control of the operation. You'll take full responsibility for whatever happens afterwards." Full control, a right only given to general rank officers. Anna opened her eyes wide, tried her best to make her trembling voice appear calm. "Thank you, Father." The hoarse voice spoke, "Take care of your body, and remember to stay safe." The communicator shuts down. "Your Highness Anna, congratulations," the sunglasses man wholeheartedly said. The woman called Anna looked at the communicator, still in shock, feeling all emotions from sweet to bitter rushing all at once. She had left the palace because she didn't want to be used as sacrifice for political influence, instead using her talents and effort for the best interests of the empire. His Majesty the King also didn't want to force his own daughter, only saying that if she can't handle the struggle outside, then she must return to the palace for the political marriage with the Holy Church. The king had also let her find her way up the ranks from the bottom without any special treatment. And that meant immense risk. Even if Princess Anna was a stronger person than most, she still faced the threat of death many times over. Luckily, she finally made it to the top, furthermore gaining the acknowledgement of His Majesty. Quickly pushing her own feelings down, Anna became calm and spoke, "Let's start working then." Yes. After a night of toil, both of them still couldn't find any clues. Impartial Goddess algorithm is already almost perfect, so they had no chance if they wanted to find out the truth from the military sortie. After all, even the three main force generals and the president knew nothing of what happened. Anna tiredly massaged her forehead, yet not taking her eyes off the holographic screen. "Your Highness, coffee. To keep my spirits up, please give me a brandy instead." "Can't you drink a little less alcohol?" "Nope," Anna answered with a smile, taking the bottle of brandy and got back to work. Under her feet, about 7-8 empty bottles are already neatly lined up. Suddenly, she thought of something, turned back and looked at the images on the projection screen. "What?" the sunglasses man asked. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "Confederate surveillance camera footage from all counties," the sunglasses man replied. Anna blinked and asked, "What about our member recruitment mission? How many drones did we send out?" The sunglasses man slaps his head and replied, 691 drones in total. Shit, I forgot that. Aside from tailing the target, the drones can also record real-time information of the area as well. The two of them quickly downloaded the footage and watched them one by one. Time slowly passes. Anna suddenly called the sunglasses man, pointing at the screen, "Look at this." The sunglasses man looked at Anna's screen, seeing on it a mobile mesh suit, flying from the top of Changning Steel Mesh Technology Company's highest floor. The sunglasses man quickly operated his hollow brain, both hands quickly typing on the keyboard. "Open the satellite images from space. Intercept the image transmission from space." Satellites takes a bit more time, so they silently waited. A bit later, the images are shown. They saw the scene of over 10,000 meters in the sky. A mid-sized interstellar warship received the mobile mesh, then flew straight up to space. At that time, the SW, Divine Temple Interstellar Fortress, also happened to be straight above from Changning's airspace. "You're right, it's possible that this interstellar warship was used to carry someone onto the interstellar fortress," the sunglasses man mumbled to himself. "Then the problem now is, who was on that mobile mesh suit?" Princess Anna suddenly asked. "Where was King Shan at the time?" The sunglasses man's hands quickly typed again. "I'll check." A line of text quickly appeared on the hollow brain. Biological readings showed upwards movement. At the height of 19,217 meters, the radar could no longer track the signal. Both of them looked at each other and remained speechless for a bit. After a while, Princess Anna slowly ordered, "Announce the news, the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. Saint Olank Empire's head princess will make an official visit to the Freedom Federation, her first destination being Changning County." The sunglasses man hesitated for a bit and said, "Your double is still at the farthest reach of the Empire doing her charity work, not counting information travel time. 2 days simply isn't enough to make it cross 3 countries to get here." Princess Anna continued, "Then add another sentence. This time the princess will try using a super-speed flight shuttle." The sunglasses man asked, "Don't you think that's a bit too rushed?" Anna stared at the surveillance report on the screen, quietly muttered, "No, I'm more afraid that we might be too slow." Chapter 21, Being Fired. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Morning. King Shan changed into his work clothes, had breakfast at the worker cafeteria, then quickly went to his research room. Spending about 5 minutes, he finished the project he was working on, then started to drift in thought again. In a year's time, what realm of cultivation can he actually reach? Using the power of a single person, wanting to change the future is almost impossible. Is his fate resigned to just watch as the apocalypse come, unable to do anything again? Suzu's smiling face appeared in his mind. As he was thinking, an electronic voice suddenly rang. "Hello, number 41157, CEO Su is requesting you to go and wait at the company's main lobby." King Shan was a bit surprised, stood up and walked out. Employees that are conducting research usually would not be bothered, except when summoned by the top brass of the company. But this isn't right. Impartial Goddess herself promised to keep yesterday's matter a secret, so she definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Then what does the Su family want with me? King Shan got on the elevator and rode up to the company's main lobby. Two men in black suits walked up as they saw him. King Shan? One of them asked. That's me. Please follow me. Madam is inviting you to a party. To be called madam by them, it can only be Su family current generation's mainline lady, in other words, Suzu's mother. King Shan was a bit shaken, but answered, sure. The two of them went with King Shan out of Changning Steel Mesh Technology Company, got onto a shuttle and went straight to the Su family's estate. About 20 minutes later, the shuttle landed on a luscious grassy area beside a lake. King Shan exited the shuttle, seeing a wonderful natural lake scenery in front of him. At the center of the lake has a small island, probably where the Su family is. Please get on the small boat and ride to the lake center. After the guide said that, they went back to work. King Shan said his thanks, quickly walking towards the lake shore. He didn't have anything to complain about. The rules of this place he can probably guess more or less. Shuttles and other transportation of the same type are forbidden to fly over the lake. Part of it due to safety reasons, the other part is showing respect to the Su family. A small boat was waiting for him on the lake shore. On it, another young man was standing. You must be King Shan. The other young man smiled and greeted him. I am, and pardon me for asking, but who are you? King Shan said. My surname is Bai Hongwu, from Baisha County. The young man showed a face full of pride. Baisha County, that place lord's surname is also Bai. This young man, to be able to stand here, as well as having a chance to go to the Su family estate, he could very well be from one of the 9 great nobles' families. Bai family. Nice to meet you, said King Shan, as he got ready to board a boat. Bai Hongwu suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute. King Shan stopped his feet and looked at him. Bai Hongwu raised his head high, speaking, the Su family tea party. A lowborn like you is better off not joining it, otherwise you'd cause discomfort for all the aristocrat there. King Shan calmly answered, it was the Su family madam that invited me. Bai Hongwu sarcastically smiled and said, go back, I'll tell Madame Su that you got sick and couldn't make it. King Shan, and if I don't? Bai Hongwu calmly, I come from Bai family of Baisha County, the head of Bai family is my father. I only need to say that much for you to know what would come to you if you don't obey me. King Shan, please get out of the way. Bai Hongwu calmly looked at him, like looking at a retarded person. He shakes his head, this is the Su family estate. I don't want to do anything that'll be rude, but I can guarantee, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. King Shan smirked, laughed and said, I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life right now. The Lake Island. Su family's garden. A middle-aged woman was sitting elegantly in the main pavilion, deeply immersed in making tea. Report, Bai Hongwu and King Shan have both arrived at the lake shore. But there was an unexpected occurrence. What happened? The middle-aged woman didn't bother to turn around and simply asked. The two of them seemed to be in conflict. Finally only one person got on the boat, and is on his way here. The middle-aged woman smiled a bit and said to herself, Bai Hongwu seemed to have really grown, being able to drive the other party off without fighting. That's great, that's what it means to be a part of high nobility. Madam, it isn't as you think, the one on the boat is King Shan. The middle-aged asked in surprise, where's Bai Hongwu? He was stripped by King Shan and kicked into the lake. The messenger's voice became lower and lower. All Bai family personnel who came with him was already on the island. Only Bai Hongwu, who was following the proper procedures for asking for marriage, was on the lake shore to wait for the boat alone. That's why King Shan was able to do as he did. That can't be. The middle-aged woman closed her eyes, calmed down and ordered, bring King Shan to me. Take Bai Hongwu to the back for a change of clothes, then bring him to the party. I'll be there to explain the situation later. Yes. The middle-aged woman also lost interest in making tea, coldly laughed and mumbled, a toad daring to dream of walking on the clouds. She sat there silently, waiting for the detestable brat to come. As King Shan arrived, he immediately recognized her in a single glance. Madame Su looked very much similar to Suzu, as well as frequently appearing in the news, so it's harder not to recognize her. Madame Su, how are you? King Shan bowed. Madame Su only took a single look at him and said, "Don't talk, come here and listen for a bit." King Shan was slightly surprised, but indeed he could hear many voices not far from here. This would be the back garden. A little more forward and it would be the main party hall and the hunting ground. The sounds coming from that side traveled here were very audible. Within the noisy crowd, a few are talking about current world situations, a few talking in low voices about forming a business relationship. The female voices that are were discussing which types of clothes and bags are more fashionable, or where to go for their vacation. Madame Su waited for King Shan to listen for a while, and then spoke. "What do you hear?" King Shan answered, "A lot of military news and business conversations." Madame Su curtly, "That's correct, the conversations regarding military are all at least lieutenant rank officers. The conversions in business are from our Su family and the Bai family. They're preparing to work together and invest a few dozen billions, forming a new company. What they're doing are not only advancing the progress of the Confederate, but also changing the lives of millions of normal citizens. Those girls there, the clothes that they talk about, the bags that they want, all of them are luxury items that you couldn't afford even with years of hard work." Madame Su looked at King Shan. "You are not only low-born, but also poor and weak. If it wasn't because of Suzu's recommendation, do you really think you could enter our Su family steel mesh technology research company?" King Shan was silent for a bit, then seriously replied, "Madame Su, I assure you with my own skills, I'm more than qualified to enter your R&D department. Do you still not understand?" Madame Su shook her head. She picked up her phone and ordered, "Fire the mesh R&D department's researcher King Shan, effective immediately." Just as Madame Su finished her words, King Shan's own phone rang. The other side curtly spoke. "From today onwards, you're fired." Chapter 22, A Reunion. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan lowered his head, not saying anything. Madame Su quietly looked at him and said, "Suzu likes to make friends. We won't say anything against that, but you're kind of poor parasite, planning to confess, wanting to use Suzu to climb up in the world. I'm very much against." King Shan raised his head, wanting to speak. "That was Zhang Yi." Madame Su cut his words short. Zhang Yi's matter was arranged by the Bai family. But so what? Bai family have been annoyed at your incessant attachment to Suzu for far too long. She started raising her voice. "Before, I wanted Suzu to get the chance to meet all kinds of people, to see the many kinds of people in this world, but I've never seen as fit for her." King Shan once again, "Since becoming friends with Suzu, I've not harmed her once." Madame Su, as if hearing something laughable, looked at King Shan from head to toe. Her eyes looking down on him like that made King Shan very uncomfortable, but he held himself back from doing anything. Madame Su spoke again. "Next week is my daughter's birthday. Bai Hongwu's present for her is a personal use island, valued at 80 million credits. And you, a pathetic mesh model?" "You tapped our phone conversation?" For the first time, King Shan squinted his eyes, but still tried to explain. "It isn't a mesh model." "Stop. No matter what tricks you use, no matter what you give her, it doesn't matter." Madame Su once more cut short his words, her face full of contempt. She stood up, looking at him from above. "I forgot to tell you, my daughter had awakened a mutated elemental power. She's a wind supernaturalist." King Shan suddenly lifts up his face, looking truly glad. "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these are the 5 primary elements. Wind, lightning, light, dark, sound, are mutated elements. Wind element is very good, extraordinarily useful. A supernatural power that many desires. In the past life, Suzu also awakened to her wind element, but that was a matter of 2 years later. This time, she was able to awaken it early, and that's a good thing, because the profession called supernaturalist, the sooner they are awakened, the more potential they have towards the end. Madame Su unhappily. "What are you so happy about?" "I'm warning you, from now on do not go near my daughter. Do not contact her. A forever low-born commoner like you have to know their limits. This is my advice to you as the lady of Su family, as well as my last warning." She doesn't even want to look at King Shan anymore, elegantly turning around. softly stepping out. This small matter taken care of, she now have other things to worry about. After all, this is still a Sue family party. As the lady of the house she have to host it. Madam Sue, please wait a minute. From behind her the voice of the brat spoke up. Madam Sue turned around, coldly looked at him. King Shan stood up and spoke with a sincere face. I have to tell you one important thing. Speak. King Shan, I do not attach myself to Sue's never have and still have no intention of climbing up using the Sue family. We are friends as equals. Madam Sue, feeling herself almost unable to contain her anger, loudly laughed and said, equal? I seriously doubt you even know what that word really mean, you imbecile. Her tone became incredibly cold. This place doesn't welcome you. Get out. King Shan blinked twice, then silently left the pavilion. A while later, Madam Sue let go of her clenched hands. Her eyes contained a sense of coldness. Tell the Ni family and Bai family, King Shan is about to leave the lake island. Yes. Also, I don't care what they want to do, but it cannot happen near the lake island. Understood? After her order, Madam Sue's mood finally lifted a bit. Looking up at the morning sky, she mumbled, you still didn't give up after all that. It'll be too late to regret once you're about to die. The day was coming to an end. As King Shan went back to the slums, he suddenly found his apartment already sealed by the police. Even though the matter of Xun Hu's death was concealed by Ni family, but a whole room on the 22nd floor suddenly disappearing is still too eye-catching. King Shan just stood there for a bit. He already lost his job at Changning Steel Mesh Technology R&D department, so it seems he no longer have anywhere to go. Searching himself, the key given to him by the hitman Wang Ming is still so he turned around, about to go to that residential area. As he walked past a secluded alleyway, King Shan suddenly looked down at his shadow. The shadow was waving to him, then escaped from his feet and ran towards a small alley. A god's chosen skill. This type of strange ability, King Shan can immediately tell. Using this method to greet him is already very polite. Even showing him what the ability is, seems like they bear no ill will. No matter, taking a look won't hurt. King Shan followed the shadow into the small alley, finally entered a bar at the street corner. As he entered, the bar door closed behind him, on it a sign that says closed for business. Soft and low music, a faint scent of cigarette in the air, dim lights. On the bar, two people sat. One of them a burly man with combed back hair, wearing sunglasses. The other a beautiful, slender woman with blazing red hair just reaching her shoulder. Both of them looked at King Shan, wearing a friendly smile. Ah, it's you. King Shan spoke, surprised. Hearing the unexpected words, the two people looked at each other, a bit confused. Ah, my bad, I just felt like I've met you somewhere before. King Shan covered up his slip of the tongue, face unchanged. When they heard that, the two of them suddenly had a look of understanding. The red-haired woman stood up, reaching her hand out and spoke generously, good evening, I am the eldest princess of Saint Olank Empire. Anna, you must have seen me from the news on TV. Straightforward, saying whatever she wanted to say, seems like it's the same familiar style that he knew. King Shan face lifted into a smile, extended his hand, accepting a quick handshake and then pulled back. Nice to meet you. I'm King Shan, he said. As he remembers, she had a habit of liking to stay clean, always hated other people touching her directly. Sure enough, Anna slightly raised her eyebrows in surprise, her smile becoming more sincere. Student Gu, please take a seat. King Shan sat down directly opposite of them. He glanced at her for a bit. Who knew, after so many years, he would be able to meet her again? And this time in her youth. King Shan silently sighed. Saint Olank Empire eldest princess, Anna Medici, the thorned rose of the church, owner of the death flame, already awaken as a fire supernaturalist at birth, as well as her most famous title, Queen of the Apocalypse. She was a miserable person who fought against fate, a beautiful soul that struggled in despair, only to perish in the end. In his past life, when King Shan was still in his early days in the other world, she was already a legendary character in both worlds. Unintentionally, she happened to save King Shan's life once. For her, it was an unconscious action that held no significance, but King Shan have always remembered it deeply. A few years later, when King Shan had grown to become an existence that stands on the same footing as her. He came to return the favor. I don't have a habit of not repaying other people favors. If you ever need me to do anything for you, just say the words. She only laughed lightly and answered, fine then, if you want to repay me, how about making me a good drink? He then seriously went around, collecting the best cocktails, secret recipes and alcohols of both worlds, trained until he was a master at the mixing bar, and finally when he was ready to find her again, she had already faded away. Chapter 23. The Scorpio Palace. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Who would have thought that he would meet her again so soon when he returned to the past? King Shan's mood immediately became much better, completely forgetting about Madame Su. The sunglasses man also stood up and shook King Shan's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Feng Huoda, you can call me Feng, or Huoda, either is fine. Nice to meet you too. King Shan looked a bit at this man. His name seems familiar, but he only remembered that he died quite early on, not the specifics. It's fine, there's no need to worry too much about that anyways. Before anything else, let's first have a drink. King Shan went behind the bar, looking at the liquors on the shelf. At this very moment, his aura completely returned, back to the time of Apocalypse, back to when he was a great sword saint that did everything frankly, back to the supreme commander of a nation's greater than a million military force. Feng Huoda looked a bit at King Shan, whispered, this is going a bit off script. Do we follow the plan and persuade him, or directly kidnap him? Anna stared at the young man before her, then again at the liquor bottles, silently answered, let's wait for a bit, see what he wants to do. As the two of them spoke, King Shan had already taken quite a few bottles out, turning around and placing around 6-7 of them on the bar. Not yet, not enough, he mumbled, then walked back and forth to pick out a few more bottles, then finally stopped. Good brother, what exactly are you doing? Feng Huoda couldn't help but ask. King Shan looked at him for a bit, then took out 3 glasses from under the bar and answered, this is this life's first meeting, we have to have a toast to celebrate. Not a bad idea. Anna was interested. A hobby outside of work. The queen of the apocalypse loved to drink, and she especially loved cocktails. In the past life, there was once a bartender that used his own creation called the Scorpio and became her favorite. He almost became her first ever boyfriend too. But it was almost because he didn't succeed. Because she died. King Shan at the time spent 2 days and nights constantly moving, hoping to save her, but in the end he didn't make it, only able to come close enough to see the world rending flames from afar. She used the last bit of her power to bring with her an almost endless horde of demons to the grave. King Shan shook his head, calmed his emotions and began to seriously craft the cocktail. 3 minutes later, a blood-color cocktail was in front of Anna. The cocktail swirled like a burning flame, but as you looked carefully into the core of the flame, all you could see was the darkness of the abyss. Anna looked down at the cocktail, then up at King Shan. Drink. King Shan's mouth lifted, trying his best to smile. What is this one called? Anna picked up the glass. King Shan looked at her, answered simple, the Scorpio Palace. This is the result that came from his improvement of if after he drank the Scorpio. His masterpiece, a drink made with the best of his abilities in honor of her. Why is it called that? The Scorpio has a palace, around it the stars converge as guards, an undying star in the sky. What a dumb way to explain it. Anna scoffed, but unconsciously, all the pain and suffering of her past few years all resurfaced at once. Lifting the glass, she drank it all in one gulp. Bitter, intense, burning, destruction, loneliness, sadness. Finally, a deep lingering hint of sweetness. Having closed her eyes for a while, Anna opened them again and looked at King Shan in surprise. I like you, she said. Your Highness. Feng Huoda stood up shouting. Really? Then let's go with a glass of bloodthirster next. King Shan looked down, not letting her see his face. His hands quickly crafting the next cocktail. In a few moments, 2 more glasses are made. A light toast. As the both of them drank it down in one gulp. You're not a bad person, huh? Anna joyfully laughed, slapping King Shan on his shoulder. King Shan knocked her hand off, sincerely asked, don't make a scene, I also have a glass of hell's flame here, are you drinking or not? He couldn't help it. He felt an urge to make all his creations in the past 10 years for her. Anna's eyes almost seemed to gleam in delight, then neatly sat down. "I'll drink." Staring intently at the young man quickly mixing the drinks behind the bar, she asked, "However, the name Hell's Flame, why have I never heard it before?" "This is my new creation, only made in the past recent years." As King Shan spoke, he has finished a glass of mixed alcohol with ice and slid it over. Anna took it. As she lifted the glass to have a look, all she saw was an intense, silent black. Tilting her head upwards, she once again finished it all in one gulp. "How strong, seems like your mood must have been not so good in the past few years." Anna licked her lips, commenting. King Shan lightly laughed, not saying anything. Feng Huoda on the side was panicking, not knowing what to do. Originally this was to pry some secrets from the Confederate, as well as stealing some talents away, but the talent hasn't even come over yet and they might possibly have already lost their princess. King Shan also took notice of his mood. "No need to worry," King Shan said as he gave him a bottle of whiskey. "We're simply drinking here. Business can be seriously discussed when business time comes." Feng Huoda took the bottle, his face unconvinced. "I'm not hopeful." On the other side, Anna put down her glass and was carefully observing King Shan again. Suddenly, a ping noise. And again, repeatedly. The three of them all took a look to see it was King Shan's phone. King Shan took out his phone, placing it on the table to look. "Confederate citizen King Shan, you are under suspicion of murder. Please stay right where you are. Law enforcers are on the way." Student King Shan, because of your involvement in a murder case, as well as reported for theft by multiple nobles, Changning County Nobles Private School hereby officially announce your expulsion. The light on the phone then turned off. King Shan just sat there, as still as a statue. "Whoa, that's too bad." Anna tapped his shoulder a few times. "But don't be discouraged, there's always an obstacle in life. Come with me to the Empire, I guarantee you'll receive the highest possible treatment." "No, how about I personally grant you a title of Baron instead?" Seeing King Shan not responding, Anna again spoke. "There seems to be quite a few people outside. How about you let me take care of them for you?" Feng Huoda opened his eyes wide, looking at Her Highness the Princess in shock. The cold and distant princess herself would treat a man like that? The hell? Don't tell me this brat really is going to seduce their princess away. King Shan suddenly laughed, then spoke slowly. "I really just wanted some peace and quiet, you know." Outside, the deafening sound of police sirens rang. A huge commotion. Voices, footsteps, even the sound of shuttle engines, getting closer and closer to the bar. King Shan stood up and said, "I had even hoped to join the examinations, entering a university, to finally fulfill one of my regrets." A bow suddenly appeared in his hand out of thin air, as well as 3 quivers full of arrows on his back. Holding the bow, he went towards the bar door. With every step, his body almost seems to glow a bit more. As he stood at the door, opening it, a flowing invisible aura surrounded his whole body. A pure gleaming light seemed to be there. Just like a sword out of its sheath. Chapter 24, Surrounded. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. You guys should leave. No need to get involved in this, we can talk more later, King Shan said as he walked out. Anna immediately became sober. "God damn, he's handsome," she whispered, a strange gleam in her eyes. Feng Huoda spoke. "Your Highness, there are too many people here, we should leave now." "Leave your ass, this is such a good chance." Anna's face became serious. "Begin the evaluation." Feng Huoda wryly laughs. "Evaluating his strength at a time like this really isn't a good idea. If you're found out, diplomatic relations can become very tense." Anna, still dead serious, looked at him and said, "Our mission right now is to find out why Impartial Goddess made a big deal out of all this, and King Shan is without a doubt the star of the show." She emphasized every word. "His Majesty is waiting for our answer." "Yes." Feng Huoda also became serious, quickly carried a small-sized machine from the bar storage room, placed it down on the ground and started to operate it. King Shan's biological signals recorded, unique features locked on. Begin observation. Order, 270 observational drones and satellite, get to your positions. We're in position. Numerous voices rang from the communication device. Espionage satellite in place. An electronic voice responded. Very good, comrades, this time's mission is very crucial. Ensure all monitor sensors are working properly. Roger that, Major. Good, then begin. Feng Huoda pressed confirmed the order with a button. Professionist comprehensive evaluation launched. The system will begin collecting data. April 27, 3091. 21:37 hour, Confederate citizen Ge Shan, male, 18 years old. Potential evaluation begin. A screen appeared in front of the two people. It was the scene of Ge Shan walking out of the bar. The area has already been evacuated. Not a single person in sight on the large road. The police siren sound was coming closer. On the sky, 4 police shuttles can be seen quickly approaching. The shuttles are not yet here, but a voice had already rung across the whole block. Attention, person below, you are under suspicion of a crime. Stand still and do not move, otherwise we will be forced to use violence. Ge Shan stood still and coldly stared at the shuttles. Suddenly, a red light flashed from one of the shuttles and caught Ge Shan's attention. The laser pointer is active. Ge Shan's face tensed. Sure enough, a second later, the small-sized arc cannon attached under the shuttle fired a shot with a loud bang. The blue light tripped across the sky. The arc cannon shot hit the streets, blowing a deep hole in the ground. The dust and rubble picked up by the wind obscured everyone's vision. In the sky, one of the shuttles questioned with a strict voice, Police Shuttle 172,033, why did you open fire? Explain yourself. I received permission from above. Please check your latest order. Sir, the shuttle that fired answered without a care. The shuttle from before was silent for a bit, then spoke again after a while. Confirm scene. Make sure to find the body. All 4 shuttles slowly got closer. The dust slowly cleared, showing the scene below. There was nobody on the ground. The murder suspect is standing on top of a street lamp, his eyes coldly glancing towards them. Fuck, he's still alive. Prepare to open fire at once. But they didn't have the chance. Ge Shan pulled the military bow's string. His spirit energy flowed and shot 4 consecutive arrows. All the policeman could see was an after image. Boom. All 4 small-sized police patrol shuttles caught on fire, struggling to safely land on the ground. Their main engine was all shot by an arrow. If they do not land soon there's risk of an explosion. Anno whistled and spoke. How professional. Across from her and Feng Huoda, countless data was showing up on the screen of the hollow brain device as the evaluation system is quickly calculating. Ge Shan stood on top the street lamp, his face calm. He's already a Chi training stage 5 cultivator. Even simple spirit energy infusion on the arrows have more power compared to before. From the time he killed Xunhu, he's already more than twice as strong. Ha ha ha, Ge Shan, you're a Confederate citizen. But not only did you resist arrest, you even attacked the police. From afar, a triumphant laugh can be heard. Ge Shan looked back, seeing Ni Yun standing on top of a building, together with his extravagant shuttle. Behind him, more than a dozen burly men stood. Ni Yun crossed his arms, making a regretful face. Even though we were fellow students, but as an aristocrat of Changning County, I have a duty to help the police catch criminals. Ge Shan looked at him, calmly asked, you don't really have to keep clashing with me like this, you know. Ni Yun answered with spite, you made me lose 20 million at the casino, and then killed my steward. You think I'm easy to mess with, don't you? Turning around, he spoke. Go kill him, the one who gets his head gets 10 million. As soon as the burly men hear that, they all looked at Ge Shan. A bounty worth 10 million. Some jumped down, others climbed the walls. But their target is only Ge Shan. Ni Yun lifted an elegant glass of red wine, laughing loudly. 30 genetically modified martial masters will kill you through number alone. This is the true power of a noble. Ge Shan looked at the crowd of martial masters approaching him, then silently raised his bow. His hands moved so fast it left after images as the military bow let out a dull sound every time. Pew, 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 pew. The face of the man who ran it first changed. His body shifted to one side. A grey shadow passed through where he stood before. Naive. The man's face showed a cruel smile. but before he could say anything else, another arrow had already pierced his chest. A large gaping hole in the middle of his body, large enough to see what's behind. The burly man fell on the ground, no longer moving. In the sky, more and more arrows are flying, faster and faster, King Shan's face still as cold as before, both hands not stopping for even a second, almost like he became a human shooting machine. As the rain of arrows fall, the martial artists all scurry to dodge, no longer having the leisure to move forward. But very quickly, they found themselves unable to dodge at all. Each grey shadow turned into their worst nightmare as it takes away their lives. One of the masters, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, took out a suitcase from behind. Pressing a button on it, an exoskeleton armor expanded from inside and quickly enveloped him. Exoskeleton armors have quite the good defense. Not only does it increase the user's strength, but also comes with a firearm system, a standard for frontline army soldiers. He's a genetically modified martial master, essentially the same as taking steroids. Even though his strength is that of a master, his true skills aren't, so he doesn't care about using firearms. A true martial master would rather use their bare hands to wrestle in a fight than to bother with these things. King Shan immediately noticed him, turned his aim towards the man and activated rapid fire. After the sound of consecutive impacts mixed with the crackling of electricity, the martial artist spurt out a cloud of blood, fell on the ground and no longer moved. On the exoskeleton was a deep hole. This type of defense is a little bit stronger than a small-sized mesh's armor plating, but facing King Shan's spirit energy infused arrows, it still isn't enough to make a difference. Chapter 25. A Fight of Dragon and Tiger. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, the death of this martial master also provided a chance for everyone else. 3 other martial masters quickly closed the distance, already at the street lamp. They looked at each other, then all jumped on the street lamp at the same time, aiming at vital points on King Shan's body. You could say their combination was solid as they completely surrounded King Shan, not giving him any room to escape. King Shan held his bow in one hand, the other lightly pressed downward. As King Shan shouted loudly, the spirit energy inside his danchan flowed outwards like a tsunami. You can clearly see with your own eyes a blue light becoming solid, flowing from his body outwards in all directions. This is the most basic spirit energy release skill, called spirit pressure. In the other world, cultivators who are at rejuvenation or ascended realms casually releasing spirit pressure can force a whole city of people to lay on the ground, unable to move even if they wanted to. With King Shan's Chi training stage 5 spirit pressure, he's only able to create a thrusting force. But to these people who've never seen this kind of power before, this is equivalent to bullying. The 3 martial master didn't even have time to react. Flung outwards by the thrusting force, they flew through the air. Good target practice. King Shan slightly squints his eyes and draws his arrows. Not even using a skill, he simply infused them with spirit energy and released. The 3 martial master flying through the air got shot full of holes. As they made contact with the ground, they were already dead bodies. King Shan stood on the street lamp, held his bow and looked around. The 30 martial masters all got shot to death, their bodies scattered around the street. Bastard, that was 30 masters. Ni Yun's face changes non-stop. His legs already shaking, almost unable to stand. He gritted his teeth, went in front of his shuttle and bowed respectfully. Uncle Ma, seems like I'll have to trouble you after all. An old man walked out of the shuttle, hands behind his back slightly hunched, and looked out at the street. He's inspecting every single dead body very carefully. What a cruel brat. Unfortunately the things called arrows are useless against me. As the old man spoke, his knees slightly bent, then a loud sound as his whole body shot like a cannonball towards King Shan. Not afraid to attack from the air from such a distance, seems like he's a grandmaster class opponent. King Shan's eyes are as sharp as ever, instantly recognizing his opponent's true abilities. The old man suddenly clasped his hands together, waving it in front. King Shan's face changed, jumped away without any hesitation, landing on another street lamp. At the same time, while the old man was still in the air, still at least a few dozen meters away from King Shan, but he already struck with both his fists. Rushing arm cannon. Bar-boom. First a light impact, then a huge explosion sound as the street lamp got struck and destroyed, only leaving half of it left. "Brat, you sure run fast," the old man said as he pursued. King Shan doesn't waste time for words, simple lifting his bow and shot. The old man simply waved his hand nonchalantly and all the arrows were struck away from their course. King Shan frowned, a bit annoyed. Using bare hands to make shockwaves, with this strength, it has to be a martial superpower. Advancing to martial grandmaster rank also has a chance to awake a random superpower. The old man here clearly awoke into a martial superpower, particularly in his hands. What he said isn't wrong, facing arrows that fly straight. He only needed to use the superpower in his hands to change their course. King Shan kept retreating, the old man in non-stop pursuit. As they moved, the street lamps on both sides became collateral damage. Bang, bang, bang. More and more street lamps fall as the old man got closer and closer. "Die, brat, I'll take your head here," the old man shouted as he leapt in. King Shan still not saying a thing, only silently pulled his bow back into an arc. Then he suddenly turned back, shouting, "Shifting flurry." The longbow's string sounded again and again. Grey shadows that almost seemed alive, like dragons or snakes, flew through the air, drawing unpredictable arcs. "How is that possible?" the old man shouted, suddenly stopped his feet, cautiously looked at all directions. The 5 arrows arrived at the same time. The old man's body as flexible as a fish in water, twisting and turning, dodging the incoming arrows. The power of these arrows are much stronger than before, much more than he expected, together with the slight trajectory. The old man had to use all this strength to deal with it. A martial grandmaster naturally gains a bit of spirit sense. Whenever an arrow came close, he's always reacted on time, either by shifting his body, or using his hands to strike them away. Only fright without any real danger. He evaded all the arrows. What kind of archery is this? The old man was breathing heavily. He's also slightly regretting his choice. If he knew that the arrows could twist and turn like that, he wouldn't have rushed out like this. Slowly approaching the enemy would have been much safer. But now, as the two of them fought, they've already arrived at an intersection, with plenty of room to maneuver. The enemy's strange archery skill have an extreme advantage. Their current distance is also perfect for him to attack. Could it be this brat calculated this? The old man could feel a chill coming up his spine. "Archery for murder," as King Shan answered. His hands moved, suddenly increasing in speed, consecutively activated his skill. Shifting flurry, shifting flurry, shifting flurry. 3 consecutive shifting flurry. Numerous arrows turned into a deadly flower of shadow, completely surrounded the Grandmaster. Even dealing with one shifting flurry already took everything he had. This time he could no longer get out unscathed. The sound of arrows hitting flesh isn't loud, but in the silence of night, it was heard clearly even from afar. The Grandmaster's body spurt out a shower of blood. He staggered, then finally fell down. His whole body was riddled with arrows like a porcupine. The spirit energy on them went into his body and already extinguished his life force. When the Grandmaster died, his eyes couldn't even close. In it you could almost see a sense of regret and unwillingness. Nian was completely stunned. This is a Grandmaster, an existence that eclipsed masters, a powerful existence that even awoke a martial superpower. Even a supernaturalist would not easily offend a Grandmaster. This is already the strongest fighting force of the Ni family. This time he was dispatched purely to get on Bai family's good side. Fuck. Why is this brat so strong? Cold sweat soaked Nian's body. Right now, preserving my own life is most important. When Bai family act, it'll be the end of him. After all, Bai family is still the biggest of the 9 lords, not someone his family could compare to. As he thought that, Nian raised both his hands up, shouting, "I'm the eldest grandson of Ni family, I surrender." King Shan, you had better. Pew. A single arrow flew, hitting his chest. Nian touched the arrow on his chest, staggered backward bit by bit, then fell on the ground. Blood leaked out from both his wound, his mouth and nose. I'm going to die. Nian suddenly realized his privileged life, immense fortune, bright future, Is all leaving him at this very moment? No, it can't be. Why do I have to die? Like a demon, he raised a harrowing scream. King Shan, you're the same as me. You kill whoever you spite just because you have power. The more you kill, the closer you are to death. I curse you. I curse you to receive the worst kind of torture before death. Dying without a place to even bury your body. I'm not like you. King Shan lowered his bow. My whole life, I've killed and gotten revenge by killing too many times to count, but I've never used my power to look down on others. Looking at all the corpses on the street, his face still remained unchanged. Chapter 26. The Martial Saint has arrived. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In the bar, Princess Anna rubbed her eyes, then looked at the screen once again. The Grand Master's body is still lying there on the ground. This can't be. Her eyes showed disbelief. The young man on the screen that have shocked her since the first meeting, right as he was walking outside to face the enemies, she was still thinking about how she would save him when he couldn't handle it. Who would have guessed the results would be like this? On King Shan, there seemed to be a mysterious cloak, not letting her see through, yet at the same time attracts her so. Yes, this isn't right at all. He's improving too quickly, unless he was hiding his strength last time. Feng Huoda also commented. He was busy operating the hollow brain, bringing the results of the evaluation out on the screen. Target's current strength estimated to be Grandmaster rank, power unidentified, suspected to be God's chosen or supernaturalist, details unknown. Loading target biological data. Confirmed target haven't used genetic modifier drugs. Conclusion, King Shan, male, 18 years old, estimated potential, S. Feng Huoda looked on the screen, sighing. 18 years old with a Grandmaster rank strength. I really want to know what the God's chosen skill on this monster of a person is. Suddenly a communicator was ringing. Anna turned it on, asking, what happened? Mole report, Baisha County Fighter Mesh Squadron on the way. 7 seconds later will arrive at the scene. 100 kilometers from here, Bai family warships are gathering. Anna shut down the communicator, stood up and said, I'm going to go save him. Feng Huoda hurriedly stopped her, saying, Your Highness, you absolutely cannot show yourself right now. The Empire's princess openly massacre people at the Confederate will be the most serious diplomatic scandal. It will lead to an all-out war. I don't care, Anna said as her hands clasped together, forming a pose of praying. God of death, from the flames, I call upon. Bar. Her clasped hands got knocked down by Feng Huoda. Your Highness, let me take him. You have to leave first, Feng Huoda said with a serious face. You can't. Your Shadow God's chosen skills evolution level is too low. You're definitely unable to escape from their scanners. The communicator once again rang. Feng Huoda, impatient, slapped the call button and shouted, What? The voice from the communicator sounds scared beyond control. Firebird report. Firebird report. The Confederate's Marshal Saint is coming. What? Anna opened her eyes wide. Where's he coming from? Why can't I sense him? He's coming from above. He's coming from above. King Shan draws an arrow, squints and evaluates the coming squadron of mesh armors. 091 Hawk Series mobile mesh, decent fighting power. He pulled the bowstrings tight, but the construction isn't quite rational. Lightly letting go, as the bow snaps back to normal, the arrow was covered by a layer of visible spirit energy and flew. A flash, a clank. The arrow slid across the armor of the mesh, flew off course and away from sight. TCH, again. King Shan quickly drew his bow, another shot. Boom. The arrow shot into the mesh's knee joint center. A hulking mesh forged from steel, took an arrow to the knee and keeled over. King Shan retreated a few steps, dodging the enemy's small-sized ammunition system, once again drew another arrow and pulled his bow. The arrow flew through the sky. As a mesh raised its large main arc cannon, the arrow flew into the muzzle, all the way to the back and ignited the explosive laser-type arc mortar. The mortar's power isn't a joke. Immediately the mesh's upper half got blown off, crashed down and unable to move again. What the hell? Is this really something bow and arrows can do? Feng Huoda looked at the screen and gritted his teeth. Anna was unblinkingly staring at the screen and said, He shot at the 091 Hawk Series mobile mesh's hidden weak point. It was written on our intelligence research record. Probably a coincidence, How would he have known such an obscure thing? Not a coincidence. I saw him aiming for it. Fuck. The marshal sent is here. The two of them immediately stopped talking and even held their breaths. And their hands are clenched tight, staring at the screen worriedly. Outside, King Shan took aim, drawing his bow ready to fire again. Suddenly, he felt something as he relaxed his aim and looked up at the sky. A black shadow was coming from above. So quick. King Shan hurriedly retreated, hiding himself behind a high wall. A huge booming sound on impact. A 10-meter crater was made on the large street intersection. The mesh cautiously stopped. The enemy's arrows are too powerful. Suspicion of being supernaturalist. Calling for reinforcements. Calling for reinforcements. The commanding mesh quickly took the time to report reinforcements. A voice was heard from the crater. Seems like the situation isn't too bad. As he spoke, a figure jumped out from the crater. It was a middle-aged man. Thick brows, sharp eyes, tanned skin and a body that stood as straight as a javelin. Dark green military uniform, black boots. On his shoulder, there was a sword and shield. A sword and shield, the rank of general. Standing across from the mesh squadron that was ready for battle, he spoke. I am Zhang Zongyang. All the mesh suddenly stopped. The soldiers from inside the cockpits jumped out, raising their heads in salute. Marshal Saint. Military God Sir. Baisha County, 477th Special Force reporting Sir. Zhang Zongyang looked at the people across from and spoke. As military men, who was it that told you to pilot mesh armors, go on the busy streets to kill a person? The soldiers hesitated for a bit, as the leader responded, it was the Baisha County's Lord Order, sir. As the military force of Baisha County, they had the duty to work under the orders of the Baisha Lord. Dogshit aristocrats. Zhang Zongyang spoke with contempt, no longer disciplined the soldiers, turned around towards where King Shan was hiding and shouted, King Shan, come out. King Shan thought for a bit, then came out. Zhang Zongyang looked at the young man, his face complicated. The president wants to see you. Rewinding time a few minutes ago. Space. The SW. Divine Temple. In the large room that King Shan was in before. On hundreds of screens, numbers and symbols are flowing, not stopping for even a second. These screens are arranged into a sphere shape, surrounded by a specially designed mobile mesh, analyzing each and every small detail of it. The mesh stood still unmoving. It's not like regular mesh, big and bulky, also unlike other specialized meshes that carry a whole arsenal on him. It looks much more streamlined and mobile. The screens glowed a deep white on the mesh, looking almost like flowing water. Suddenly the mesh's head moved. And then it moved again. That's right. The mesh at the moment is looking around the silent space, just like a real living entity. Suddenly, hundreds of screens all shut down at once. Only the large screen closest to the mesh is still operating. On it showed one word, perfect. As the word faded, 3 more appeared. Ahead of time. Then, lines of text appeared. In accordance with promise, hiding King Shan's personal data. Research results are to be used by impartial goddess with consideration. Adding citizen King Shan's personal merit, based on his contribution of 21 groundbreaking scientific researches, calculated as follow. King Shan's personal merit total, 79987395728143 points. Increasing King Shan's personal authority level. In accordance to the contribution to humanity civilization algorithm. Calculating King Shan's authority level. Calculations complete. King Shan's increased authority level is, highest leader. Found personal data to contain crimes, murder, theft. Begin crime analysis. Crimes unfounded, actions found to be done in self-defense. Special amnesty granted. Analyzing current situation. Changning County Military Force summon in progress. Target, highest leader. Current situation updated. Imminent danger. Found King Shan's authority as highest leader, initiating personal safety measures. Measures created, 1, 2, 3, 4. In accordance to success rate, measure 3 selected. Contacting Sir President, Chapter 27, TV appearance. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sure, I don't mind putting him under my direct protection, but why does it have to be like that? The president asked as he looked at the message on the screen. his face a bit confused. Impartial Goddess's voice could be heard from the screen. According to humanity's history of strife, to protect a young person still in his growth for a long period, a solid figure like you backing him is necessary, sir. The president deeply sighed and asked, the reason why this person must be protected. You can tell me that at least. In accordance with our agreement, I cannot say, but you can ask him yourself. General Zhang next to him thought for a bit, then asked, then, can you tell us his authority level? The president's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. From this angle they can find out more about him without violating Impartial Goddess's agreement. Sure enough, Impartial Goddess spoke. Sir President's authority level is, highest leader. General Zhang's authority level is, leader. Authorized access to this information. King Shan's personal authority level is, highest leader. The president spat out all the tea he was drinking just now in surprise. Impartial Goddess once again spoke. King Shan's life is under threat at the moment, requesting Sir President to make the arrangements. Just talking won't stop people from Bai family, the president said as he tries to regain his composure, using a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Zhang Marshal Saint, please personally go. If it takes too long I'm afraid he might not be alive anymore. The Confederates suddenly got another president out of nowhere. Fine, I also want to see what kind of person he is. When King Shan came, the presidential office was already neck-deep in work. Inside the president's office, there was only the president standing at the window, looking at the capital's night sky. From afar, he looked like a normal old man with grey hair, basking in memory of his glory days. Sir President, the person is safely brought back, said General Zhang. The president immediately got back his spirit. The aura on him changed into a solemn but dignified feeling. He looks intently at King Shan, then said smilingly, good evening. Should I call you Student Gu, or Mr. Gu? I'm already expelled from school, so you can call me Mr. Gu, said King Shan. Then Mr. Gu, it was under the request of Impartial Goddess that I brought you here. I hope you don't mind, said the president. I don't mind. In fact, I have to thank you for saving me, King Shan sincerely said. Right now his strength is still in its growth phase. If he has to face enemies that are too strong, he might not be able to finish them off. Not to mention, he was using the power of one person to face two whole aristocrat families. They definitely had more people that haven't joined the fray yet. If it had continued, when the time comes for him to go to the other world, he would have no choice but to go there to hide, returning after an hour. Then afterwards, he could only leave Changning County and the Confederate itself. The president smiles, then became serious again, asking, Mr. Gu, I don't know if this is appropriate, but as the president of the Confederate, I have to know why you've gained so much attention from Impartial Goddess. Never before have the goddess been this serious about a 17-year-old citizen. As such, right now I have to confirm that your existence will mean no harm to the Confederate as a whole. That's simple, said King Shan. Please connect to Impartial Goddess. I'm here. A solemn female voice was heard. The three people looked around, to find King Shan's phone was lit up. Impartial Goddess have the ability to connect to every information electronic devices, so the three of them wasn't surprised. King Shan thought for a bit, then, please show what we've made to the president and the general. Citizen King Shan, please confirm your authorization. I authorize. It's fine to show them, since a few days later, after the mesh is done testing, it would be delivered to Suzu anyways. When that time comes, it would definitely come to light. He's just showing it to the president a bit prematurely. In history, this president was a person of respectable character, his governing was also excellent. If he has the chance to make a good relationship with him, King Shan doesn't mind showing a bit of mesh technology that's ahead of the era. Regarding the game that begins 1 year later, when the time comes, it would also be appropriate to prepare for when he needs to borrow the nation's power. That way, there would be much fewer people that die. A screen showed up in front of the three people, revealing the blazing angel mesh currently on the SW Divine Temple. What is this? A mesh? General Zhang closely stares at the screen, his eyes not wanting to miss a single detail. It seems to be a bit different from normal mobile mesh armors. The president wore his glasses, also seriously evaluating it. Authorized demonstration mode. Authorize Form 1 weapon system demonstration. King Shan spoke. Authorization received. Demonstration begins. Impartial Goddess answered. 10 minutes later, the president's offices opened. Everyone was moving about busily, preparing for a live news announcement. General, please let me borrow him for a bit. A fashionably dressed female personnel said. Be my guest, I'll be outside waiting. Call me when things are about to start. Zhang Zongyang answered. King Shan immediately was taken away by the woman, and put in front of a makeup table. The woman looked at him for a bit, nodding her head. Looks decently handsome enough, but for these kinds of occasions, a bit more formal is better. She took the powder brush, giving King Shan a bit more shade on his face, giving orders to her assistants to prepare a few formal suits, another to prepare a bunch of different ties. Come, we'll pick out one that fits you best, to leave a good impression the first time they see you, she excitedly spoke. King Shan reluctantly sighs, sat down to let the woman do as she likes. On top of a skyscraper outside the presidential office, Marshal Saint Zhang Zongyang was taking one puff after another out of his cigar, like this is the only way for him to calm down. As the Army Supreme Commander, a Saint-rank martial artist, he has seen so many strange and unusual things in his life, but he still couldn't contain his excitement. This kind of science, this type of mobile mesh technology. Those idiots, why would they want to kill him? Zhang Zongyang shook his head. He suddenly remembered something, took out his phone and called a number. You lot have a family gathering today, correct? Very good. Turn on the TV, wait for the president's official announcement. Remember, do everything you can to stay friendly with the person next to the president, become his ally if possible. Hell, try and get him to come to military academy. Right as he hung up, another person called. See King, what's the matter? I don't know. Really, I'm not hiding anything. I don't know what you're talking about. 15 minutes later, the president of the Confederate officially made an announcement, live streaming it to the whole Confederate. He cites the history of the Confederate, professing his respect to the many heroes who died on the battlefield. Then using that, he started talking about the time he served in the army, citing his remembrance of his fallen comrades, finally announcing his help and guardianship of the war. Often. Right then, King Shan was gestured to come on stage. The Confederate treats its veteran as well as remaining family members of fallen soldiers very well. Its society as a whole respects soldiers, because everyone knows it as fact, that without soldiers at the front line risking their lives, there would be no peace in the Confederate. The president himself giving a show of respect like this would only improve his image in the citizens. Impartial Goddess herself verifies on the scene that King Shan is the son of one of the president's old comrades, ensuring there would be no doubt. In just 20 days, it will be the Confederate's 300th founding anniversary. I am appealing to all to mourn the passing of soldiers on the battlefield and support their family members, as they are the silent protectors of our home, as they deserve to be treated with respect. On the main screen at the bar, just as the president's speech finished, the live stream was over. The fuck? Just half an hour ago he was under suspicion of murder. Why is he suddenly supported by the president of the Confederate himself now? Feng Huoda mumbled. Anna spoke, obviously, because the Confederate found him. If I'm not wrong, this would be impartial goddess protection measure. Why do you think so? His parents did pass away long ago. But they were just normal people, and has never been on the battlefield. When Anne opened King Shan's personal record, the information inside had already changed. King Shan's parents originally died in a car accident, but that was changed to be killed in action. Only impartial goddess have the ability to alter personal records like this, Anna said. What, is he impartial goddess son or something? Feng Huoda tilted his head, still very confused. Anna angrily pounded the table, stood up to go outside. Your Highness, where are you going? Feng Huoda asked. I clearly saw him first, and they dared to steal him from me. Anna quickly went out. Chapter 28, The Su Family. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At the same time, on Lake Island, an old man wearing a retro Chinese jacket was sitting on the main seat. Ordered, you can turn it off. The president's speech just ended. As the screen was turned off, The entire main hall was silent. No one spoke a single word. Father, a middle-aged man, tried to say something. Sitting next to the middle-aged man was Madame Sue. It seems they were Suzu's parents. Don't say anything yet. The old man stopped him. Again spoke. The battle footage, show me again. Yes, sir, right away, someone answered. Soon after, the screen was lit once more. King Shan walked out from the bar. The spirit energy flowing from him immediately caught the old man's attention. Mutated 5 elements, wind-type spirit power. The old man showed a face full of interest. When King Shan used a single arrow to blow up the police shuttles, the old man was surprised. This level of destructive power is more similar to metal-type spirit power. How strange. Finally, when King Shan activated Shifting Flurry, turning the Grand Master into a porcupine, the old man went completely silent for a while. A Su family steward muttered, "It's not any of the 5 main elements, also not the 5 mutated elements. If it isn't any of them, could it be it isn't a type of supernatural, but an unseen god's chosen skill?" When Martial Master Zhang Zongyang showed up, everybody's face tensed up. King Shan, the president wants to see you, as the marshal sent on the screen said that. The footage ended. No one in the hall spoke a single word. It was so silent that even a dropped needle could be heard. The old man thought for a while, then asked, borrowing the hands of Bai family and Ni family to get rid of him, "Whose idea was this?" Madame Sue's face paled, but her husband already tapped her on the shoulder and spoke up first. "It was our idea." The old man looked at his son, then took out a phone. A few moments later, the call connected. "Grandpa, how are you calling me? Did you finish your closed meditation?" Suzu's surprised voice can be heard. "Yes, Grandpa had something to ask you." "What it is, Grandpa?" "The person called King Shan, how did you come to befriend him?" "Ah? Why do you want to know what, Grandpa?" "He's my dear granddaughter's friend, of course I want to know about him. If you won't say, then I'll just go investigate him a bit." "Ah, no, don't, Grandpa." "Fine, I'll tell you." Suzu's tone was sulking, but her head was as clear as ever. Grandpa is Su family's head of power. If he asking directly like this, then she might as well honestly tell him. He's very hardworking, also very talented. "How so?" "The time we were learning about mesh research, during one of our practical lessons, the mesh's weapon system was faulty, so it pointed the arc cannon at us. While everyone was so scared they all scrambled to run away, he was the only one that jumped out, and screamed at the mesh. The target is a citizen. You should know, the mass-produced type of mesh used for security patrols highly prioritize citizen safety, so as he said citizen, the mesh immediately pointed the cannon upwards and shot it at the sky. Since then I began to take notice of him, then I found out he did quite a few small-scale technological research by himself, so I changed my view of him." The old man hearing that said, "That's fine then, I hope you two can get along well. Grandpa will call you back later." He put down the phone, then ordered, "Check King Shan's mesh research situation. I remember one of you say he was an employee at our Changning Steel Mesh Research Facility." "He's already fired," a voice timidly replied. "For what reason?" The old man turned around, his tone changed. His questioning shout was dignified but not angry, yet the one who got questioned was shaking, glancing at Madame Sue. Madame Sue bowed her head and replied, "I fired him, because I didn't want him to use our Su family's company, using that to climb up to Suzu. Climb up?" The old man's brows furrowed, his mouth almost grinding that word. Suddenly the person who was supposed to check the profile uttered in surprise and reported, "It's strange, my authority level isn't high enough, so I can't check his personal records." The old man spoke, "He's no longer part of our company. Of course you don't have the authority, use my authority instead." He went forward, putting his hand on the hollow brain. "Welcome to the Confederate Personal Record Database, Venerable Sir Suk Xingjiao. Request access to Changning County's records under my jurisdiction. 17 years old male King Shan's personal scientific research record." The screen stopped for a bit, then showed a line of red text, "Highest top secret." The electronic voice also responded, "I'm sorry, your authority level is not enough, considering your distinguished status. I recommend you seek direct authorization from King Shan. My authority isn't enough. The Su family's head Suxing Jiao opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of life flashed through. Father, there must be a mistake. Your authority level is only below that of the president and the 3 supreme generals. How could you not check the record of a low-born poor brat? Madame Su said. No, impartial goddess won't make that kind of low-level mistake. Suxing Jiao picked up his phone and dialed another number. Elder Su, how are you on the other side? A confident voice is heard. Jiang Marshal Saint, there's a matter I would have to trouble you with. No need to say that, please talk. I'll try my best to help. King Shan. I'm sorry, Elder Su, there's nothing I could say to you about this person, because the matters involved are too serious. I'm very sorry. Suxing Jiao put down his phone, became silent for a while, then suddenly spoke again. This sly fox, I'm sure he knows something. Looking at the red letters highest top secret on the screen, Suxing Jiao felt extremely annoyed. Then he slapped his hand the table, ordered, immediately prepare 100 million credits. Donate it to the Confederate's Scientific Research Department. Have them transfer it to support King Shan's research. We'll prepare manpower to support him as well. His assistant quickly prepared then spoke. It's been done. Please authorize. I authorize. Connecting to the Scientific Research Department. We were interrupted. Problems one after another. Suxing Jiao couldn't help but be annoyed as he personally looked at the screen. A line of text appeared on screen. From this year onward, King Shan's personal scientific research funds will be fully provided by impartial goddess. No other methods of donation is required. Suxing Jiao's pupils contracted. Then he tried another way. Then directly donate the money to him, as support for his further education. The assistant wiped his sweat, quickly operated the procedures. It was also rejected by the system. He frightfully said, even a direct donation is rejected. This has never happened before. All the people in power here raised their faces, wanting to see exactly what's happening. Then another line of text appeared on the screen. From this year onward, impartial goddess and the president of the Confederate will take full responsibility for citizen King Shan's personal spending. No one else is to interfere. Suxing Jiao was stunned. Everyone else didn't even dare to breath out, silently waited for the family head's orders. How regretful. A highest top secret level researcher was actively fired by our Su family, said Suxing Jiao as he shook his head. Madame Su didn't know what to say, only tried to explain herself again. I was afraid that this poor brat would taint our Su's wanting to take one step to climb up to heaven. You idiot! Suxing Jiao shouted with a thunderous voice, slapping Madame Su flying with one hand. He couldn't hold his anger in any more and shouted, use your head a little. How many years has it been since the Confederate had another highest top secret science researcher? Do you know how long, what level and what kind of research it is? Did you look into it at all? I'll tell you, it was 30 years ago. The research was the interstellar warp jump technology that changed the world. Poor brat. One step to heaven? Ha! Suxing Jiao's anger not yet soothed, sarcastically continued. The president himself is using his name to protect him. The marshal sent wouldn't leak a single word about him. What about impartial goddess? Impartial goddess is straight up using taxpayers' money to fund him. He looked at the confused and tearful Madame Su, continued without stopping. Such a person, and you're still afraid they'll taint your daughter? Afraid that they'll use her to climb up? Ridiculous. Open your goddamn eyes and look. Right now I can't even climb up to him if I wanted to. Father, little Ling was only worried about our dear daughter, so she didn't carefully consider everything. Madame Su's husband stepped up, trying to follow up for his wife. Suxing Jiao's anger subsided a little, but still looked at them disappointedly. Worried about her daughter? Ha! Worrying about your daughter requires you to kill someone? What experts you are at killing people, but total fools at hanging on to them. Do you not understand? Killing people will only lose others' loyalty, and gaining loyalty is the only true way to continue a family line. He shook his head, looking at the results. Even your daughter is 100,000 times better at this than you are. Suxing Jiao tiredly rubbed his forehead, then ordered everyone, from now on, no matter who it is, no one is to interfere with Suzu's matters, no one is to offer any help either. that will only make yourself seem too desperate and make them hate you even more. Also, the matter of Bai family's marriage proposal, put it off. No need to make any reply. Yes, sir. Smooth out everything. I want to personally go to the capital to see my granddaughter. Yes, sir. Chapter 29. A sudden change. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At another place, the Bai family and Ni family heads are sitting down for a chat. The Ni family head is a lean old man. The more they talked, the more agitated he seemed, the blood vessels on his neck bulging, his whole face red with anger. My eldest mainline grandson is already dead. Even if he's the president, he's not going to stop the anger of an old man. Note: the eldest son of the eldest son in the family is very important to Asian people. The Bai family head is a middle-aged man with a small goatee, wearing black leather gloves. His hands are clasped together on his crossed legs. He casually said, "This person stripped my son naked and threw him into a lake. A big disgrace for our Bai family. Tell me what you want." The old man looked at him and asked, "Then how about this? As long as the brat isn't under the president's protection, our Bai family can deal with him." The Bai family head spoke. The Ni family head looked at him intently, asking, "Why do you want to act all?" "No need to lie to me. I'm already a man with half his foot in the grave. Petty tricks won't work on me." The Bai family head smiled, then answered, "From my sources, that brat might have created quite the significant scientific breakthrough." He sighed. "Our Bai family have also investigated, and according to Confederate law, as long as he's alive, his breakthrough can only be under his monopoly." The Ni family head squint his eyes. "How selfish, and that's why you're not pleased." "I'm very not pleased." "But then what method do you have to get this groundbreaking result that even shocked the president in your hands?" The Bai family head opened his hands and shrugged, saying, "You know, young people, always thinking about the perfect love, rescuing the damsel in distress and all that. Our Bai family will deal with the brat, but first, your Ni family need to secure Su family, little miss. Then we're on the same page." The Ni family head stood up, using his cane to slowly leave. Suddenly he turned around, asking, "Last two questions. If your answer can satisfy me, I'll act." "Please go ahead." "That girl, isn't she originally your family's target for marriage?" "Eldony must be joking with me." "Comparing immense profit with that, your choice and mine surely are the same. The second, are you not afraid of the president's wrath?" "I'm not that good with history, but in the 300 years of our Confederate, I remember quite a few presidents being assassinated." The Ni family head stood there staring at him for a while, then finally, "I'll look for an expert to deal with the Su family girl. The brat is your responsibility. Please be assured, when the time comes to reap the benefits, I won't forget the Ni family's efforts." Bai family's head stood up and solemnly said. The Ni family head nodded, leaving satisfied. The Bai family head lit a cigar. As he finished half of it, suddenly, "Come, I'm here." "Prepare the men, and make sure to observe Ni family. When they're done with their end of the deal, swiftly massacre them all. Leave no one alive." "Yes, sir." The president's office. Everyone has already left, including Marshal St. Jiang Zongyang. The only people left here are the president and King Shan. "So, you really won't consider taking a position at the Science Research Department?" asked the president. "Yes, I still want to go to university," said King Shan. The president, "Even though I'm adopting you as my son only because of impartial goddess deduction results, but taking time off at every chance you get really isn't a good idea. The easier things are, the easier you are to forget what you originally intended." He smiled kindly. "Your education, I can take care of. Let me at least do my duty as a parent." King Shan sincerely responded, "Thank you for understanding and helping me like this." The president picked up the communicator on the table, smiling and said, "Of course, with matters that relate to you, it's better to ask the goddess first before arranging it." The communicator quickly connected. "I'm deciding to send King Shan to Capital University. What do you think?" the president asked. On the other side of the communicator, impartial goddess rhythmic female voice sounded. "After deduction, together with your opinion, the best place for King Shan to be would be the Science Research Department. The second best place would be the Confederate Military Academy, even though Capital University is ranked number 1. Both the mesh research facilities and security measures are disadvantageous to Gekingshan's research. The president looked at Gekingshan questioningly. Gekingshan shrugged, gesturing that he's not against it. Confederate Military Academy is also one of the top 3 universities in the Confederate, although their overall ranking isn't as high as Capital University, but their mesh research major is their strongest suit, much more suitable for himself. More importantly, both these universities are very close to each other, so if he ever needs to meet up with Suzu, it wouldn't be too much trouble. Entering a university like this to learn, that definitely fit Gekingshan's heart desire. The president, seeing that, also silently nodded. His impression of Gekingshan became slightly better. His life experience is vast, having met so many talented people, he knows them to always be very prideful, looks down on everything and everyone because of their talent, not to mention willful. Gekingshan is so young, yet he's willing to listen to others' opinions, and very capable of thinking objectively. This point is very important, enough to affect his whole career afterwards. Then let's go with that. I also agree, the president spoke. Impartial Goddess spoke. Please authorize. I authorize, said the president. Impartial Goddess spoke. Begin profile loading and placement. Calculating Gekingshan's merit. Completing appropriate placement. As this matter involves relatively high authority levels, I will require several minutes for special treatment before completion. Seems like it'll be fine. The president nodded his head, turning his eyes from the communicator and looked at Gekingshan. Come to my house tomorrow for lunch and to meet everyone else. Gekingshan nodded. Yes, then I will be troubling you, sir. The president laughed. No trouble at all. Every day I'm too busy, so all the meals are made by my chef anyways. I don't have the time to learn to cook for myself. Gekingshan also smiled. After you enter university, try and make a few friends. Since it's the military academy, after graduation you'll all be comrades, better knowing them sooner than later, the president reminded him. Yes, I understand. Gekingshan seriously nodded. If the president doesn't want their relationship to just be for show, and would rather treat him sincerely like this, then Gekingshan also won't be a person who's hungry but refuses food out of courtesy. Right then, there was a knock on the door. What's the matter? Asked the president. The Senate meeting has begun 10 minutes ago, sir. It will be your turn to speak soon. Ah, I almost forgot. The president slapped his head and stood up. Gekingshan also stood up, saying, it seems I've troubled you. Who would have thought I would still be able to enter university? The military academy is a good choice, backed by the Confederate military. Militarized forces are always stronger than a single person, so later when signs of the apocalypse starts appearing, he might be able to deal with them better. A daily life of listening to lectures, reading books at the library. If he's not in a rush, he could also find Suzu to hang out. To be able to live a life like this before the apocalypse, how great it will be. Gekingshan is in high spirits. Then another person came, asking if the president is in his office. The president reminded him, I'll be going first. Remember to come to the estate tomorrow for lunch. Gekingshan, yes. As both of them leave the office, the president and his secretaries went to the meeting. Gekingshan went with an assistant to leave the building. After everyone had left, the president's office doors closed and everything fell back into silence. A few minutes later, the communicator left on the president's office lit up again. Impartial Goddess voice rang from it. According to Gekingshan's personal merit, Confederate authorization level, scientific research expertise, combined with a history of past Confederate training of scientific talents, the corresponding placement has been made. Placement results: Confederate Military Academy Mobile Mesh Major, Special Professor, under Confederate Honorary Allowance. Gekingshan's personal records change completed. After this narration, Impartial Goddess also detached herself from the connection. Chapter 30. Going their own ways. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A night quickly passed as the eastern sky lights up. Today there is no rain. The sun slowly rose, hanging from the cloudless blue sky above. Gekingshan's figure suddenly appeared in a dense forest area. The serpent demon's corpse still lying at his feet, about 200 meters away. Numerous arrows are still stuck deep on tree branches and trunks. Spending one day in the other world and 1 hour will have passed in reality, but going back to the other world from reality and not even a second has passed. What a strange flow of time. King Shan checked his inventory bag. Inside it was still full of snake blood, teeth and his other loots. The most valuable things are the snake livers. He himself had already eaten one, the other is silently sitting in the inventory bag, occasionally emitting a dim light. This truly is a good thing to have. Right now King Shan can still feel his body's blood essence increasing non-stop, almost rivaling that of a martial cultivator. Should he learn some martial artist skills? King Shan thought for a bit. No, don't worry about these things yet. I still have to return to the outpost. I still haven't eaten anything today, although Zhao is useless in combat. His cooking skills are quite something. King Shan packed up his stuff, quickly followed the path to go back. On the way he didn't make any stop, avoiding demon beasts even if he saw them. Hunting demon beasts for a whole night, created a new mobile mesh right after returning to reality, meeting Anna, fighting a grandmaster, meeting the president and martial saint, go on TV. Right now even he feels a bit tired in both body and spirit. This time in the other world, he might as well spend a day to reorganize himself. When he came back to the outpost, Zhao was standing at the outpost's gate, seemingly waiting for him. As soon as he saw King Shan, he quickly spoke, "Brother Gu, not good." "What happened?" "Yesterday so many demons appeared at night." "What exactly happened?" King Shan's expression tensed up and tried to ask. Zhao Lu doesn't really understand military terms, so even after a while couldn't explain what he saw. King Shan couldn't do anything but be patient and questioned him slowly. For every 3-4 questions, Zhao Lu would give an answer from memory. After a few minutes, King Shan finally pieced everything together. The demons' dispatch yesterday wasn't the main army, only small squadrons of unique demons. These squadrons all have intricate equipment and considerable strength. In Zhao Lu's own words, looks scary as hell, even fiercer than the ones from before. The demon squadrons all used their highest speed, and passed by the outpost gate on their way. To ensure both mobility and secrecy, the demons' numbers aren't too overwhelming. They also acted in silence. If Zhao Lu hadn't woken up to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, he wouldn't even have found out. After hearing Zhao Lu's story, King Shan remembered the faceless giant and bloodthirsters that appeared yesterday, becoming even more suspicious. The demon army dispatched so many elite troops, but what for? This is the last year of peace, right? He spoke questioningly. Yeah. The last year of peace. Zhao Lu nodded in agreement. King Shan became even more confused. He has confirmed over and over that this is the first time that war broke out. Both demons and humans are still testing each other's strength. Both sides still haven't dispatched their strongest troops for an all-out battle. These demons that only appeared during the later stages of the war, all suddenly showed up here at once. King Shan went silent and began to seriously recall the details of the past. He's already feeling a sense of unease. During the past life, he was the supreme commander of China's National Guild, as well as the World Alliance Army's strategic general, so he's especially sensitive to military dispatches. 1. He has carefully spent time to research each and every single military campaign that happened in the game. Before, he had only just returned, plus his cultivation was so low, as well as the wounds on his body. So King Shan had placed more attention on himself. But now when the situation changed again, he's once again using the eyes of a strategic general to seriously consider everything. King Shan threw away all useless thoughts and began compiling the facts. If the dispatch wasn't the main demon army, then whatever happens isn't happening on the main battlefield. Then the possibility of a direct attack can be ruled out. If so, would it be a raid? King Shan closed his eyes and reviewed the map in his map again. His own squad was stationed at the front line, right now already considered a fallen sector. In the vicinity, would there be any humanity strongholds or fortresses that are worth the demons dispatching their strongest elite squadrons to attack? The closest humanity stronghold is right outside the border town, about 1,000 kilometers away. So there's no humanity targets that are worth a raid around this area. If so, he can also rule out the chance of a raid. After ruling out two possibilities, King Shan became even more nervous. Could it be an assassination operation? King Shan silently thought. During this 1 year, There were many strong cultivators of humanity that died in battle. During the sudden outbreak of war, which important human cultivators were assassinated by the demons? Names rushed through King Shan's mind one after another. As he recalls, he's also ruling them out one by one. Suddenly, King Shan remembered two people. Two shockingly brilliant people, two figures that stood out in history. Many historians later came to the conclusion that if either of them were to not die before the war fully broke out, the direction of history could have been turned. King Shan suddenly asked, "What month and date is it today?" Zhao Lu scratched his head and answered, "The 7th of June. King Shan's heart jumped. That's it. The Holy Gate's Grand Elder, Formation Grand Master Gong Sunzi, fell in battle on the 8th of June. Heaven's Limit Sect, Heaven's Limit Sentes Ning Yuizai, fell in battle on the 9th of June. Gong Sunzi was surrounded by 3 million demons and died of exhaustion inside his own formation. Ning Yuizai was surrounded by 5 demon generals and fought a hard battle for 1 day and night before dying. Many players that saw this history record was completely flabbergasted, unable to understand. Because formations are known to be the best at hiding and evading, even at its weakest it could trap the enemy. Of all the clans and sects, Gong Sunzi was a man who brought formation to its very limit, a formation grandmaster that almost rivaled the heaven itself. With his skills, accidentally trapping himself inside to be surrounded by millions of demons is completely nonsensical. Heaven's Limit Sentes Ning Yuizai death was particularly tragic. Heaven's Limit sect was one of the strongest sects in the world of cultivation. Ning Yuizai being so young, yet she was already its saintess. Her cultivation and talents are both considered top-notch in the whole world of cultivation. Such a talented and brilliant girl was surrounded by 5 demon generals, fought for a whole day and night, finally died of exhaustion. If she could just send out any message at all, within that 1 day and night, there definitely would have been strong people who came to her rescue. But right until the moment she died, no one in humanity's top brass even noticed that she had been fighting the demon army for 1 day and night. A great cultivator once confirmed, if Gong Sunzi hadn't died, the first campaign's results might not have been a loss, and if Ning Yuizai hadn't died, in just a few dozen years, she would have had the ability to rival even the 9 Hells Demon King, changing the fate of humanity. But that is only a sigh of grief, as history had already happened, and the people in later years saying what if didn't change a thing. King Shan paced back and forth, silently thinking. Today is already the 7th of June, in just 2 days. Both of these legendary characters will have died one after another. The reason the demon army dispatched their elite squadrons is probably this. The place where these 2 legends died was. King Shan silently recalled, very quickly remembered and cross-referenced with his mental map. Sure enough, the place was not far from here, about 100 kilometers. That's right. King Shan could feel his thoughts cleared up. If 2 human cultivators as powerful as them showed up in demon territory, it would definitely cause the demons to rush to surround and eliminate them. This level of an encirclement battle, with King Shan's measly chi training stage 5 cultivation, he couldn't even get close. Even the weakest demons on the outer ring used for alert could easily kill him. For him, the only thing that he could do would be to take the chance and run back to humanity's area of control. Take the chance when the demon's attention is still focused on the 2 legends and run away from this fallen sector. King Shan quickly made his decision. Under a situation like this, as long as he runs the opposite direction of where they are, he should be able to avoid most dangers. A journey from this outpost to the stronghold outside Border City would take about 1 day and 1 night. It isn't a short journey, and the dangers he could face on the way are numerous, but still much better than staying still at this outpost that's about to be destroyed. If he wants to go, he has to take this chance when the 2 legends are still in battle with the demon army to leave as quickly as possible. King Shan didn't even rest. Quickly checked the items on his body. Snake blood, snake teeth, snake liver, all here. The military bow is still in good condition, not many arrows left, so he will have to replenish them before he leaves. The military machete won't do much, but at least it's a weapon, for the off chance that he might get into close combat. Pack up quickly, we have to leave now. King Shan cleaned up his items, also telling Zhao Lu to prepare. Leave? Leave where? Zolu opened his eyes wide and asked. He was still holding the newly seasoned dried demon beast meat, about to dry it out under the roof, leaving this fallen sector, towards humanity's stronghold. Of course, the King Shan answered. Zolu hesitated, but we already found the spirit stones. Using the formation, we can just hide here for another while. The King Shan spoke. This invisibility formation is effective for demons before Golden Core Realm. Above that, just one glance and they'll be able to see through it. He continued, the demon called Faceless Giant from a few days ago, it already discovered us, but because it was on a mission, plus we were just ants to it, so it didn't bother to do anything. Zolu took a step backwards, then another, shaking his head. Brother Gu, why are you telling me lies? What good is there to lie to me? The King Shan kept patiently explained, if I'm not wrong, this area will soon become a battlefield. If we still want to live to have to quickly leave. Zolu, didn't you just go out to hunt beasts? How do you know these things? The King Shan answered, just looking at the demon dispatches and I already know. Don't worry, this is the only thing I won't be wrong about. Zolu kept shaking his head. You're wrong. You have to be wrong. The outside is too dangerous. I can lose my life at any time. If you want to leave so much, then go. I'm not leaving. The King Shan thought about the healing pills he received from him, sighed and tried to convince him again. Come with me, this place won't hold. Losing your life will just be a matter of time. Zolu still shook his head. Going outside is more dangerous. The outpost has a formation. This place is very safe. And the human main army will soon reclaim this place anyways. The King Shan tried to convince him again, but seeing Zolu's firm attitude, plus the begrudging look in his eyes, he gave up. I hope you understand your choice. The King Shan serious said once more, when the demons come, it'll be too late for you to regret. Zolu stood firm, not saying a word. The King Shan, seeing that, reluctantly turned around and left, not looking back at the outpost any longer. Finally, when the King Shan's back couldn't be seen anymore, Zolu spat out, bullshit. Going out is more dangerous. Those soldiers all died in the mouth of demons because they left in the first place. Everyone else is in the dead pit now, only I'm alive. I thought you were reinforcement, but turned out to just be a newbie that got lost, fooling me into taking care of you for days for nothing. Ridiculous. If you want to die, then go by yourself. Trying to lie to me. Zolu angrily got back into the outpost. Note 1. China. In the raw it also said China, so I assume the author meant that China is a real country in this world and not that he made a mistake. Seeing how the King Shan was essentially considered a low-life criminal in the Confederate in the past life, as well as how impartial Goddess does thing, him becoming a strong character in the game wouldn't have changed that fact. The other two big nations also wouldn't have discovered or valued his talents too much, so it makes sense that he would be at another country. Remember, it's an established fact that there are more than just 3 countries in this world, just that there are 3 big ones that more worth mentioning more than the others. Chapter 31, The Beginning of Death. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The King Shan quickly ran through the forest. It was only when he saw a large empty field that he started to slow down and carefully walked around it. After running a bit more, there was another empty field in front of him. The King Shan felt goosebumps and once again went around it. Another short run, as he pushes the dense branches away. In front of him was another empty field. Right now in his sight, all he could see was these empty fields. The King Shan sighed, gritted his teeth and jumped to a higher place. Raising his military bow, he shot an arrow towards the ground. The arrow burrowed deep into the ground, only leaving the tail sticking out. Not long after, a face the size of an auditorium showed up on the ground. The face spat out the arrow, looked at the King Shan and asked in a slow and deep voice, how did you know I was here? The King Shan judged it silently, then spoke, this oil is too new. New? What you mean? The face showed clear confusion. This is a type of demon that can burrow underground called grounded devils. It has relative resistance to earth elemental spells since birth. If it ever meets a powerful enemy like a sword cultivator, it can just escape underground. Ground burrowing is a very powerful superpower. Very few can actually use it, so they almost always got away. Because of that, grounded devils used to be able to win every large-scale battles by sneak attacks. making human cultivators hold their heads because they're so hard to deal with. It wasn't until a very long time afterwards that players found out their fatal weakness, that they are very dumb. No matter who or what is said, as long as you can pique the grounded devil's interest, they'll happily believe you. The King Shan answered, as a matter of fact, you should bring from soil from where you come from instead, that way it will be the same color as the yellow dirt on your body. He continued, that way, I definitely won't be able to find you. No one will be able to find you. The face on the ground spoke. No one will be able to find. Really, 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 really. Numerous identical voices all sounded one after another. The King Shan tried his best to stay composed, stood still on the branch and looked to the distance. Numerous giant faces appeared from the ground. All of them looked extremely excited at the King Shan. There were so many faces that it covered the whole mountain. The Grounded Devil Legion, one of the core units of the demon army. The faceless giant is very strong, but there are also very few of them, so to surround and kill enemies, the demon would need to dispatch the Grounded Devil Legion. Of course it's real, no one can find you. The King Shan looked around and loudly answered, if you don't believe me you can bring some soil from there, I'll wait here for you. The faces appeared even more excited and answered, good, you wait here. As it said that, the face burrowed into the ground, quickly became unseen. I'm also going, I'm also going, I'm also going, I'm also going. One after another, the giant faces on the ground disappeared, quickly leaving. The place where these demons come from is 1,000 kilometers from here, at the demon's army headquarters. With the Grounded Devil's speed, it would take a very long time for a round trip. Just as the Grounded Devils all left, the King Shan's figure shifted, wanting to take the chance to run away. Don't joke, the whole Grounded Devil Legion migrating at the same time. Such a huge commotion would of course alert the demon army. It is very possible for them to be stopped in order to go back to the front line while on their way. If they come back, then it's really all over. The King Shan was just about to leave, then suddenly heard a voice from not too far away. Young friend, thank you for your help with them. Would you mind telling me your name? The King Shan turned around and saw an old man smiling, looking at him. The King Shan held his hand on the bow, quickly spoke, I'm the King Shan, Vanguard Legion's proud steed squad soldier. Can I ask who you are? Do you have a badge? The old man threw his badge at him. The King Shan took it and put in a bit of spirit energy. The badge immediately lit up, a flame rose from the badge, turned into a string of fire that spelled out a few words. Ding Yuan General Gong Sunzi. Note, Ding Yuan is a frontline general title. The King Shan's heart sank. Human cultivator, Alliance Ding Yuan General, the Holy Gates Grand Elder, Formation Grand Master Gong Sunzi. Why is it him? When I left the outpost, I clearly went in the opposite direction of where he was surrounded, so why is he here? He's going to die very soon. If I meet him right here, doesn't that mean I'm also going to be surrounded by demons as well? The King Shan's mind quickly moved. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He also threw his badge over for the other party to check. Both sides became slightly less nervous. The King Shan couldn't help but ask, so it was General Sunzi. Can I ask why you are here alone? Gong Sunzi sighed, then took out a small intricate formation plate, placed both hands on it and shouted, 6 trigram hidden formation, open. The King Shan felt the scenery before him changed. Everything quickly moved away. Then as he blinked, he's already standing in front of a Taoist temple. Outside the Taoist temple, all 4 directions are empty, making him unable to tell what is near or far with the naked eye. So inside this mountain range there was a hidden Taoist temple. Such a high level of formation arrangement, this person is without a doubt Gong Sunzi. The King Shan followed Gong Sunzi into the Taoist temple, only to see another person sitting on a cushion, wearing gold color armor and a snow-white cloak. This person's armor isn't bulky but actually appeared to be flexible and delicate, showing the slender figure under it. The female slightly lowered her head, but when Gong Sunzi and the King Shan walked halfway, she found that he wasn't even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and once again raised it up. As she raised her head, the King Shan saw on her face a silver mask that completely covered it. Young friend King Shan, I'm thankful that you made the grounded devil legion disperse, otherwise we would have been stuck here. Him? Disperse to grounded devil legion? A clear female voice can be heard. The female in gold armor sounds surprised, but her silver mask did not show any change in emotions. That's right. Gong Sunzi said grounded devils awoken to earth element are able to change and control the soil, affecting my formations greatly. Fortunately, they were fooled by him. Fooled? The female in gold armor sounds even more surprised. Gong Sunzi told her everything from the start. The female in gold armor now looks directly at King Shan and asked, "How did you know this demon's weakness?" King Shan already thought of an excuse for himself, calmly replied, "I was a soldier in the front line, every day meeting too many demons to count. So I observed their behaviors and became quite well versed." The front line? Then that explains it, said the female in gold armor. From what I know, the front line was already defeated by the demon's main army, presumed to be wiped out completely. You might be the only one left alive. King Shan took the chance and showed a look of sadness. Gong Sunzi on the other hand looked delighted and asked, "Then, do you know about other demons well too?" The first time that the human and demon army clashed, since they couldn't tell the special characteristics of the demons yet, they were at a serious disadvantage. Quite a few army legions were completely wiped out, not even a bit of information could be sent back, and so the backline still don't have a clue as to how strong the demons are. If a surviving frontline army soldier were to return, and brought with him the intelligence regarding the characteristics of demons, the war could take a huge turn. "I know quite a few of them," King Shan directly answered. The spirit energy on these two people feel as deep as the sea, plus King Shan couldn't be sure how they would treat him, so he took the initiative to show them his value. Sure enough, Gong Sunzi and the female in gold armor looked at each other and lightly nodded. Chapter 32, Ning Yui's Eye. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Can I ask what your name is?" King Shan was curious and couldn't help but ask the female in gold armor. The female hesitated for a bit, then answered, "I am Ning Yui's Eye." So it was her. The famous Ning Yui's Eye? Heaven's Limit sent S. Ning Yui's Eye, the brilliant and talented Ning Yui's Eye, the dream lover of all male cultivators, Ning Yui's Eye herself. Ning Yui's Eye sat silently, waiting for the usual sounds of exclamation, the eyes boiling with desires, together with the nauseating pledge of protection. Each and every time she meets a male cultivator, no matter who it is, they always go through the same old script. Yet they always forget. Ning Yui's Eye herself is stronger compared to the majority of them, and definitely would not need their protection. Of course they can't be helped, because the person in front of them is Ning Yui's Eye. Gong Sunzi also waited a bit, leaving time for King Shan to express himself. After all, he did trick the grounded Devil's Legion to leave and help them not be stuck here. This small favor he can do. But even after a while, King Shan still didn't do anything, didn't say anything, he didn't even react. The two of them surprised, only to see King Shan's face in deep thought, his brows furrowed to their utmost. "What a strange person," Ning Yui's Eye silently commented. You really can't blame King Shan, because what he's seeing right now is completely unexpected, having strayed very far from the history he knows. He's fallen into deep thought. These two people that are about to die, why are they at the same place? What exactly changed history? Including King Shan, no player knew that before they died, these two people were at the same place. In history records, the places where they fell in battle were very far apart from each other. But now that's no longer true. King Shan became very nervous. The now changed history contains so many mysteries that he can't explain, while the shadows of death keep creeping closer and closer. The fact that the grounded devils surrounded them means they have been discovered by the demon army once more. Even if King Shan were to run away right now, even if Gong Sunzi and Ning Yui's Eye let him run away, with his speed he won't get very far. And afterwards, when the demon army starts their encirclement, a lowly chi training realm cultivator like King Shan will die with the smallest of mistakes. How or what could he possibly do to save his life right now? King Shan forced himself to calm down. The holy gates and heaven's limit sect are at least 10,000 kilometers away from each other, so they don't exactly have a close relationship. Gong Sun's is a senior cultivator, while Ning Yuizai is a rising talent of this generation. From the history records, you could see that they've seldom met during their lives, possibly not even once. If that's the case, then the only reason why these two are here together would be because they're on a military mission. Yes, definitely, they have to be on some sort of mission, or is accomplishing some sort of task. Whatever it is, it must be extremely important, enough for the demon army to dispatch so much force to fish them out like this. Tomorrow, Gong Sunzi would be the first to fall dying in his own large-scale defensive formation. From the look of it, he did that on purpose, in order to draw the demon army's attention and give Ning Yuizai room to retreat. A day after, Ning Yuizai fell extremely close to a humanity stronghold. She had almost made it back to humanity's territory, but got caught up by the 5 demon generals, fought hard for 1 day and night until she died. During that 1 day and night, she couldn't even send a single communication talisman back, so no one came to save her. Gong Sunzi sacrificed himself to let Ning Yuizai escape, while Ning Yuizai was surrounded, not receiving any reinforcements, and died. Such a strange thing to happen. If he didn't already know about it, then he wouldn't believe it either. And then there was another mystery. What exactly did they do to cause the demon army to go mad to this extent? In the past life, these shocking mysteries got lost in the long river of history together with their deaths. But now, the location isn't right. This place is very far from where they're supposed to fall. Even if Gong Sunzi were to rush there without minding death, he wouldn't make it to where he should die. This is ridiculous. Doesn't make any sense at all. Wait a minute. King Shan suddenly thought of something. Greetings, Saintess. King Shan put his fist into his palm, couldn't wait, and asked directly, when I was at the outpost, I saw a faceless giant and a squad of bloodthirster demons pass by. Were they in pursuit of you? Ning Yuizai waited for so long, yet only received an interrogation-like question like that, completely not expecting it. Don't these males usually try to act all fancy when facing me before they could speak normally again? She didn't think too much of it and answered, at first they were very close on our tails, but all of a sudden, they passed our location, giving time for us to change direction and escape all the way here. King Shan confirmed his suspicion and took out the blood-color jade piece from before. So that was it. I killed that demon bird who was carrying the latest intelligence on the 2 of them. After I killed it, I even burned the corpse, so the faceless giant didn't receive the orders. Purely by coincidence, Gong Sun's and Ning Yuizai were able to get away at that time, and that's why they veered off the course of fate, appearing here. So the problem started with me. Just like a butterfly flapping its wings, he caused a very small deviation in a history that was supposed to happen. 1. King Shan could only wryly laugh. My cultivation is so low, I really just wanted to stay as far from them as possible to find a way to survive. What unpredictable fate. Who knew what I unintentionally did would really create a path for them to survive? All I wanted to do was avoid danger, yet here I am with both of these legendary characters. It's probably already too late to leave now. These two's fates are already tied to himself. If they die, King Shan alone will not be able to get away from the encirclement of the demons. It's a dead end. As soon as he saw the blood-color jade, Gong Sun's face changed. He swiped the air, taking the jade in hand and infused spirit energy into it. A demonic raspy voice could be heard from the jade piece. Target said moving southward, eastward 726, southward 94, order, faceless giant, bloodthirster on full pursuit. Gong Sun's is a bright person, only needed to think for a bit before, the faceless giant and bloodthirster were chasing us. That means, you killed the messenger? It was a coincidence. When I met the messenger it was already wounded. King Shan replied in detail. Gong Sunzi seriously observed the jade piece, breathed out slowly and confirmed, The jade piece is real. He looked at Ning Yue's eye. Ning Yue's eye rubbed her chin. He's not lying. My spirit beast was able to wound the messenger, but not kill it. She asked again, your cultivation haven't reached foundation establishment yet, so you definitely couldn't catch up the demon army's messenger. How did you kill it? The King Shan tapped the military bow and answered, I like to use the bow. After a while I became decently skilled, and so I succeeded. Looking at the suspicion in their eyes, the King Shan knew he had to prove it to them. Taking the bow in hand, the King Shan drew some arrows and shot. Shifting flurry, rapid fire. Grey shadows flashed quickly and turned into flying snakes and dragons. Thwack. Dozens of arrows made the sound at the same time, all hitting the yin-yang decoration on top of the Taoist temple. 1. A butterfly flapping its wings. This is a reference to the butterfly effect. Essentially, it's saying that even a small flap of a butterfly's wings are capable of causing a huge domino effect in another place without the butterfly ever knowing. Chapter 33, If you won't eat I'll throw it away. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Such excellent archery skills. No wonder you were a Vanguard Legion soldier, Gong Sunzi complimented. Ning Yue's eye silently nodded. Fighting skills require battle training, but even more so it requires talent. Quite a few people can reach higher realms of cultivation, but many of them couldn't learn a single strong attack skill even to their deaths. This young man's talent is quite decent. The two of them looked at each other, already believe 70 to 80% of what's said. Of course believing is one thing, but they couldn't help but laugh a bit inside. Our cultivation is clearly higher, our skills top-notch, but we had to be rescued by a Chi training realm practitioner, and again it was him that broke the encirclement. At the moment, the faceless giant and bloodthirster demon squad is running around without any direction, while the grounded devils are tricked into leaving to get the soil from their place of birth. The two of them finally don't have to worry about losing their lives and can take a small breather. Gong Sunzi took the initiative. That's great, young friend Gu, we should leave right away. Perhaps we could even make it back to humanity's stronghold. Then he asked, Saintess, can you still move? Ning Yue's eye shook her head, saying, I can't, seems like I really can't persevere anymore. Gong Sunzi looked at the King Shan and said seriously, Young Gu, you carry Ning Yue's eye, we have to go now. To use formations, he needs both his hands. With the young man carrying Ning Yue's eye, if danger arises he can immediately act. Ning Yue's eye also knows the situation, not saying anything and just reached out her hand. The King Shan looked, only to see her slender arm covered by a layer of golden scales. On her wrist a dark red wrist guard, emphasizing her jade-white slender hands. In this world, so many male cultivators would dream of holding this hand in their sleep, no matter how much it costs them. But of course they could only dream. Ning Yue's eye is both pure as jade and cold as ice, her eyes higher than most. In her daily life she doesn't even like to talk much to anybody, let alone something like being touched. If it wasn't a life and death situation, if it wasn't that she couldn't stand up straight, she wouldn't allow a man to help her like this. But the King Shan didn't move. What's with him? The two cultivators of High Realm looked at the King Shan together, only to see his brows still furrowed, still thinking deeply about something, without a hint of excitement or joy for being able to get close to a beauty. What the matter? Asked Gong Sunzi. What's wrong with her that I need to carry her? The King Shan pointed at Ning Yue's eye. Ning Yue's eye, who got pointed like that by him, suddenly felt her confidence drop. This guy, would helping me a bit kill you or something? Do I really lack charm that much? Feeling a bit dissatisfied, Ning Yue's eye couldn't help but bite her lips and explained herself. I had to fight hard for many days in a row and got poisoned by 4 different types of poison. On my body around 27 wounds, big and small. That can't be right. The King Shan looked at her suspiciously. Weren't you provided supplies? Even your personal inventory bags should have things like healing pills and antidote, right? Ning Yue's eye turned away and replied, already used up. Gong Sunzi wryly smiled and said, we went into demon territory to find their secrets, but was found by the 9 Hells Demon King and chased for more than 20 days. Everything we had on hand we already used. Right now I don't even have a healing pill on me. The King Shan suddenly understood. So Saintess Ning Yue's eye's situation was that bad. even the most basic of supplies were cut off to them. That's why when she was surrounded by the 5 demon generals for one day and night she got exhausted and died. She really was the single most regretful death in the history of humanity. King Shan searched himself, like he wanted to find something. When Gong Sun's and Ning Yui's eye saw that, their eyes also lit up for a moment. That's right. Maybe this young man has some utility pills that they can use. Just as they thought that, King Shan had already lowered his hand and said, "My apologies, I also don't have any more healing type pills on me." The two of them was a little disappointed. Ning Yui's eye was also a bit angry. If you don't have anything, then why even bother search? Let's go. We have no time to waste. Gong Sun's turned around and said, "Wait a minute." King Shan suddenly remembered. He took out a leather bag and poured out a dimly shining snake liver. Demon snake liver, it's quite rare, possibly might be able to help with your poison and wounds, King Shan said as he held the snake liver in hand. Gong Sun's took a look and was incredibly pleased. It's not just might be able to, it will definitely help. Demon snake liver can refill vitality and cure poison at the same time, just the right thing we need. Just the right thing we need. Gong Sun's quickly urged, "Saintess, you're saved. Eat it quickly." Ning Yui's eye looked at the snake liver in his hand in surprise. With her knowledge, of course she knows how valuable and critical this snake liver is to her current situation. But this scene also made her remember about an old painful memory. Ning Yui's eye asked, "You're giving me this snake liver, then what about yourself?" "Me?" King Shan didn't expect that question, answered truthfully, "I'll be fine." Ning Yui's eye was silent like water, spoke with a low voice, "Your cultivation is so low, it's possible that something could happen to you. Why aren't you keeping it for yourself?" King Shan surprised again. "My cultivation is too low. Something might happen to me." "Miss, aren't we just chatting a bit here?" King Shan glared at her silver mask, couldn't help but said, "Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll throw it away." Even if Ning Yui's eye is a well-mannered person, she couldn't help but glared back at him behind her mask. "What's with that attitude? What do you mean if I won't eat you'll throw it again? What's with him?" She bit her lip, unable to immediately decide whether to accept it or not. This snake liver is 100 times more valuable than a normal antidote. Just eating it can cure poison inside her body, as well as triggering her blood essence to rejuvenate her body. Snake demons aren't very strong, but they only come out to eat once a year, and after their meal they'll retreat into the heart of the mountain, sleeping for another whole year. After 365 years of this, when a snake demon evolves into a wyvern demon, it will leave its old nest to search for a place with 5 elemental spirits to nurture its soul, preparing to evolve into a dragon. It's incredibly hard to run into a snake demon. This snake liver, the quality looks about to be 300 years old, a rare treasure among treasures. Yet he's just giving it to her like that. If it was at any other time, if Ning Yui's eye wasn't in a state of exhaustion, her body already poisoned, and he just happens to give her a demon snake liver like this, Ning Yui's eye wouldn't have felt anything of it. But it's because of a situation like this that made her recall the painful memory that she has. At the time, when she had just entered Heaven's Limit sect, Ning Yui's eye already drew the attention of everyone with her cultivation talents. As she aged, her brilliant beauty also started to show for everyone to see. Time passed, and she was almost always surrounded by fellow cultivators in her sect, trying to gain her favor. It was when she was a teenager that she was impressed by an equally talented senior brother and agreed to start getting closer to him. But suddenly during a trial, the two of them got stuck in an ancient ruin that was surrounded by poisonous miasma, unable to escape for months. That senior brother had crudely planned a trap, to kill her, to steal the last antidote pill that was remaining in her inventory bag. Ning Yui's eye could still remember the deranged face of that senior brother, his mad shouting, "Damned bitch! Give me the antidote!" That was Ning Yui's eye's birthday, as well as the first time she ever killed a person. From that day onwards, Ning Yui's eye shut off her heart, fully concentrated on the path of cultivation. But now, another time of crisis, another time that she got poisoned, yet a young man could nonchalantly give away the snake liver that would save her life and even said, "Are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll throw it away." Chapter 34, Recovery. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ning Yue's eye just stood there like a doll, not saying anything. Gong Sunzi suddenly thought of something, hurriedly looked around and mumbled, "Lost consciousness? Could it possibly be Danma?" Note, lit. Heavens devils. He took out a small dark red formation plate, moving his hands on it. The formation plate didn't react. Gong Sunzi calmed down, looked at Ning Yue's eye a bit, then at Gekingshan and shut his mouth. If it's not a soul-eater Danma, Ning Yue's eye won't have any problems. This is just something between Ning Yue's eye and Gekingshan, so Gong Sunzi won't interfere. All things contain karma. This time's favor of saving her life of course contains immense karma, so Ning Yue's eye will have to decide for herself, as no one else will be able to. Gekingshan looked at Ning Yue's eye, a bit anxious. The demon army is already approaching. Why is this girl just sitting there and not taking the time to recover? When the demon army comes, forget the other demons. Even a faceless giant alone will make things extremely complicated. As Gekingshan thought that, he couldn't wait anymore, just took Ning Yue's eye's hand and put the liver in it. He loudly shouted, "Why are you still just sitting there? If you don't want to die then quickly heal your wounds." Gong Sunzi's face twisted a bit, looked at Ning Yue's eye nervously, about to say something to pacify her. This youth really dared touch Ning Yue's eye's hands. Does he not know how Ning Yue's eye treats people that touched her without permission? In the last few years, everyone who dares do that already became crippled, unable to cultivate anymore for the rest of their lives. As the two of them stared at her, Ning Yue's eye finally moved. She just stared at Gekingshan, then said, "Give me half an hour. I'll need to expel the poison." A bit unexpected, Gong Sunzi furrowed his brows. Since when was the sane test Ning Yue's eye that easy to talk to? Ha! Women really are fickle, even harder to understand than formations. Gong Sunzi silently shook his head. Gekingshan, satisfied with that, hurriedly said, "That's fine. That's how it's supposed to be. To fight you must have a healthy body." Even though he doesn't know what realm Ning Yue's eye is at, but in the past life, even when she was heavily wounded and without any supplies, she was still able to fight 5 demon generals for a whole day and night, so her strength must be quite considerable. Ning Yue's eye slightly bowed her head, spoke with a low voice, "Thank you very." Ning Yue's eye couldn't even finish her sentence as Gekingshan already wasn't looking at her anymore, instead pulling Gong Sunzi to one side and talked to him. "Since we have some time, Senior Sunzi, I have read a few military books. Being a bit knowledgeable on this matter, I have a few things I would like to ask you about." This is a formation Grandmaster, a Ding Yuan General of Humanity's Alliance, a legendary person in history. There's even historians who said that he had died too soon, otherwise the flow of war would have changed. Gekingshan was also a strategist in the past life. Meeting Gong Sunzi like this, he felt like he's met his match. Already eager to polish his skills since a while ago. Gong Sunzi, seeing the boiling look in his eyes, a bit confused but still answered, "Very well." Gekingshan immediately, "You've been at the front line since the start, in the southwest stronghold. Why did you decide to station 2 squads of 5 elements spell users?" Gong Sunzi, "This, I felt that it had 3 main advantages." The two of them quickly got into gear. Ning Yue's eye went back to the cushion, hesitated for a bit, then decided to take off her mask. As her inner sight flowed out to observe the other two, she could tell they didn't turn around, nor did they use their inner sight to observe her. Gong Sunzi is a world-famous Dao idiot. His whole life only devoted to study the art of formations. He didn't even bother to find a Dao companion, saying that it wastes too much time. 1, 2, 3. She wasn't surprised that Gong Sunzi didn't take notice of her. But why is that damn guy also like that? Ning Yue's eye at the snake liver bit by bit, occasionally glanced only to see that Gekingshan was very seriously asking Gong Sunzi about issues of military formations and strategies. As Ning Yue's eye eavesdropped for a bit, she could tell he's not just doing it for show, as the matters he asked are all very deep. Even Gong Sunzi had to think for a bit before he could answer. However, that also piqued Gong Sunzi's interest, as he was discussing with Gekingshan about a certain strategy. Gong Sunzi himself is a talented person. His eyes are even higher than his head, so he doesn't even bother to respect the masters of many sects. Yet here he was seriously discussing strategies with the youth back and forth, extremely excited. This is rare. Ning Yuizai at first was surprised, then a bit annoyed. Right now I'm not wearing my mask, you know. So many cultivators hesitated on the battlefield and lost their lives simply because they wanted to see my face for a bit longer. The mask was worn to prevent others from seeing it, but now that she's taken it off, why isn't he looking? Ning Yuizai after finishing the snake liver silently wore her mask again. She could feel a hint of dissatisfaction in her heart. But very quickly, Ning Yuizai closed her eyes and started to treat her wounds. These strange thoughts quickly dissipated. The outpost. Zhao Lu dismantled about half the rooms, stacking the wood neatly to one side. The cold winter is coming, so he's preparing the wood to keep warm. Even though there aren't much supplies left in the outpost, fresh water and spice are still plenty enough. The demon beasts that were hunted are still stored here. When King Shan left, he only took a bit to use as rations, the rest were carefully seasoned by Zhao Lu and preserved here. The formation is still active. Zhao Lu counted the time and quickly changed out the spirit stones. Zhao Lu could feel his life here to be decent and safe. Humanity's alliance only need to organize a counterattack in the next few days, and he will be saved. A military cook, alive, alone in the fallen sector of the front line, that would probably cause a huge uproar. This kind of heroism, just wait until he comes back home, he will definitely be welcomed by his family. At that time, thanks to his awesome reputation, he will be able to marry a decent wife, living the rest of his life proudly. As Zhao Lu was thinking, suddenly there was a loud bang outside the outpost. A giant foot stepped down from the sky, causing the earth to shake. And then another foot. Just a few moments later, the roaring has already gone away. Zhao Lu looked at the giant creature walking away. He suddenly felt that he has become a bit braver after seeing it for so many times. That guy said this was a chaos species demon, called Faceless Giant. No matter what kind of demon you are, as long as I have the invisibility formation, I'll be safe. After seeing it so many times, Zhao Lu even started to feel like the demon isn't much to fear. It's just that this demon's started to appear more often. Almost like it's looking for something, but unable to find it. As Zhao Lu was thinking, the earth-shaking sound could be heard again from afar. The sound of footsteps approaching again. Zhao Lu sighed, a bit annoyed. He'll just wait until the footsteps disappear and go back inside the barracks to rest. Not long after, the footstep sound went away again. Zhao Lu yawned as he went towards the barracks. Accidentally looking at the outpost gates, he immediately stopped his feet. The horrible giant feet were standing right outside the outpost. The sky became dark, as the whole outpost was covered by a shadow. Zhao Lu looked up only to see a terrifying giant hand that covered the whole sky reaching down towards him. The thin layer of spirit light surrounding the outpost popped like a bubble in front of the giant hand. Zhao Lu looked at the giant hand coming closer and closer, suddenly hearing King Shan's persuasion again. Endless regret rushed to him as Zhao Lu screamed, "Please no, please don't eat me." These were the last words that Zhao Lu uttered in this world. Note 1. Tao, this is probably a familiar term to everybody, but just in case. Tao is a system of belief in ancient China, known for its pursuit of the mystics, similar to alchemists in the West. Most Taoists seek to create the philosopher's stone in order to attain immortality, but Taoists are also known to hold power over the mystics, dispelling ghosts and demons and the likes. Nowadays, and especially in novels, Tao have many different meanings, but essentially it is the seeking of the truth of the world, whatever that might be. 2. Tao idiot. This is a liberal translation. Just like sword idiot or battle junkie, the word means someone that only care about pursuing the meaning of Tao. A literal translation would be a person obsessed with Tao. 3. Tao companion, essentially a spouse, a word only used for cultivators. Chapter 35. The Gift of a Bow. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Half an hour passed quickly. Ning Yuizai opened her eyes to hear Gong Sunzi was talking. Gong Sunzi said, "As soon as we came back, we already sent out communication talismans asking for help." King Shan answered, That's strange. I was at an outpost for several days but I've not seen any dispatched troops from humanity's army. Gong Sun's angrily, there's nothing strange at all, because we found out by chance during this investigation that there were traitors in humanity's top brass. So that's why. King Shan was shocked. No wonder, the two legendary characters had to fend for themselves amongst the demon's army, yet the human's army didn't even send out a single soldier to aid them. It's possible that both their communication talismans were already intercepted and disposed of by those traitors, so no one knows about their dire situation. It could also be that the human's army have already been dispatched elsewhere, thus not having the time to go into the demon's territory. If that's really the case, then this situation just got a lot more dangerous. Gong Sunzi was observing King Shan, suddenly asked, "Young man, are you a part of any sect or clan?" King Shan answered, "I'm just a lone cultivator. If this time we are able to return alive, I was planning to join the early spring semester test next year." 1. Gong Sunzi then said, "During the semester test, go straight to the holy gates and tell them my name." Ning Yui's eye glanced at him a bit surprised. What's this? He actually caught Gong Sunzi's eyes. As the two of them noticed she has woken up, they looked at her as if to ask if she was better. Ning Yui's eye, the poison has been expelled, my wounds are also healing. Gong Sunzi happily, that's great to hear. As long as there is no poison to complicate things, with Ning Yui's eye's cultivation and the snake liver's revitalizing effects, her body will soon recover to its peak. Ning Yui's eye slowly stood up and bowed respectfully towards King Shan, "For saving my life, thank you." In this crisis situation, to be able to expel poison in her body as well as slowly heal all the wounds isn't that much different from getting another life. King Shan quickly waved his hand dismissively and said, "We can talk formalities later. Right now we have to immediately leave." "Should we use an airship?" Gong Sunzi suggested. "We can't," Ning Yui's eye answered. "As soon as the airship lifts off, the whole demon army will notice. Right now we're key figures that they want to pursue. It'll be more complicated that way." King Shan asked, "Elder Sunzi, you are a Ding Yuan general, as well as humanity's formation grandmaster. Surely aside from the alliance you also have a different place to call for help from?" Gong Sunzi looked at Ning Yui's eye for a bit and said hesitatingly, "We do have another communication talisman that's more trustworthy, but we can't just use it whenever we please, Saintess. What do you think?" Ning Yui's eye was just about to speak when they felt an earth-shaking tremor. With a swing of his hand, Gong Sunzi revealed the scene outside. Two horrifying giant legs are slowly coming closer. In their sight they could only see the two legs. The rest of the body is completely hidden by the clouds, unable to be seen. Faceless giant. So that's the real reason. Fuck. Why am I so dumb that I only understood everything now? At this moment, King Shan finally cleared the smog and understood the truth of it all. King Shan's face changed immediately, shouting, "Elder Sunzi, please use your talisman quickly. If the faceless giant make it here, then the talisman won't be usable anymore." Gong Sunzi questioned, "Why wouldn't it be usable?" As they spoke, the pair of legs are getting closer and closer. King Shan hurriedly shout, "Please trust me this once. Quickly use your communication talisman." Gong Sunzi was still hesitating when Ning Yui's eye tapped her inventory bag and took out a communication talisman covered in mist, opened her mouth and quickly said, "Heaven's Limit Sect." Ning Yui's eye, we've gotten the list of traitors within humanity's alliance. Also successfully located Shenwu World, humbly requesting help from the saints. As she finished and let go of the talisman, it slowly floated up by itself. Gong Sunzi, seeing that, can only sigh, "To bother the saints like this, I'm afraid our sects will lower our evaluation." The saints are the strongest cultivators of this world. To understand, cultivation realms are divided into Chi training, foundation establishment, golden core, rejuvenation, ascension and sainting. Anyone who've broken through all these realms and become sainted are known to all as saints. Note, as in knighting and being knighted, but sent instead of knight. Humanity in total only have 3 cultivators of this level, called the 3 saints. Under normal circumstances, very few people have the right to contact the saints. What Gong Sunzi and Ning Yui's eye have on hand is a single talisman used for contacting the saints. which were gotten from their own sects through exchanging 300 years' worth of supplies. The reason why their sects give it to them was to guarantee safety during this time's infiltration into the demon army. The sect masters of both reminded them many times that they are not to use these talismans unless they're in an extremely dire situation. Ning Yuizai stared at Gekingshan and replied, "If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Gekingshan still haven't breathed out, still looking intently at the talisman flying up, about to deliver the message. Suddenly, from above the talisman, a huge shadow was seen. In just a second, the shadow descended, squatting the talisman from the sky back down. It was the faceless giant's hand. Gekingshan risked jumping forward to catch the descending talisman, only to see the light on it became dim, finally shattering into pieces of paper. "We're done for." Gekingshan felt his brain became numb from fear. Behind him, Ning Yuizai and Gong Sun's faces both paled. "Why did this happen?" "This is a saint's communication talisman," Gong Sun's asked. Gekingshan replied, "The faceless giant can devour all objects that contain spirit energy. When the talisman flew up, it sucked all the spirit energy from it, turning it into a normal piece of paper." He sighed, "It seems we're not getting away. Not just the traitors in humanity's top brass, but also the faceless giant in the demon territory to stop them from calling for help. Of course they couldn't escape. The more they struggle, the tighter the net coils around them. The situation has already turned into them walking on a tightrope of life and death. Could it be that only the details of history has changed, while the results remained the same? No, I have to do something. But I've only just returned, my strength won't suddenly change. What can I actually do? Gekingshan thought hard. Gong Sunzi suddenly understood, so that's it. No wonder why the 5 elemental formation I used before couldn't do anything to it. Ning Yuizai slowly stood up, standing next to the two of them and said, "If we can't run, then we can only fight." Ning Yuizai tapped her inventory bag again, taking out a longbow and gave it to Gekingshan. She said, "Your military bow is too weak, I'll give you this." Gekingshan was a bit surprised, asked, "Why give it to me?" Ning Yuizai with a straight face, "You killed the demon army's messenger and gave me the snake liver to heal myself. I'm giving you this bow as a show of gratitude." Gekingshan looked down, to see a bow at least half an arm longer than his military bow. Aside from that, it seemed very simple without any superfluous decorations. After observing it for a bit, Gekingshan's face became very serious. This longbow was grand without needing to show off. Its killing intent was hidden, not leaking a single bit. Even using inner sight, he still couldn't feel the bow, as if it wasn't there at all. If he were to use this bow, no one would be able to feel their death coming. This bow has already reached the realm of having self-defense, like heaven and earth compared to the military bow he brought from the outpost. In a dangerous situation like this, to be given such a good bow, Gekingshan will definitely not refuse. Ning Yuizai, this person really understands how to repay others. What she gave was also something he was able to use. Both considerate and careful. Seems like she's someone worth making friends with. As Gekingshan thought that, he took the bow and sincerely thanked her. Ning Yuizai was silently observing him, saw that he didn't decline out of courtesy or showed overwhelming pleasure, only kept calm and thanked her sincerely. Ning Yuizai silently nodded in satisfaction. Her impression of him increased a bit more. Her voice became a bit softer. "This bow is called the Night Rain. It was passed on to me by my father, so I hope you can use it well." Note 1. Lone cultivator. A more literal translation would be loose cultivator, meaning a cultivator that does not belong to any sects or clans. Most protagonists in Chinese novels are like this. Lone cultivators have the advantage of not needing to share their findings with the sect, clan, but doesn't get protection and other cultivation necessities because they're alone. Chapter 36. The Curtain Opens. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Translated and edited by La009. "I will," Gekingshan answered, taking the bow in hand to look at carefully. Sure enough, there were 2 words inscribed on the handle, Night Rain. Gekingshan controlled his spirit energy, infusing it into the Night Rain. The bow became blurry, then disappeared from Gekingshan's sight. Gekingshan can still feel himself holding the bow, but not only does he can't see it, his inner sight can't feel it either. That's not all. Not long after, even King Shan's aura quickly disappeared as well. He's still standing there, but almost seemed like he's detached from the world. If their eyes weren't able to see him, they wouldn't even know that he existed. What a great bow! King Shan exclaimed. The faceless giant is already in front of them. A bit further away were dozens of grey flame serpents, carrying on their backs the bloodthirsty demons. Ning Yui's eye drew a white long blade. Looking at the faceless giant, if the five elemental formation can't deal with it, then I'll deal with it. Gong Sunzi nodded his head. I won't bother with this demon then, just leave the others to me. Protect him also. Ning Yui's eye swung her blade down and said without turning her back. Gong Sunzi glanced at King Shan, held him his smile and answered seriously, of course. Ning Yui's eye uses a blade. King Shan instinctively looked at the long blade. 1. From what he can see, this blade is about 2 inches longer than a normal blade, with a thinner shaft and a straight back from the handle to the top of the blade. This would be a straight blade for female use, more intricate and flexible compared to a machete that male cultivators would use. Wind shadows, howling steel. Ning Yui's eye shouted as she readied herself. The straight blade in her hand emits layers and layers of blue light, covering both her and itself. Around the blue light, thin golden strings appear out of thin air, then suddenly disappeared, only letting out an occasional metallic howling sound. At this moment, her whole body itself looks just like a long blade crafted from killing intent. King Shan was very shocked. Twin elements, and a very rare wind and metal combination that complements each other. Mutated 5 elements wind spirit energy, if you categorize them, from weakest to strongest would be quick and rapid combo wind shadows hurricane storm world-ending wind catastrophe. Ning Yui's eye has already awoken her wind element to the 3rd tier, if you consider her age. That's already quite the feat. Many wind elemental cultivators who reached rejuvenation realm couldn't go further than that for their whole lives. Not to mention, even her metal element was awoken to its 3rd tier. Howling steel. Very few people can awaken 2 elements at the same time. Even if they do, they could only focus on one of them, not being able to get both to the same strength, let alone getting them to perfectly complement each other and get 1 + 1 to be greater than 2. Ning Yui's eye was able to do so, and from her calm look, it seems she didn't waste too much effort on them either. King Shan silently sighed. This girl really is a monster. No wonder people used to say that if she had lived, in just a few dozens years she would be able to fight one-on-one with the Demon King. The only sad thing is, there aren't too many blade-type secret arts in this world, so most blade users aren't anything special. That being the case, rather than the blade, other weapons are much better. Ning Yui's eye raised the blade, her eyes staring at the incoming faceless giant, her fighting spirit increasing more and more. King Shan looked at the blade, couldn't help but ask, why choose the blade? Spears and javelins are clumsy, swords are two-faced liars, only blades go on a path straight, becoming unbeatable. Ning Yui's eye answered seriously. Spears and javelins being clumsy I understand, but why are swords two-faced liars? King Shan asked in surprise. Ning Yui's eye glanced at him, saying, I forbid you from using swords. As she finished talking, she lowered her body and jumped straight up into the blue skies. Afterwards, inside the cloud, the faceless giant's roaring can be heard. Don't mind it. King Shan lightly patted King Shan's shoulder. She used to use swords once. Then why did she change into a blade user now? A senior brother that she used to be very close with was a sword cultivator. He trained with her daily, even instructed her with the sword, but that person betrayed her. From then on, she always hated the sword, and hated sword cultivators, so she beat up everyone she met. King Shan asked, what's with that? Does no one care about what she does? Gong Sunzi wryly laughs. Of course we as her elders also want to keep peace, but she's Ning Yui's eye, you know. Those sword cultivators try to attach themselves to her, wanting to get close. When they don't get what they want, they try to use violence, and of course get beaten up, beating up everyone she meets to death. King Shan asked a bit nervously. Not to that degree. In the few recent years, she would only beat until they grovel on the ground begging for forgiveness. Gong Sunzi replied. King Shan thought about the sight of himself groveling on the ground begging Ning Yuezai for forgiveness, then shook his head. Looking at King Shan's confused state, Gong Sunzi thought a bit and consoled him. No need to worry, you're not a sword cultivator, so you'll be fine. But I am a sword cultivator, King Shan silently complained. Thankfully, since the time he's returned he hasn't even touched a sword, so in the short period after this, he won't offend this scarily strong girl. After all, I saved her life so she won't beat me up so bad that I have to grovel on the ground, right? Worst case scenario, I'll just stay really far away from here and train myself until I'm strong enough. As King Shan was thinking, a loud booming sound could be heard from the sky. Crash! A figure fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. Are you okay? King Shan quickly ran forward and asked. Ning Yuezai stood up, answered softly, I'm fine, you just stay away. Just a second later, intense blade spirit surrounded Ning Yuezai, her white cloak floating in the wind. Still wearing her gold armor, from the crater on the ground she once again flew up past the layer of clouds. Monster, receive your death. Her lovely voice can be heard from the sky. A grand roaring sound full of pain can also be heard. That's the faceless giant's voice. A fully recovered Ning Yuezai can directly confront a faceless giant. That's incredible. The battle in the sky still continued. King Shan sighed and muttered to himself, looks elegant and calm, but fighting without a shred of care for their own life. Looks like everyone who uses blades really are psychopaths. You're the psychopath. An angry voice traveled straight to his brain. Ning Yuezai's voice. King Shan was surprised, then a bit nervous. He looked up, the thick cloud layer blocking his view, but he could clearly feel Ning Yuezai's cold glare. Shit, I forgot, this girl can face off directly against a faceless giant. That means she's at least a rejuvenation realm mid-level. Possibly higher. Cultivators of that realm will have a very wide range of inner sight, so everything he says can be heard very clearly. King Shan quickly shut up. This time around, Ning Yuezai's body isn't poisoned, her body already recovering, so her fate will probably not be the same as before. As he was thinking, he saw the bloodthirsty demons already on their way out of the forest. Under the mother natural-born assassins who already awoke in fire elements since birth, the grey flame serpents. The demon army's assault squad is here. They silently appeared, quickly increased their speed and ran towards King Shan and Gong Sunzi for the quick kill. The legendary encirclement of history officially opens its curtains at this moment. Gong Sunzi's face as cold as ice, tapping his inventory bag to take out an intricate formation plate. This old man can't kill the faceless giant, but is plenty for dealing with you lot, he said coldly. Just when King Shan was about to lift his bow, his body suddenly stopped, frozen in place, unmoving. Numerous streams of data flowed like a waterfall in front of his eyes, accompanied with the cold mechanical voice of the system. Confirmed the user to have gotten into special historical scenario. Current conditions suitable for initiating scenario. Initiated, the fight to death. Note, 1. Blade. The weapon itself is similar to a scimitar, but Chinese blades are much bulkier and thicker, similar to an elongated cleaver. If you've played League of Legends, Trinamir's weapon is essentially a Chinese blade. From now on I'll keep the translation as blade, capitalized, for the weapon, and blade, not capitalized, as the main shaft of sword-type weapons. Chapter 37, A Battle Against Destiny. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What happened? King Shan's expression changed, quickly checking his War God UI, only to see a light flashed in the middle of the War God UI. Changing into lines of blood red text, to break the shackles of fate, to change a history that was already determined from long ago. User King Shan has encountered a destiny quest. Quest description. Gong Sunzi and Ning Yuezai are characters that died long ago in history. To change their fate is to change the destined direction of history itself. Quest objective. Save Gong Sunzi and Ning Yuezai. After the quest is completed, special story quest reward, War God superpower, unique. If the quest fails, the user will be terminated. King Shan took a look and stood frozen. Me? Save them. he could only laugh wryly. "And if the quest fails, I'll be terminated." That's a good joke. It's like saying that the demon army will leave me alive from the goodness of their heart after they two of them died. The King Shan once again looked at the sky. The faceless giant's level of battle. With the King Shan's strength, he basically can't do anything to interfere. Even if he wants to run away, being surrounded by demons from all sides like this, it's impossible for him alone to get away. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, even if he could run away, now that the system already gave out such a quest, so he can't just be the only person alive after this. If Gong Sun's and Ning Yue's eye were to die, he also will be terminated. The King Shan looked again in front. The demon army are rushing forward, just about to enter his attack range. The situation is already very dire. Gong Sun's hands quickly moved like a butterfly flapping its wings as he operated his formation plate, then suddenly shouted, "Earth Burial Formation." The earth rumbled and started to move as 5 mountains suddenly grew from the ground, trapping dozens of bloodthirsters and grey flame serpents inside, and starts to grind and crush them like a blender. As the mountains became taller, the force between the mountains also quickly increased. Many grey flame serpents got crushed into a mass of blood and flesh. Suddenly a single grey flame serpent fell out from the crushing mountains, landed flat on the ground halfway to death. The King Shan's eyes flickered. He immediately drew an arrow, set it on the night train and fired. This isn't a normal arrow, made by the King Shan himself from a poison fang of the snake demon he killed. Its power is unlike that of a regular arrow. A sound of arrow hitting flesh. The arrow dug deep into the grey flame serpent's body, straight into its organs. The demon snake poison spread around in the blink of an eye, finishing the grey flame serpent off. Grey flame serpents originally were high-tiered demon beasts, so its ability to sense danger are very highly developed, yet in front of the night train, it couldn't even feel death approached before it died. The King Shan gripped the bow tight, silently increased his impression of Ning Yue's eye by 1 point. Gong Sun's turned around and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Focus on finishing them off. Make sure they don't get a chance to get closer." On it, the King Shan drew another arrow, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Inside his thoughts there was a notification. Defeated high-tiered monster, Grey Flame Serpent. Gained 20 soul points. Current soul points, 21,700. This is possible? The King Shan didn't expect this at all. His total soul points was much higher than his maximum soul points. When he was hunting the demon beasts, once his soul points reached its limit, he couldn't gain any more. This is making the King Shan's head hurt a bit. Grey Flame Serpents are high-tier demon beasts, about the same rank as humanity's Foundation Establishment cultivators, meaning they're much higher than the King Shan's current cultivation. He gained 21 soul points all at once from killing the Grey Flame Serpent, meaning he could comprehend quite a few more skills at the same time. Since that's the case, that means War God UI highly encourages its user to challenge and defeat enemies that are stronger than themselves. If he defeats an enemy stronger than himself, he can ignore the soul points limit and stock up even more soul points. The King Shan quickly thought things through and put away the night train, taking out his military bow again to learn a precision skill on it. I choose to comprehend precision. Precision comprehended, used up 4 soul points. Current soul points, 17/7. A warmth flowed from the bow into the King Shan's mind. A few seconds later, the King Shan already understood how to use precision. Picking up a normal arrow, he aimed at another Grey Flame Serpent that fell from the crushing mountains, also on the verge of death. Pew! This Grey Flame Serpent was able to feel the danger, instinctively wanted to dodge, but because its injury was too great it couldn't move at all. The arrow shot through the Grey Flame Serpent's eyes, straight into its skull and took its life. Like I thought, precision increases the chance to hit a target more accurately, the King Shan thought to himself. Defeated high-tiered monster, Grey Flame Serpent. Gained 20 soul points. Current soul points, 37,700. The King Shan put down the military bow and once again took out the night train. Opening the War God UI, he quickly glanced over the skills that night train have. Longbow. Named, night train. Used skills include, number 1, bombardment. User, Ning and Nan, soul points cost, 10. Number 2, accuracy, User, Ning Uizai, soul points cost, 6. Number 3, Sharpshooter. User, Ning An Nan, soul points cost, 15. Number 4, Riding Wind. Passive. User, Ning An Nan, soul points cost, 5. Ning An Nan, this would be Ning Uizai's father's name. This bow really is, as Ning Uizai said, a family heirloom. King Shan only took notice for a second, before silently taking a look at the skills in more details. Accuracy is built on the basis of precision, once again increasing the accuracy of arrows. Sharpshooter is a level higher than accuracy. Riding Wind is a passive skill, which will always increase the flying speed of arrows shot without needing to actively use it. Bombardment is a powerful attack skill, capable of highly increasing an arrow's destructive power. This is Ning Uizai's gift to him, to thank him for saving her life. In the current battle against the demons, originally in history, Saintess Ning Uizai will soon face a hard fight that continues for a whole day and night that results in her death. But this time, history was changed thanks to King Shan's help. She was able to expel the poison in her body, as well as healing the wounds on herself. In this life, Ning Uizai's destiny had changed from will surely die to have a chance of survival. To repay that karma, Ning Uizai had gifted King Shan with her powerful family heirloom bow. With this bow, with the powerful skills on it, King Shan will also become stronger. Looking at the night train, King Shan's emotions fluctuates. Such powerful archery skills, normally no cultivators would easily teach them to others. But now, he has the chance to immediately learn them all. King Shan didn't think about it too much anymore, since he already made his decision. They require 36 soul points in total, then I choose to comprehend them all. As he made his decision, the mechanical system voice was heard. Comprehension complete, 36 soul points consumed. Current soul points, 17. Precision has evolved to accuracy. Accuracy has evolved to Sharpshooter. User has learned Riding Wind. User has learned Bombardment. An incredible flow of heat rushed from the night train into King Shan's mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, as he suddenly opened his eyes, a razor-sharp killing intent surrounded his whole body. Chapter 38, A Great Secret. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At this moment, King Shan already have Riding Wind, passive, Bombardment, Sharpshooter, Rapid Fire, Shifting Flurry, Primary. These 5 archery skills. Of them, Sharpshooter is a very high-level accuracy skill. Riding Wind is a passive skill that is always active, increasing the speed of arrows. Rapid Fire and Bombardment are both very practical archery skills. And Shifting Flurry is a unique growth skill, having the potential to become a semi-divine skill in the future. The kind of skill that can only be found but not asked for. Even powerful general rank cultivators would not necessarily have a set of high-ranking skills like he does. After comprehending the skills from Night Train, King Shan's only weakness at the moment would be his cultivation. A bloodthirster fell out of the mountain blender, quickly rolled to stand up, easily found the source of the formation at a glance and rushed here. It had been fortunate to not get hurt too badly, able to preserve about 80% of its fighting power, and assaulting a target on the battlefield would be its expertise. King Shan raised the night train and took a deep breath. Riding Wind. Bombardment. Sharpshooter. An arrow flew like a flash of light, hitting the bloodthirster head-on before it could react. In a split second, the bloodthirster demon was knocked dozens of meters away, pinned on a large bulky tree and spurted a shower of blood. King Shan was so shocked he stopped shooting. Bloodthirsters are considered to be as strong as a golden core cultivator. A single arrow shot was able to overcome the 2 realms difference and heavily wounded the bloodthirster. Archery so powerful that it's difficult to believe. King Shan forced himself to calm down, silently judged the amount of spirit energy he used. This one shot used up 90% of his spirit energy. That's not good. The cost is too high. With King Shan's current total spirit energy, he could only make such a shot only once. Afterwards there's nothing he could do but stand there and take hits. In reality, the archery skill called Bombardment was supposed to be learned by Golden Core Realm cultivators, and its true power wouldn't show until Rejuvenation Realm. To learn such a high-level archery skill ahead of time, King Shan's spirit energy at Chi training realm of course couldn't support long-term usage. Even Gong Sunzi was a bit shocked by King Shan. Ah, this youth is really such a monstrous genius at archery? How interesting. Gong Sunzi silently increased his evaluation of King Shan. The bloodthirster, now covered in blood, stood up roaring angrily, dragging itself step by step forward to rip the detestable human to shreds. But consecutive arrows are flying one after another, knocking its body backward a bit every time, making it unable to move forward even an inch. This time King Shan wasn't using bombardment. His archery expertise has already reached a level that even shooting normal arrows carry immense strength. Originally, King Shan as a Chi training realm couldn't possibly hope to beat Bloodthirster. But this Bloodthirster was first hurt by a formation, and then because it was so far away from King Shan, it got nearly crippled by a powerful archery skill, afterwards not being able to do anything besides become a big target for arrows. The Bloodthirsters are scary opponents in close combat, but since they don't awaken any element, they severely lack methods of long-ranged attacks. More and more arrows keep piercing it with powerful force, not missing or decreasing in strength even once, causing even the Bloodthirster to feel fear. Not good. This human's archery is too powerful. He must be killed at all cost. The Bloodthirster's body suddenly curled up. Just a second later, a cold evil aura emitted from its body. King Shan's slightly twitched as he saw that. Gong Sun's face also changed, both hands on his formation plate, quickly arranging a simple protective formation. Gong Sun's loudly warned, "Be careful. It wants to use Smoldering Flame Explosion." Smoldering Flame Explosion is a fire element spell that is mixed with Huang Quan's yin essence. Its power is enough to break open a large hole in the formation. Bloodthirsters could slowly collect Huang Quan's yin essence inside itself from birth, gaining a single chance to use the spell at the cost of its own life as a last resort. The yin essence from Huang Quan will become fully active thanks to the fire element spell. This is a skill so powerful that a Bloodthirster have to give up its life to use just a single time. In the fight a few days ago, this skill has caused Gong Sunzi no small amount of pain. King Shan quickly took out the snake fang poison arrows and fired. Sharpshooter. Shifting flurry. 5 arrows turned into grey streaks of shadows, quickly soared and drew unpredictable arcs in the sky, dodging the Bloodthirster's arms, blocking from the front and hit the back of its neck at the same time. 5 arrows hit at the same time, so only one sound was heard. Dark blue blood leaked out from the Bloodthirster's body. A thud was heard as the Bloodthirster fell down. All the Huang Quan yin essence it had gathered quickly dissipated. Defeated high-tiered monster. Bloodthirster gained 30 soul points. Current soul points, 31,700. He already received 30 soul points, but King Shan didn't have any more skills that he could learn. Gong Sunzi looked at King Shan in surprise. Brilliant archery skills, being so young yet already well versed in that many powerful archery skills. As soon as your cultivation is enough you can surely become a general. King Shan lifted the night rain and snake fang poison arrows and said, "It's just that I have good equipment, as well as having your formation to protect me." Demon snake poison fangs are limited, each one he uses is one gone forever, but during this time of crisis, King Shan can't worry about saving for later. Gong Sunzi shook his head, "You deserve the praise. When I was your age, I was still studying first-tier formations with a formation plate." Boom! From the clouds above, a wide and loud thunderous sound was heard. Gong Sunzi and King Shan both lifted their heads, only to see Ning Yui's eye was retreating, her golden armor flashing a dull light. The snow-white cloak on her back was being blown furiously by the wind. King Shan once again composed himself and asked, "General Sunzi, do you have any other methods to communicate with humanity?" Gong Sunzi, hearing him ask that, felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier on, if he didn't hesitate, they might have been able to send the communication talisman out to call for help. If a saint comes, then they no longer have to worry about losing their lives. But now that the faceless giant is here, with its ability to devour spirit energy, it's very unlikely for them to be able to send out information. Gong Sunzi hesitated for a bit, then sighed. The only way left is to go to Shenwu World, We have a teleportation formation stationed there. Shenwu World? What's that? King Shan looked at him confused, then suddenly realized something. He felt a layer of cold sweat on himself. At this very moment, it's very possible that through Gong Sunzi he's discovering a shocking secret behind the lost history. Gong Sunzi continued, you might not know about it, it's a destroyed world. King Shan exclaimed, outside of this world, there's another world? In the past life, until the very end when the apocalypse had come, he hasn't even heard any rumors about there being another world besides this one. When the game first came to reality, its name was Worlds Apocalypse Online. At the start, this name caught many people's attention and discussion. As far as they know, the game only connected to reality and the cultivation world. Only 2 worlds. Would that be enough to have worlds in the name? 1. Later on, when everyone's gotten used to transporting between the 2 worlds, no answer is given for this question, plus the fact that the world's situation is getting worse and worse since there's almost 100,000 people that die every day at the hands of the demons. After a while, people just lost interest in finding out the answer. Gong Sunzi answered, that's right, behind the Demon King's royal castle, there's a crack in space that leads to the destroyed world. King Shan asked again, you've entered it? Gong Sunzi once again, yes, we arrived at a corner of that world and found a few dozen corpses of peerless people. Our initial assessment is that they are at least at the peak of martial arts realm. The peak of martial arts realm. Martial gods. Martial gods are legendary existences. Even in this cultivation world they are the strongest, rarest existence. Of the 3 saints, one of them is a martial god. Even King Shan, who've frequently seen apocalyptic scenes, can't help but be stunned. He muttered, dozens of martial god corpses. Even with this kind of overwhelming strength, their world still got destroyed? Gong Sunzi sighed. That's right, I don't know why. But the Demon King had already locked onto us, almost like he doesn't want to let anyone who knows about this secret reveal it to anyone else. Then he looked at King Shan and spoke with a low voice, meeting you here was completely outside of both theirs and our expectations. Note 1. Worlds. This is a Chinese thing that can't be translated to English without sounding too clunky. Essentially, number 2 in Chinese has its own system of plural that's slightly different from numbers higher than 2. Simply put, it takes 3 to become a crowd. The word that's been used in the title of the novel had always suggested that there were more than just 2 worlds, but that can't be explained in English unless I use a really clunky translation like the end of Many Worlds Online. Chapter 39. The Space Vortex. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Right now the only way to survive is, Gong Sunzi tapped his inventory bag, taking out a dull-looking iron ball. Before you're discovered by the Demon King, quickly go to that world, find the mass teleportation formation that I've prepared and put this identification device on it. King Shan hesitated. General Sunzi, you're much stronger than I am. Perhaps you could go. King Shan's voice got lower and lower as Gong Sunzi undid his jacket, revealing a horrifying wound. A dark blue flame extends from his chest to his shoulder, then continues all the way to his back. The wound is so deep that even his organs could be seen. The flame silently burned as the multitudes of runes surrounding it could only suppress the flames, but not put it out. Hell's flames, the peak of all demon flames. King Shan looked at it, unable to say anything, and could only mutter to himself. This is a type of drought-bringer flame. Even a small spark can turn 1,000 miles river into dried, dead land. The fact that Gong Sunzi was hit by this and yet he's still alive is nothing short of a miracle. Gong Sunzi said, I used the 10 trigram sealing formation to lock my life force inside myself, so for now I won't die, but this wound was caused by the Demon King himself, so he can use it to tell where I am. King Shan asked, how much longer can you hold out? Gong Sunzi replied, half a day. After half a day the 10 trigram sealing formation will lose its effect, and I will die. King Shan looked straight into his eyes. Such a wound, is there anyone that can still save you? Gong Sunzi laughed. Probably no one, unless we can return to humanity's stronghold and I get an ascended that's an expert in healing to help me. King Shan sighed, glanced at Wen Yui's eyes in the sky and gritted his teeth. I'll go then. Gong Sunzi showed visibly joy. put the iron ball in King Shan's hands and said, "We have people stationed at Shenwu World, but the Demon King have already found them, so at this moment it's possible that they're all already dead, so you don't need to worry about them too much." He took out a formation plate and carefully gave it to King Shan. King Shan looked down, only to see this formation plate is separated into sections, each part inscribed with extremely intricate runes. Gong Sunzi showed him the formation plate, explaining clearly what each section does, and, this is a common formation plate. There's many practical formations on there, but they all have limited uses, so you have to use them well. And here is the location map. After telling him everything, Gong Sunzi took out a turtle shell and had King Shan stand on it. Inside the space vortex, do not take care for anything, do not do anything rash. If something happens, it's possible that even the three saints won't be able to save you. I understand. King Shan nodded his head. Go. Gong Sunzi lightly tapped King Shan's back. In a blink of an eye, King Shan disappeared where he stood. Another loud crash as Ning Yue's eye was knocked down by the faceless giant, creating another deep hole. Ning Yue's eye shouted before jumping out from the hole. "You sent him to Shenwu World?" she asked. Gong Sunzi answered, "I did. Both you and I are locked on by the Demon King's inner sight. He will definitely not let us get near the teleportation formation." "You want to let him escape?" Gong Sunzi sighed. He already knows the secret. If he could survive, then let him get the information back to humanity in our place. Ning Yue's eye stood against the wind. Her cold eyes slightly mellowed. Wiping the blood from her mouth, she silently muttered, "Then there will be no more regrets." She swung her hand downwards as the blade once again materializes. "If this monster can die, then I will also have no regrets dying." As Ning Yue's eye said that, she gripped the blade tightly and once again jumped to the sky. King Shan felt himself turned into a cannonball, accelerating through the endless void of space. The flow of time becomes unpredictable. Your senses become infinitely stretched out. You could feel like days have gone by while in fact it's only been a blink of the eye. The endless space from all sides gradually recedes, becoming a bottomless void. This would be the final layer of the space vortex. Once you pass through, you'll reach the space-time vortex. King Shan's heart clutches. He has already experienced this when he returned from the future, and he knows just how scary it could be. Even a seasoned veteran, someone who has gone through numerous dangers like himself, could only wish for luck. "It's best that I don't run into anything at all," King Shan muttered. A second after that, the whole world around him went dark as King Shan broke through space, headed straight into a space-time vortex. Suddenly a force similar to a rushing river surrounded King Shan, pushed him through the time flow of both past and future at an incredible speed. King Shan's vision blurred as he got pushed by this force into an unknown space. A gigantic bronze alloy pillar that connects heaven and earth, stood alone in the middle of a vast field. In the middle of the pillar, a corpse was pinned there by 5 large needles. The corpse was hanging its head. On its body was a black full-plate armor, about 10 stories tall. But even so, the corpse is minuscule compared to the giant bronze pillar. Under the pillar, an endless number of black skeletons are pacing back and forth, wanting to climb it. They stack themselves on one another, gradually climbing higher and higher, almost reached the tip of the corpse's foot. King Shan appeared out of thin air, passed through this strange space and kept on going. "Help me!" A voice appeared in his head. King Shan gritted his teeth, didn't bother turning around and kept flying. He definitely can't stop now. Even with the littlest of movement, he'll affect the layer of energy surrounding himself. This energy is bringing King Shan towards Shenwu World. If anything were to mess with it, the results will become unpredictable. He might end up in an unknown world, or immediately be ripped to shreds, but most possibly, he'll be held back in this world, unable to leave. "Help me, I'll grant you immortality and invincibility." The voice once again spoke, this time containing a dignified tone. King Shan didn't bother to look back. His sight once again became dark as he got into another space-time layer and left this place. A while later, the corpse on the pillar slightly moved, then breathed downwards. The breath contains an almost endless stream of dark blue flames, burning all the black skeletons below in a blink of an eye. God damn it, the first creature to get here in 200 million years, and I scared him away. The corpse tried to struggle, but the needles pinning his body didn't even budge. After a bit, seemingly tired, the corpse stopped struggling. Under the soil of the bronze pillar, more and more black skulls are popping up. Very quickly, the horde of black skeletons once again filled the earth. As they looked up at the corpse on the bronze pillar, they slowly moved once more. King Shan traveled through the chaotic space-time storm, not knowing how long has passed. Then suddenly a hole opened in front of him. As King Shan passed through, he felt the strong wind against his skin. The layer of energy also started to become thin, showing its form in the air. King Shan was inside a milky white sphere, just like he was inside a large bubble, floating around. Outside the sphere was a sky all filled with grey clouds. The grey clouds are very strange, they're so thick they're almost black, yet you only need to look to see that they're transparent. King Shan looked up, his sight extended far. Within it, all he saw was an endless horde of demons, extending until the horizon. Further away, a faceless giant was deep above the clouds, fighting another demon with a chilling ice aura. The whole world has already been destroyed, as numerous demons deeper than the sea, higher than mountains have taken over this place. Chapter 40, Unexpected Return. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When King Shan was observing the area immediately around himself, the system suddenly popped up a message. You've been in the other world for 24 hours, returning to reality shortly. King Shan was a bit surprised. Since the time he went to the other world, it's only been about half a day. Why is it already 24 hours? He asked the system, as it quickly replied. The space-time vortex created unexpected expenditures, couldn't predict, couldn't control. Returning soon. As soon as he heard it, King Shan understood. Just a few dozen minutes in the space-time vortex. He's already used up the half-day that he had left. As he carefully observes this destroyed world once again, in a flash of light, King Shan disappeared from Shenwu World. Confederate Capital. Freedom Resort Hotel. King Shan's figure slowly appeared on top of the high-rise building. It's only been an hour since the time he left the presidential office and was accommodated at this luxurious hotel. Standing on the top floor of this skyscraper of a hotel, King Shan silently observed the magnificent capital city lights. The night breeze is calming, reality is at peace. Returning from the destroyed world, you can't help but compare the two scenery, feeling a sense of nostalgia for this world. How regretful, as this world will also fall into ruin one day. A while later, King Shan put away the night train, took off his quivers and sat down on the edge of the building. A bottle of beer appeared in his hands. This was what he bought just earlier, but wasn't able to drink before he was transported to the other world. Using his teeth to open the cap, King Shan starts chugging it down. Cold beer makes cools down the mouth, plus since alcohol content isn't high, it's not easy to get drunk with beer, suitable for letting loose a bit. King Shan really does need some time to relax ever since he started designing the Blazing Angel. He's been fighting non-stop for quite a long time. Gong Sun Zi, Ning Yui's eye. In the past life, these two were surrounded and killed with the full force of the demon army. After that, the demons quickly hid all traces of the secret they discovered. This time, because of small variables caused by King Shan, their destinies have changed greatly. However, this change also means an incredible danger of death for King Shan. Every step King Shan takes from now on will be like walking on a tightrope. The quest reward is a war god superpower. King Shan muttered as his eyes became firm. Holding the bottle, he drank the rest in one gulp. The time to rest is over. King Shan retracted his legs from the edge of the building, sat cross-legged and silently circulated his spirit energy. Right now is 12 p.m. midnight. From estimation, he'll require around 3 double hours to completely wash away all the fatigue on this body. King Shan quickly entered a state of deep meditation. No one noticed. On the top floor of Freedom Resort Hotel, there was a youth trying his best, for the sake of survival. 3 double hours later, meaning 6 hours, King Shan has fully recovered. As he opened his eyes, a white breath escaped his mouth. This white breath floated forward another 6-7 meters before finally dissipating. Very good, I'm already at top condition, Let's try to break through now, King Shan said as he took out the military chi training method booklet, opened up War God UI to make his choice. Comprehending military chi training method stage 6, link, soul points cost, 3. Do you confirm? Yes. Comprehension complete, current soul points. 27.7. A warmth flowed from the booklet into King Shan's body, circulated around twice and finally went into his thought sea. The knowledge immediately appeared in King Shan's mind. Instinctively he also knows how to break through to the next level. My total spirit energy is still a bit lacking. King Shan checked his Danshan and estimated if he doesn't have enough spirit energy, it's very easy to fail while breaking through. To increase the total spirit energy limit, he can only gradually cultivate using pure effort. King Shan gritted his teeth. No. He can't wait any longer. The next time he enters the other world, he'll immediately appear in Shenwu world. If he doesn't get stronger as soon as possible, who knows how horribly he'll die. King Shan tapped his inventory bag, took out the flask of snake blood and drank 2 mouthfuls. The demon snake blood can increase his senses and inner sight, helping him manipulate spirit energy more accurately in the short term. King Shan wiped his mouth, forming a seal with his hands and stayed still. It's like his whole body had become a statue, completely frozen. A few moments later, King Shan coughed up blood. Failure. Only a bit more. How regretful. King Shan muttered, quickly composed himself and tried again. In just a few moments, he once again coughed up blood. I don't believe it. One last time. King Shan gritted his teeth, once again taking a mouthful of snake blood. His body's condition is already tensed up to its limit, only able to take another try at breakthrough in a short period of time. Breath in, breath out, breath in, breath out. Compose himself. Once again he tried to break through. This time, it took longer. King Shan just sat there in the cloak of night, all the way until morning came and a layer of mist had covered his clothes that he finally opened his eyes again. A clear joy can be seen in his eyes. Clasping his hands together, King Shan lightly shouted, Spirit Shield. A transparent layer of light appeared, covering his whole body. This spell costs a lot of spirit energy, while the protection it provides is pathetically weak, extremely crappy. In a real fight, cultivators would rather just wear armor or use some sort of protection type treasure rather than use Spirit Shield. However, this is a spell that only Chi Training Stage 6 cultivators can use. King Shan had successfully broken through. He stood up and stretched himself. His bones let out clear popping sounds. After a whole night of cultivation, he finally broke through. King Shan is very pleased. When he reaches Chi Training Stage 7, as he attempts to break through to Foundation Establishment Realm, he can also try to awaken a superpower. King Shan then went back to his room for a bit of rest. 9h12 am. King Shan woke up. As he opened the curtains, sunlight poured into the room. Outside the sound of people and vehicles can be heard moving about. King Shan thought for a bit and understood. 19 days later will be the 300th anniversary of the Confederate, as well as the official university entrance examinations that's happening in 2 days. Everyone in the city became restless. But all of this doesn't have to do with me, so what do I do now? Nothing to do in the morning? Might as well go find some place to practice archery. I'll have to come to the president's estate at noon for lunch. Then during the evening I'll deliver Suzu's present. Thinking about Suzu's joyful face, King Shan couldn't help but smile a bit. He took out his phone and sent a message. I'm at the capital now. As soon as he sent it out, he got a reply. King Shan pressed to receive the call on the phone to hear Suzu's voice. You big bully. You got to be on TV together with the president and couldn't even tell me about it beforehand. I didn't know about it before. The president will be helping you with university, right? Yeah, I'll be at the Confederate Military Academy to study, all thanks to the president. That's great, and here I was secretly saving up some credits to help. Suzu suddenly realized her slip of the tongue and stopped, but couldn't take back what she had already said. King Shan immediately understood. His face lifted into a smile. This is Suzu, silently prepared money to help him, but also concerned that he might be offended as a man, so she didn't tell him. She had to have been really happy for him this time that she slipped her tongue like that. Chapter 41. Training. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Your birthday present. I finished it. King Shan changed the subject. I want my present. When are you giving it to me? I want to see my present a bit early too. Suzu was still regretting for slip of the tongue, but quickly became joyful again when she heard that. Do you have time tonight? I do. Recommended students really only go to get used to the campus early, meeting the professors early, while I'm actually quite free every day. Okay then. Tonight I'll come to meet you. Then I'll be waiting. Suzu once again felt her words were a bit careless, got embarrassed and quickly turned off her phone. King Shan lightly laughed a bit, then operated his phone again. Impartial Goddess, I'm here. I've heard your conversation. Blazing Angel's first form testing is complete, currently testing second form. Can you not eavesdrop on me? Be assured, Impartial Goddess will not interfere with anybody's right to love. That's not what I meant. I mean, don't tap my calls. In accordance to Citizen King Shan's request, Suzu has been listed as a secret contact, removing from secret security observation. What were we talking about? Right, I want the Blazing Angel. The testing hasn't been completed. Must you gift the Blazing Angel to Suzu right now? No need to worry, I've tested all the forms already. Tested them all in my past life. King Shan silently added, Blazing Angel in preparation for launch. Suzu added to Confederate list of key protective figures. Blazing Angel ready for launch in 3 hours. Very good, thank you. King Shan cut off his call. For some reason, in the past few days, King Shan doesn't need to officially make a request at all and can always contact Impartial Goddess at any time. Maybe it's because I've become a person close to the president, so she gives me special attention. King Shan thought to himself. He took a quick shower, changed into some clean clothes and left the room. He still has the morning free, and can probably use this time to train his skills a bit. King Shan went to the receptionist and quickly found a gym that had an archery range. Archery has become a noble sport during this day and age. Pretty much all cold weapons have become high-class sports. Meaning, the cost won't be cheap. King Shan suddenly remembered, he should check how much credits he has left. The president will help with this education. But he's not the greedy kind of person that will ask others for everything he wants. Taking out his personal hollow brain, King Shan checked his possessions. There's still around 19,200 credits left. If I use them sparingly I'll have enough for a while. This is the money he had saved from working part-time. Originally he planned on using it to pay for his first year of university. Since now he doesn't have to worry about tuition fees anymore, King Shan's economic situation has improved greatly. King Shan eyes scanned the hollow brain's screen a bit and was stunned. Personal merit, 79987395728143 points. A bit confused, King Shan hit the hollow brain a bit on instinct. The number on it still didn't change. I've used this hollow brain for 7-8 years already. Seems like it's finally malfunctioned. He sighed. To create a mesh for Suzu, he spent 2,000 points in exchange for Impartial Goddess help, so he should have basically nothing left. Because of that, such an astronomically number could only be because the hollow brain have a problem. To buy another hollow brain, he'll have to spend a lot. His credits will quickly be reduced again. That's not good. I can't just spend all I have. Let's quickly find another place to work. That way I can actually pay for my own expenses. With a heavy heart, King Shan came out of the hotel and got onto a shuttle bus. Half an hour later, King Shan got out from the crowded shuttle bus, almost stumbling. How different the capital is, so many people. King Shan wiped the sweat off his forehead. As he turned around he saw the gym's billboard, Interstellar Club. As King Shan walked in, a few receptionist girls immediately stood up. Our grandest welcome, sir. Please pardon me asking, do you have a membership card? A receptionist girl politely asked. I don't. First time here, King Shan answered honestly. The receptionist quickly stepped down as a manager-looking female came up. The woman only took a glance before her attitude clearly became cold. King Shan today was wearing a white t-shirt and black pants. Even though he looks clean, the hems of both his t-shirt and pants are all worn out, clearly old clothes. To conceal the night train and his inventory bag, He was even using a long bag used for carrying bows, the cheapest kind. The manager has to welcome so many people every day. Of course, her eyes are extremely sharp, immediately recognizing him as a poor student. The free trial area is on the right, underground second floor. The manager turned her eyes, retracted her smile and simply said, "Could I ask where the archery range is?" King Shan asked. "The archery range?" The manager laughed a bit. "So he's one of those youths that tries everything to find a way up society. The sport called archery is always loved by nobles. A slightly good set of bow and arrow would cost at least a few 10,000. A special made high quality bow would cost 500,000 credits at least. A normal person simply doesn't have the money to buy special made bows. Even renting the public bows at the archery range would require a minimum deposit time of 3 months for regular people. So the cost isn't something to joke about. Because of that, the archery range is exclusively a place for nobles and rich people. Do you have your own bow, sir? If not, then you can buy one at our place, the manager simply asked without changing her expression. She fully believes that single sentence is enough to extinguish the delusions of this youth. "Yes, I do have one. I only need a place to practice." King Shan nodded. The manager squinted her eyes. She once again took a look at the youth. She wasn't wrong. A cheap set of clothes, even the shoes he's wearing are old, belonging to some unknown brand. The face isn't bad, yet so shameless that he's willing to lie just to get into the archery range. "Do you want to climb up using nobles that much?" The manager silently laughed, then pointed inside. "The archery range is inside the club and needs to pass by at least 2 other areas. Would you like me to guide you? Then I'll trouble you," King Shan answered. "Please come with me." The manager led King Shan forward, turning around and gestured with her eyes. The other receptionists all saw that, smiled knowingly. When the two of them have already left the lobby, a few couldn't help it and broke out smiling. Another one. "He'll probably be kicked out quickly." Definitely. These kinds of poor people don't know you need to have very high status to get into the archery range, otherwise the door wouldn't even open. I really want to see his confused look when he's blocked outside and couldn't even get in the door. Just wait, he'll be escorted out by security soon. Then, how about we all say hope to see you again? Ha ha, good idea. The manager led King Shan past a firing range, a pool area, and finally to an automatic door. She silently stepped back, smiled and said, "We're here, please come in, sir." "Ah, thanks." King Shan walked forward. The doors are still closed. When King Shan tried to push it, the door was seen to be locked. He looked back at the manager. The manager's expression was cold, answered, "To enter the archery range, you need to use your hollow brain for identification, and only if you reach a certain prerequisite, sir." King Shan tiredly, "My hollow brain seems to be malfunctioning today, maybe another time then." The manager smirked and said, "Why don't you try a bit, maybe you'll be able to pass." Her hands waved. The security guards around the area quickly came. When King Shan saw that, he misunderstood. Since under normal circumstances, if you refuse to identify yourself, you have to be either an escapee or an illegal immigrant. Either way you must have some sort of problem. He shook his head and just took out his hollow brain and turned on wireless identification. Ting. Identification passed. "Welcome, distinguished individual. Having you here is our Interstellar Club's honor." The electronic voice sounded, together with a hint of respect. This is a pre-recorded voice. As different people with different status comes, the welcoming voice will be different. The archery range door quickly opened the way. "Distinguished individual." As the manager heard that, she was stunned. Others might not understand, but she knows very well what that designation means. Only leader class characters or one of the 9 lords would be called a distinguished individual. The security guards are all very clever, immediately bowed and quickly returned to their post. Inside the archery range, 2 employees quickly stepped out to welcome him, bowing a 90 degrees angle. "Welcome, sir, please come with me." King Shan replied, "Very well." A capital gym is very different indeed. Their serving attitude is on a whole different level. As King Shan was walking into the archery range, he suddenly turned around and sincerely thanked the manager. "Thank you for being the guide. Your words are too kind." The manager stood outside the door, her voice trembling. King Shan smiled and followed the two employees inside. The automatic door slowly closed, and the manager is still stunned. Chapter 42. To want what isn't yours. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan looked around and checked the archery range's layout. 20 targets are lined up next to another. A few people are already practicing their shooting at the targets. A few of them even have instructors, carefully showing them how to fix their postures and techniques. The employees leading him saw that and asked, "Do you need archery instruction? Our teachers here are guaranteed top-level professionals." "Ah, no need." "Will you be using your own bow or ours?" "I'm using my own." As King Shan said that, he reached into the archery bag behind him to take out the night train. "Let me try for a bit first." "Please go ahead." Not infusing any spirit energy, he only casually took an arrow, pulled the strings and fired. Boom! A target more than 50 meters away was blown to bits. There was even a huge hole on the walls behind the target. The whole archery range went silent. What happened? Bombs? No, it seems like the target had a problem. A few people who didn't seem too sure what happened was discussing it among themselves. They're all aristocrats with some pedigree, so even if there's a crisis, they would still remain calm first and foremost. The two employees besides King Shan are already stunned. "Ha ha, sorry about that. Seems like I'd better use your bows instead," King Shan quickly said. This is a distinguished individual. Of course he would be different from normal people. One of the employees convinced herself, then said, "That's great. Then would you like to use a public target that everyone can use, or a personal target?" "Personal target." King Shan thought a bit and answered. The employee, "The first time renting our bow will cost you 800 credits. A personal target will cost 1000 credits per hour." "That's fine." After the two employees made a strange face left, King Shan could finally sigh. The night rain is too powerful. Infusing it with spirit energy will let it become invisible, as well as removing all traces of the user. King Shan had already considered this fact, so to avoid attention, King Shan didn't use spirit energy and only 1/3 of his raw strength. The result was that a high-resistance target was immediately blown to pieces. Stowing away the night train, King Shan chose a target closest to himself and waited for the employees to do their job. Just a bit later, the employee brought back 3 bows. "Please try them out." King Shan tried each one, estimated for a bit before choosing the heaviest one. "I'll use this one," he gestured. "Very well. Please have a good time," the employee politely said and returned. "Very good. Now I can start training. The only thing I have to worry about is the strength." King Shan drew an arrow used for training, only using 10% of his strength, lightly pulled the bow and fired. Oh no! As soon as the arrow left the bow, King Shan immediately regretted this shot. He had unconsciously used the arrow guiding method of shifting flurry. But a shot arrow cannot be taken back. The arrow flew out in a twisted line, drawing a strange curve before hitting the bull's eyes. A surprised shriek was heard. Look, that arrow can curve." A female student who was watching shouted. "How is that possible?" "That can't be. You must have seen it wrong." A few people refuted her suspiciously. Right then, everyone was still concentrating on training, so no one else noticed it. King Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead. What a blunder, accidentally using a skill like that. He feigned ignorance of the commotion, pulled his bow and once again fired an arrow. This time, everyone else on the archery range all stopped their hands to look. King Shan lightly let go. The arrow flew, but this time was a normal arrow, so everyone watching felt disappointed. King Shan breathed out normally, then continued to shoot. In the next few minutes, he had shot 2 quivers worth of arrows, but did not create any more commotion. It was now that everybody stopped paying attention. Even the female student was muttering to herself, "Could it be that I was dizzy?" After a while, seeing that King Shan held the same posture, using very standard, but also accurate archery, even she lost interest. A bit angry, she didn't bother with King Shan anymore. Finally, King Shan could sigh in relief, considering himself lucky. Putting down the bow used for training, King Shan hesitated a bit, but still took the night train out. Training bows are too normal, so King Shan wasn't feeling it. He might as well use the night train. That way, not only can he train his skills, he can also get used to using the night train. The only thing he has to worry about is not using spirit energy, and pay attention to not use too much force. The former will create strange occurrences, while targets can't handle the latter, drawing unnecessary attention to himself. King Shan held the night train, stood at the rented target, using minimal force to fire. This time he used a full hour. King Shan happily trained, his whole body covered in sweat, but got more and more used to the night train. Even though he couldn't use any skills, the knowledge he gained on archery itself is real. This time he even drilled them into his body as muscle memory. While nonchalantly training, he didn't notice there were people staring straight at him, as well as the night train. "Hello." A voice was heard next to him. King Shan looked back, only to see a young man standing at the target next to him while seriously evaluating him. "What's it is?" King Shan lowered his bow and asked, "Can I ask if your bow is for sale?" "Sorry, it's not," King Shan answered. The man still stared at the night train, loudly, "Just name a price, bargain a bit. To us money is no issue." "I don't intend to sell it," King Shan repeat. The young man shook his head, turned to go to another target. He went into a group of youths and repeated what King Shan had said to the leader. The leader laughed when he heard that and said something. Just a moment later, the whole crowd of people went next to King Shan's target. King Shan, seemingly not aware yet, still drawing arrow after arrow. "Your bow isn't bad." The leader stares incessantly at the night train. Greed could be seen in his eyes. "It really isn't," King Shan answered. "I want to buy it," the person said. "I'm not selling." "Don't be like that. How about this? You sell me the bow, we can be friends." "Not selling." The person thought for a bit, then said, "Then how about a bet?" "I'll bet 100,000 credits." Archery. This type of sport, by itself, is a very good sport to bet on and discuss. Not just aristocrats but even regular people who have a bit of money are willing to bet on it for a bit of fun. Right when King Shan was a bit lacking money, so when he heard that he said, "That's fine, but I have a condition." "How dare you speak of conditions in front of Hui Xiao?" The young man from before shouted. "Don't fuss, let him speak his condition." Hui Xiao raised a hand to stop the other person and slightly cracked his head. Every time a fish is about to take the bait, he would always not be able to help it and crack his neck a little to hide his emotions. As long as the other party agrees to a bet, he have absolute confidence to win. It's just a few small tricks, some dirty, some aren't. This time he's prepared at least 5-6 of those, because he really wants that special and powerful bow. "It's a simple condition," King Shan coldly replied. "Transfer the 100,000 credits first. If I win, I'll take the money and leave. You win, both the money and the bow is yours." Chapter 43, Taking by Force. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hui Xiao stared at King Shan, asked, "We haven't even started yet and you already want to my money?" King Shan shrugged. "It can't be helped. There are too many of you. If you lose and don't want to pay up, then I can't really do anything, can I?" "If I lose," King Shan pointed at himself, "between all of you here, I can't leave anyways." Hui Xiao hesitated a bit. "You can't even afford to put out a deposit and you still want to bet?" King Shan shook his head, about to leave. "Wait." Hui Xiao used his hand to stop King Shan, a bit angry. Originally he was planning on not paying even a single cent. Who knows, the opponent would be that clever. Just a few words and he already couldn't go back on his words. Even a normal person has pride, let alone a noble young master like Hui. The other party has stated very plainly, if he wants the bet to go on, he has no choice but to pay up first. "Bastard, I won't let you off easily." Hui Xiao determined silently, his face clearly became darker and said, "Fine then, but I also have a condition." "What condition?" Hui Xiao emphasized every word. "If you lose, I want one arm." Then he added, "If you don't dare to take the bet, leave the bow and crawl under my crotch." King Shan calmly, "Your condition is fine, but that'll take more money." Hui Xiao took out a card, gave it to him and said, "A registered unnamed card, transfer 200,000 yourself." He stared cruelly at King Shan. 100,000 for the bow, 100,000 for your arm. Agreed. King Shan took the card, transferred 200,000 credits using his personal hollow brain. "Now then, how do you want to bet?" King Shan gave the card back to the other party. his mood already better. During high school, he has always used money sparingly, so he'll be able to use the 200,000 credits for a very long time. Hui Xiao said, free shooting for 1 minute and compare the scores at the end. Whoever scored more wins. Hui Xiao smirked proudly, I already know the outcome. I'll be taking your right hand. Saying that, he clapped his hands. A middle-aged man wearing the club's uniform stepped out from the crowd. Young Master Hui, leave it to me, the middle-aged man said. A person in the know immediately exclaimed, the world's archery competition 3 times champion, Wu Sheng. Oh man, poor that boy. Yeah. He bet an arm with Hui Xiao, he's done for. Ha! How regretful for such a young man. Completely opposite to the rest of the people is the crowd behind Hui Xiao, both clapping and laughing at another's misfortune. Ha ha, such a prideful brat, I've hated him from the start. Wait till he gets his arm chopped off, he'll probably pee his pants. That's really worth watching. I can't wait to see the look on his face. Ha ha ha. A moment later, King Shan and Wu Sheng were both standing in front of their respective targets. Begin. An instructor signaled. Wu Sheng skillfully drew an arrow, aimed carefully and shot. Pew. The arrow accurately hit the bull's eye. A loud cheer was heard around. 10 points. As expected from the world's 3 times champion. Very good. Look at that posture, that calmness. Hui Xiao was also smiling. Looking at the other side. King Shan had already shot 3 arrows. Each of them neatly lined up next to each other on the outermost ring. The crowd of rich young masters laughed. 1 point. He only got 1 point. No, he got 1.3 times. Ha ha, he's definitely not keeping his arm. King Shan, still unfazed, kept shooting his arrows one after another. On the other side, Wu Sheng aimed for another while and finally shot the second arrow. Bullseye. 10 points. Everyone kept cheering. Wu Sheng happily turned around and raised his bow in celebration. Looking at the other side, he can see the youth's hand hasn't stopped, already hit 7 arrows on the target. However, they're all 1 point. Wu Sheng shook his head and laughed sarcastically. What good does quick shooting do? 7 shots couldn't compare to even one of his shots. He drew another arrow, pulled the bow and aimed again. The competition continued. 15 seconds later, as time passed, the sound of cheering died down, replaced by the sound of gossip from around. Wu Sheng fired another shot, this time because of the crowd's noise. His nerves were affected and could only get 8 points. He couldn't help but turned around to look at what was happening on the other side. As soon as he looked, the bow in Wu Sheng's hand dropped to the ground, himself frozen in shock, unable to move. On the opposite side target, arrows were lined up like a coiling string, having completely covered the outermost ring. Then the second outermost ring was also completely covered towards the inside. Once again the arrows were orderly lined up like a continuous string. After that was the third ring from the outside, moving closer and closer to the bull's eye. King Shan happily shot arrows for another 15 seconds. In just 30 seconds total, the whole 5 quivers full of arrows prepared was all shot. The end. King Shan said. In front of him, the whole target was covered in arrows lined up neatly, not leaving a single space left. Even the bull's eye in the middle was covered in arrows. Not even a small gap could be seen. On the other hand, there were only 5 arrows on Wu Sheng's target. No matter how hard Wu Sheng tried, in just a minute he couldn't possibly do the same thing as King Shan. King Shan stowed away the bow and turned around to leave. As he passed by Hui Xiao, King Shan stopped for a second and said, "Thank you for the credits." Hui Xiao gripped King Shan's shoulder with his hand, groaning, "This isn't over yet." "Ah? What else is there?" King Shan lightly knocked his hand off. "Leave the bow, you can leave," Hui Xiao said. "That isn't what our bet was though. If you want your life, then leave the bow. So you can see this bow's value? How unfortunate, but you lost, so I won't give it to you." "How brave." Hui Xiao nodded, his eyes became like a snake's. "In this whole capital city, there hasn't been a single person who dared to directly disobey me. You lot, tell him so he can keep his pathetic life." A youth said. Hui Xiao, saying that much is already respecting him, since he doesn't know right from wrong. Let us teach him how cruel this world is. Another said, "I've checked information from the archery range. His surname is Gu, he's not from the 9 lords, No matter how we handle him there won't be a problem. Hu Shao turned around and told a subordinate, "Go, get the archery range's manager." Soon, the manager of the archery range as well as a few employees quickly came running. From a distance, the manager was already smiling and asked, "Hu Shao, what can we do for you?" Hu Shao used his chin to point at King Shan and answered, "I lost a bow, then found out he had it. That's right, this brat is a thief. Call the police, put him in prison. Give back Hu Shao's bow first." The crowd shouted in agreement. The manager looked at King Shan and asked without hesitation, "Sir, please return the bow to Hu Shao." King Shan turned around, very sincerely said, "I brought the bow here, you go and check the surveillance footage yourself. I've not come close to those people since the start." The manager frowned and looked at Hu Shao, not knowing what to do. Hu Shao said, "Isn't your surveillance system broken?" The manager slapped his head, then immediately, "Yes. Our cameras are already broken, sir. Please return the bow to Hu Shao, or we will have to call the police." Chapter 44, A Fight. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. King Shan just said, "If you believe in their words so much, then call the authorities." The manager smiled and said, "Then you can't blame me for it." He took out a phone and really called the police. Only a few moments later, policemen have already arrived at the archery range. The first thing they did was to greet the Hu Shao before coming to King Shan. "You were reported for thievery. Please come with us," a policeman directly said. King Shan took a look at the police and asked, "Are you really the police? What evidence do you have?" "We're all witnesses here." "Catch him, quickly." "Brat, it's too late to regret it now. Go and think about what you did in prison." The crowd of youths were noisy. King Shan coldly glanced at them. The whole crowd didn't understand why, but they all immediately felt a shiver and couldn't help but shut up. This one isn't simple. They all had the same thought. A police even couldn't help himself and drew his gun. "Do you really want my bow that much?" King Shan looked at Hu Shao. Hu Shao smirked and said sarcastically, "You thief, this is my bow." A police walked up and said, "According to procedure, you're now a suspect. We need to check your personal records before you can hire a lawyer." King Shan glanced at him and took out his hollow brain. The police that was talking to him felt like he was being stared at by some sort of an ancient predator, himself a prey. He shakenly took out the scanner from his belt and scanned the hollow brain. Beep. Checking personal record. Not enough authority. Access denied. The police hollow brain scanner repeated that message. The nonchalant look on the other policemen all disappeared at the same time. "Captain Zhang, it seems this brat have some status. You'll have to do it," a policeman said. "All right, let me." The police captain stepped forward, taking King Shan's personal hollow brain and scanned it. Beep. Checking personal record. Not enough authority. Access denied. All the policemen looked at each other. Their hearts sank. Originally they thought it was a normal case of using status for bullying, but this looks more like a clash of giants instead. This kind of problem, if they don't handle it well, they'll pay very dearly. Unconsciously, on their face showed a bit more respect. A policeman who was standing near King Shan reluctantly showed a stiff smile and said, "Please wait a minute, sir." And then they looked at the crowd like asking for help. "You lot really can't even handle a small matter. Do I have to do everything?" A youth from the behind Hu Shao stepped out and said tiredly, "He's the son of the capital's police department's commissioner, having already joined the police department from long ago. Right now he's the department's vice commissioner. These policemen are all his men." He took out a small scanner and scanned King Shan's hollow brain. Beep. As the scanner worked, the records slowly appeared on the screen. "Ha! It's like I always have to do everything myself," said the youth as he showed a face of pride. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the scanner. This electronic voice also contained a hint of warning. "Too many requests in a short period of time, increasing security level. Not enough authority. Access denied." Everyone was immediately stunned. Their eyes looking at King Shan became very anxious. Just who is this person that could even deny investigation? "I remember the president's announcement from yesterday. He was there," a policeman spoke. "That's right. He was the president's adoptive son. The president was going to help him enter university. The thing people fear most is when they don't know how deep your connections and influence go. Now that everyone knew who King Shan was, they could be a bit calmer. So that's it. It's not that he's an unknown VIP or something, just that he has the president backing him. The current president is a kind and easygoing person, no matter if it's diplomatic military decisions or inside policing decisions. He always uses relatively soft methods, gaining a lot of approval from all citizens. Even the youths from the 9 lords' families here feel this situation to be a bit hard to handle. Hui Shao suddenly laughed, and shouted, "You lot, hold down this brat for me." A few unnoticed people started to move, their eyes locked onto King Shan. "Hui Shao, this might not be okay." The other youth scowled a bit and silently advised against it. "I know my boundaries," Hui Shao said. The president's adoptive son got into an argument in a gym club. Both sides fought a bit, nothing too major. "We only need to give him a good beating to let go of our anger. When the president's term is over, I'll get him back later." As Hui Shao said that, the crowd around them returned to their nonchalant attitude. A few young people getting into conflict and fight a bit isn't anything too serious. This kind of not too serious matter, even the president don't have any way to manage. "Beat him good for me." Hui Shao pointed at King Shan. "I want to step on his face, let him know just who is the real master in this world." "Yes." As the people stepped forward, their aura caught King Shan's attention. How interesting, since when did supernaturalists were so cheap that they would become a noble's servant? King Shan laughed. As the men hear that, their faces all changed. "You brat, how dare you!" As he said that, his hand glowed a black aura and quickly stepped forward. "Dark elemental? What a waste on someone like you!" Just as King Shan said that, he had already raised his bow and fired. His hands so quick it became after images, as consecutive string sounds were heard and arrows disappeared one after another. Cries of pain could be heard one after another. The crowd couldn't even tell what happened before Hui Shao's subordinate all got knocked back. As they turned around, they all gasped. The 5 supernaturalists were pinned to the wall, their feet in the air. The arrows had pierced their shoulders, passed through and stuck themselves in the walls behind. Red blood dripped down the white-painted walls. One of the supernaturalists still didn't give up and tried to raise his left hand. A flame rose from his palm. Just as the supernaturalist wanted to act, he heard a voice asking, "You want to test to see if you're quicker, or am I quicker?" King Shan lightly asked. His bow is still raised, but the aura around him already changed. Cold as ice killing intent emitted from his whole body, locked straight onto the supernaturalist on the wall. A normal person who couldn't even breach the first stage of dark element is basically harmless, so he doesn't need to care. But fire element is different. Of the 5 elements, fire has one of the highest destructive capabilities. If the opponent really dares to use it, King Shan will immediately take his life without any hesitation. The other person is also a veteran. As soon as he felt the killing intent, he looked to find a pair of calm eyes staring at him, and knew that he had really hit a hard wall this time. His fire element was awakened very late, so he's only just got to the second stage of searing flame. Although the power is great, he still couldn't control it at will yet and needs time to focus his power. The enemy's arrows are too quick, so quick that no one could react, so quick that he couldn't react. Just then, if the enemy didn't aim at the shoulder, but somewhere else, he deeply sighed and reluctantly dropped his hands. The whole scene was silent. Step, 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 King Shan walked forward, to where Hui Shao is. "You're part of the 9 lords?" he asked. Hui Shao stuck out his chest and said, "I'm part of the Lord of the Capital, Huang families, bar." A single slap, Hui Shao was knocked flying. King Shan kept walking forward, looking down on the other party. "You dare to hit me? I'm the second son of Huang family, you'll pay for this with your life." Hui Shao held his bleeding face, screaming and shouting, "I have to pay for this? Ah, you insect that only knows how to eat until you die. You think you deserve to speak that way to me?" King Shan shook his head and coldly spoke. Everyone there was stunned speechless. Chapter 45, Meeting Again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This is the second young master of the Huang family, one of the top 9 lords, the giant monster of a family that's taken its roots in this capital city. a family that would make no one would dare offend, you know. The group of young masters all got scared to death. Some quickly took out their phone to call their family people. A few pointed at King Shan shouting, "Commoner, you dare hit young Master Hewitt? No one can save you now, you're finished." King Shan slowly, the young master of Huang family, got into an argument with another in the archery range, and both sides fought for a bit. Nothing too serious. These are the words said by Hui Xiao just now. In less than 10 minutes it's already been returned in full by King Shan. The policeman looked at the bow in King Shan's hand, then again at the supernaturalist being pinned on the wall, deciding not to do anything rash. They used their communicators to call for more reinforcements. "Go, quickly find people. I'll pay up no matter how much it takes. I want him dead." Hui Xiao laid on the ground, shouting. "Seems like I'll have to wait for a bit." King Shan went up towards the target. Once targeting, started practicing his archery. These type of useless young masters, if he doesn't scare them completely, they'll definitely not let this go and find the opportunity to get back at him. Today, he has to scare them beyond reason to put this matter to rest. Right at this moment, the archery range door suddenly opened. An elegant female voice can be heard. "Ah, so many people standing still in the archery range. What is this?" Together with her voice, a beautiful female figure with her long head of crimson red hair entered the archery range. Behind the girl was 2 rows of men, wearing black suits and a badge that signals the Confederate Special Security Forces. An old man who was walking beside the girl smiled and spoke. "Let me see. They're probably surprised that your highness would appear, so they're simply stunned is all." As the old man looked at the crowd, he saw the second young master of Huang family lying on the ground with a face full of blood, unable to move. The old man opened his mouth wide in surprise, then gestured towards behind him. 2 bodyguards quickly walked and carried Hui Xiao up. One of them put his hand on Hui Xiao's face. The bleeding immediately stopped. His face that was originally swollen also quickly got back to normal. As Hui Xiao recovered and looked at the beautiful female exuding elegance, his anger from before became inconsequential. He asked with a low voice, "Elder Kang, this person is?" The old man gestured to him with his eyes, then turned towards the red-haired girl and spoke. "Your Highness Royal Princess, please allow me to introduce to you, this is our capital's most influential of the 9 lords, Huang families." "Whoa, who did this?" Anna completely ignored the other party, exclaimed excitedly while walking towards the end of archery range and looked at the wall. The 5 people pinned on the wall were still occasionally groaning from pain. At this time the old man finally noticed there were people on the wall at the end of the archery range. His face changed. "What is this? An important ambassador is visiting the Confederate capital, and they just happen to run into a scene of a fight. What's more, the police are here. Since when were Capitol Police unable to even handle this kind of problem? This is a huge diplomatic problem now." The old man was furious, about to scold the people here. "That's quite skilled, whoever did this. I really want to learn. Please pardon me asking, but who did this?" Anna turned around, her face full of excitement, and asked. The old man's words were stuck in his throat. Everyone around was also speechless at the scene they were seeing. Anyone can see, there was a fight that went on here, possibly escalating to a life and death situation. Yet Her Royal Highness only felt that people being hanged on walls were highly entertaining. Rumor has it that the Royal Princess of the Empire does many things purely from her own preference, and have done things that makes people not knowing if they should laugh or cry, seeing it with their own eyes. That seems to be the truth. That youth, it's hard to tell if he's in trouble or if this is a blessing. Even when he hit Hui Xiao, he's still standing there just fine. But if he were to anger Her Royal Highness Princess Anna Medici of the Empire. Ahahaha. Numerous eyes were concentrated on King Shan. Looking at Anna acting, searching left and right, King Shan almost couldn't help but smile. King Shan have no idea why she's here, furthermore he has no idea what kind of stunt she's trying to pull off. Of course he's not scared of her, just that he's not really sure. Sure enough, Anna walked step by step towards King Shan, then asked him with a face full of admiration. "So it was you that shot them into the wall?" When they heard that, everyone started sweating. "Yes, I did." King Shan kept up his act and answered. Anna's face slightly changed. She did curtsy, then seriously requested, "I've long been interested in this noble sport, and seeing how excellent your archery is, could I ask of you to teach me, for the sake of our country's friendship?" This is completely perfect noble etiquette. From her actions to her words, King Shan almost wanted to turn around and escape, but was still able to hold himself back. He completely couldn't predict what Anna just did. King Shan didn't want to garner too much attention, only to pass by the last period of peace before the apocalypse, enjoying his university life. But the jewel of the empire is already in front of him. All the people watching here are either noble or wealthy, as well as so many secret security and hidden information officers of the Confederate here. He's sure that everything that happens here will be known. Then there was another problem. If he were to disrespect the princess of the empire in front of so many people, both the president and himself will be put into a hard situation. Fine, it's because she's Anna after all. King Shan silently sighed, then returned the courtesy. "Your request is my honor." "Ah." Anna playfully blinked, then waved her hand upwards, "Clear the area." The Confederate secret security personnel all scattered, politely persuaded the people here to leave the archery range. If you observe carefully, you'll see that even these highly trained bodyguards were also feeling helpless. Everywhere that the Empire's princess goes must be cleared like this, even a toilet, completely making people numb and speechless. But no one dare complain. Saint Olank Empire's emperor isn't someone they can just disobey. Even the royal princess herself is publicly known as a supernaturalist feared by many. Rumor has it that her fire element has already awoken to its fourth stage, burning sun. Fire element. The first stage is simply called fire. As it evolves, it turns into searing flame. From the third stage, magma, and up, every stage is an immense increase in strength for the user. With her fourth stage, burning sun, she's already stronger than 90% of all professionists. Even without her status as a princess, simply with Anna's strength, she can enjoy the highest respect and admiration. A girl who have both noble status in the normal world, as well as overwhelming strength in the supernatural world, anyone that can earn her recognition would enjoy unimaginable benefits. Hui Xiao's eyes turned a bit, then brought a few people over, smiled and said, "Your Royal Highness, I would be honored to serve you." Anna pointed at the wall where the bodyguards are thinking of ways to get the men off. She asked, "Can you do that?" "I don't, but as the second young master of Huang family, I know the capital like the back of my hand. I can guarantee." Anna opened her eyes wide, then very innocently asked, "If you can't do that, then why are you still here?" Hui Xiao was shut down completely. "I don't associate with straw bags," Anna said. "Men, clear out the area." Note, straw bag equals a thing, person that most people can't use. These words were like a sledgehammer, pounding on Hui Xiao's self-esteem. Hui Xiao was politely escorted out. Before leaving, he even glared at King Shan. King Shan was unfazed. A useless young master's grudge is something he can nonchalantly cut off. King Shan walked up close to Anna, lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" "This will make me very passive, you know." Anna could tell he was a bit annoyed, replied pitifully, "I wanted a Scorpio palace." Just that answer completely melted away King Shan's other emotions. "You, ha! Please tell me next time if you're going to appear." Suddenly he shook his head and answered. Seeing the matter was over, Anna's pitifulness on her face disappeared, returned to a bright smile and took a bow on the shelf. She spoke, "First teach me how to use a bow, then tonight I have some things to ask you." As King Shan was about to speak, a light was reflected in his eyes, turned into a line of blood-red text. "Time flow is once again in chaos. The time has come. The user must enter the other world within 5 minutes, otherwise the messed up space-time flow will be permanent. Warning, if the user were to refuse entry, the ability to travel to the other world will be completely lost." King Shan was stunned as if struck by lightning. Why now? It's not the first time he experienced the place called space-time vortex. So why did the situation become like this time? Could it be because I entered that strange space? Inside the space-time vortex, there are many strange sights. A few could affect the player, but to permanently affect the flow of time flow, this is a first even for King Shan. Maybe That space is more special compared to all the other spaces recorded in history. But when that corpse on the bronze pillar called for help, I didn't even reply though, as he didn't have much time left. King Shan pulled Anna to a relatively secluded spot and spoke in a low voice, "I need your help with something." Anna looked at him, curious. "Tell me first then." King Shan didn't know what to say. The situation was very dire. He only had 5 minutes to escape from everyone's sight. But the whole club is surrounded by all manners of security for the sake of Princess Anna's safety. If he wanted to escape alone without dealing with Anna first, then he definitely wouldn't have enough time, as all the layers of security will stop him first. But when the time comes, King Shan could only enter without a choice. If the scene of King Shan entering the game were to be seen, it could mean huge trouble. King Shan isn't really afraid, but this will become a highly annoying wrench into his plan, affecting his actions afterwards. Anna, seeing that he couldn't speak, took a glance at him. His eyes are a beautiful amber color. His eyelashes very long. Every time he pulls the bowstring, his eyes would always gently lit up, showing a sense of focus and consciousness. When he mixes alcohol, his eyes show a deep mist, as if he's in another world altogether. He's wearing a white t-shirt, regular pants and sports shoes, simple as simple can be. But this person who's simple as simple can be, as he walked out from the bar, defeated dozens of martial artists and 2 mobile mesh in a matter of seconds. Some people need fancy clothing to be regal, but he doesn't. He himself is a king, without a shred of hesitation while killing, yet very calm and composed while on TV, didn't even speak a single word. Feng Huoda said he was a bit hard to understand, but it's not that complicated. He's just a bit nervous and shy in front of the camera. Right at this moment, standing before her, he's showing an appearance of not knowing what to say. How interesting. Anna's mood became happy, her lips slightly lifted up. She put both hands behind her back, slightly bending forward and asked, "What's so hard to say? Could it be that you want to confess to me?" Chapter 46, Death's Relic. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It's not that I need to leave immediately, but I can't let anyone find out. King Shan answered her straight away. Anna crossed her arms, looking at him intently. Doesn't look like he's lying. Very urgent? Anna took back her playfulness and seriously asked. Very. Then come with me. Anna thought for a second, then quickly decided. This youth gives her a very strange feeling, some sort of indescribable empathy. The first time they met, he was immediately able to make a few drinks for her that she couldn't forget. Immediately after, while fighting, he showed S-class potential. He also has something to do with a Confederate secret, possibly the very reason why the Confederate had ordered a large sortie a few days ago. For both personal and professional reasons, Anna is willing to help him once. As the two of them spoke, they didn't know just how much their actions scared the bodyguards. Just yesterday, Princess Anna splashed a whole glass of wine on the son of a senator just because he wanted to kiss her hand as a greeting. Yet today Her Royal Highness is letting another male pull her hand, and stood so close to talk like that. From the princess' face, they could see she didn't mind or was unhappy about that at all. In fact, she seemed to be curious. While everyone was guessing the reason, the princess already walked towards the area with the glass wall, operating her hollow brain to do something. A few moments later, an engine sound was heard. Very quickly, the engine sound got louder and louder, and in a matter of seconds, a blazing red shuttle stopped in the middle of the sky, letting out a roaring engine sound. The shuttle slowly adjusted the angle and opened the door for the princess. "Prepare to board." Princess Anna turned around and said. King Shan looked at the shuttle for a bit and nodded. This is a floating fire-speed shuttle, the #1 fastest shuttle in the world, limited to just 5 in the whole world. As the Empire's princess' personal ride, she brings it with her everywhere. As Anna put her hand on the glass wall, the glass quickly melted like butter. Drops of glass drips down like the rain. Go. Anna turned and said. Yes. King Shan checked the time. There's 2 minutes left, plenty of time. Anna and he boarded the speed shuttle. Princess, where are you going? The old man panicked, hurriedly asked. The group of bodyguards were also very confused. They've never met such a hot-headed guard target before, completely ignoring diplomatic etiquettes, already leaving before she said she would. Where am I going? Ah, I'll be leaving to practice archery with my instructor here. I'll come back before the dinner party. Ah, yes, about this glass wall. Please contact my father. He'll pay you back for it, thank you. As Anna said that, she closed the door. The floating fire engine roared and disappeared far into the distance in a single flash. The old man turned around and shouted at the people, "What are you all standing the stunt for? Quickly follow after the princess. If anything were to happen to her, then it'll be a cause of war for our two countries." All the bodyguards quickly woke from their state of confusion, scurried back to work. On the shuttle, King Shan was looking at the time on his UI. There's about a minute left. As he looked at Anna, he could see she was busy piloting the shuttle to get away from the busy capital sky. Inside this shuttle was a shelf full of alcohol. Under the shelf there was a long compartment. Inside there was quite a few cold weapons on display. Machete, razor saws, morning star, daggers, short spears, axes, whip, trident, pretty much anything you could think of, all of them really well made. Clearly not just props. King Shan's hand couldn't help but twitch. You collect cold weapons? Yeah, it's a small hobby. Why aren't there any swords here? Swords? Those things are too elegant, not aggressive enough. King Shan was speechless. These girls, why do all of you keep looking down on swords? King Shan couldn't help but feel a bit sorrowful. Ever since he stabbed his sword into the final demon lord's heart, he hasn't even touched a real sword. Of course they do sell swords and other cold weapons on the market, but you can only swing those things around for a bit for fun. They'll immediately break in a real battle. Right now, King Shan wants a sword even in his dreams, a real sword that he can use. 40 seconds later, the floating fire was docked on a cliffside, on the outskirts of the capital. King Shan spoke with a low voice, "This time I'll have to thank you. Words aren't worth that much. I'd rather take a Scorpio Palace instead." As Anna said that, she couldn't help but licked her lips. Of course she doesn't realize just how alluring that gesture was. King Shan laughed a bit, then said, "No problem. If I'm able to return this time, I'll invite you for a few." "What do you mean?" Anna sensitively discovered the omen in his words, turning her eyes away from the dashboard and towards King Shan. "If I'm able to return, I'll tell you a secret, and also invite you for a drink," King Shan said. 20 seconds left. King Shan was prepared. He doesn't mind Anna knowing about this secret. From the first time since they met, he had already decided to make sure the horrible destiny that would befall Anna to not happen this time. 10 seconds counting down. "I'll be going," King Shan said. Anna suddenly thought of something, and unhooked a small black string out from behind her hair. On the string, there was an intricately shaped pendant, taken off from her snow-white skin. She quickly put it around King Shan's neck and solemnly said, "Live." King Shan's eyes showed clear surprise. Before he could say anything, a light already appeared, and King Shan disappeared from Anna's sight. A few moments later, a black shadow approached from afar, stopping in front of the shuttle. The shadow stood up to become a man wearing sunglasses and neatly combed hair. "Princess, this is an official visit, you know." Suddenly leaving like that would create a lot of commotion. Feng Huoda sighed, half complaining, half persuading her. Anna sat silently in the shuttle, not saying anything back. As a Feng Huoda saw the princess like that, he felt like something was off. Normally, if he tried to persuade her, she would snap back at him. What's with her today? There's not even a hint of disdain that she usually wears on her face. The princess almost looks lonely. Did someone do something to affect her? Feng Huoda thought a bit, his tone softens and said, "Your Highness, actually this matter is nothing to worry about, we can just ignore it. Are you okay?" Anna tilted her head downward, still silent. Right until when Feng Huoda was so worried that he was about to call the medical team that the princess finally spoke. "Huoda, I'm here." "Princess, have you ever lost someone you hold dear?" "Ah, yes. But that's a long time ago. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Suddenly I'm very afraid that I won't be able to meet a certain person anymore." "Just what is wrong with the princess? I don't get what she's saying at all." Feng Huoda was worried. He couldn't help but observed her a bit closer to find some clues. Suddenly "Your Highness, where is your life exchange contract?" Feng Huoda exclaimed loudly. Princess Anna didn't say anything. Feng Huoda could only feel a cold sweat dripping down his back. The dropped down, painfully cried, "We're done for." Princess Anna's sight was focused on the horizon, silently spoke, "There won't be any problem." It's hard to tell if she's talking about Gekingshan, or herself. A light-covered Gekingshan, traveling non-stop across the space-time vortex. Gekingshan lightly touched the pendant on his neck, feeling all sorts of emotions. On the pendant was a statue of an old man with a calm expression, one hand holding a long scythe, while the other hand was holding up his own face while he sat sleeping on a stone. This is the life exchange contract, also known as Death's Relic. Whoever holds this in his hand, death will prolong his life just before his moment of death. But such a miraculous ability would of course have its limits, because death will draw twice as much life force from whoever possessed it before the current holder. Death will never make a losing deal. Gekingshan held the pendant tight. This relic has existed since over 10,000 years ago. A legendary item. Who could have known it was in Anna's hands? Who could have known that Anna would suddenly hang it on his neck like that? This girl, what a mess she's gotten herself into. If anything were to happen to him, then she's finished. Gekingshan wryly smiled. His eyes show determination. He already owes Anna once from his past life. Even though later on he became a great sword saint, she was already dead, so he didn't even have the chance to try and rescue her. This life, he won't let it happen again. In front of him, a hole-like door slowly opened, and Gekingshan flew inside. Chapter 47, A Fraud Formation User. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Note, warning, depictions of gore and/or death coming up in the next 10 or so chapters. Honestly, I feel like the gore isn't that strong, but just in case. A transparent black cloud that covered the entire world. Drops of fire were raining down from the sky. As space itself ripped opened, Gekingshan, who was covered in a ball of light, appeared hovering under the dark sky. The sound of fighting drew Gekingshan's attention. On a mild hill a few meters above ground, a horde of black demons was rushing, pushing their way up. A few cultivators had their backs to each other, trying their best to fend off the demons. A few moments later, one of the cultivators suddenly got pulled out and surrounded by the demons, screaming as he was eaten alive. "No, lil bro." Within the cultivators, one of them screamed sorrowfully, ran out of formation and went on a demon-killing frenzy. But that accomplished nothing, as the smell of blood only made the demons also went into a frenzy, swarming them even quicker. In only a few breaths, the cultivator who got mad was already killed and eaten, bone and all. There were only 6-7 cultivators left, surrounded, like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any time. Gekingshan looked at the bunch of them and mumbled, "Seems like these are the men that General Sunzi left behind. Since they haven't all died, seems like they do have some skills to them after all." Not wanting to watch anymore, Gekingshan's spirit energy moved, breaking open the light sphere and dropped down on a nearby hill. He specifically chose this place, as it wasn't far from where the cultivators are, plus the cultivators on the hill were already attracting the attention of the demons, so he was relatively safe. As he felt the ground under his feet, Gekingshan retracted all the spirit energy around his body and held his breath. Demons can feel both spirit energy waves and breathing, so he has to be careful. Suddenly a foul stench shot straight at Gekingshan, as he dodged forwards a few feet. Chomp dash. That sound was heard behind him. The large jaw missed, reluctantly retracted its head. As Gekingshan looked back, his heart sank a bit. A rotting eater demon was crawling forward. Its whole body was like a hill of rotting meat that could move. The indescribable stench was once again felt as the adrenaline rush died down. This demon is known to eat anything, but its favorite food are rotting corpses. As it gradually ate more and more, the smell has already seeped into every piece of flesh on its body. Normally, even the other demons will stay away from this one, simply because the smell is too foul. After the rotting eater demon fails to eat its prey the first time, it shifted its neck, spitting out a viscous fluid, wanting to trap the prey in place. Not only is this fluid hard to dodge, it could also eat through flesh. If you don't prepare yourself and get spit on, It could possibly dissolve your whole body in one go. This rotting eater demon was emitting a strong aura, much stronger than a normal one, possibly already reached Foundation Establishment realm. Its fluid is so potent it might be able to eat through the bones as well. The King Shan already knew of their characteristics, so he quickly evaded, but still almost didn't make it out of the spit zone. The few cultivators on the hill were surprised. In fact, when the King Shan had just appeared in this space, they already immediately noticed. But when they saw that he was just a Chi training realm cultivator, the hope that just appeared immediately got shattered again. The cultivators were in despair, so thought that he couldn't survive for more than a few seconds. But they saw the unexpected. The King Shan was only a Chi training realm, a whole realm lower than the rotting eater demon, yet he could evade the surprise attack like that. You could say his performance is more than stellar. Seeing its prey once again evaded, the rotting eater demon angrily wanted to roar. Once it draws attention here, it'll also bring more demons. When that happens, with the King Shan's strength, being surrounded by demons can only mean death. Right at that dire second, the rotting eater demon suddenly felt something was placed in its mouth. It was confused. With its intellect, it couldn't tell what it was, no matter how much it thought. By instinct, it closed its mouth and tried to chew the thing inside. What a strange feeling. Not what it usually likes to eat, but seems like it can be eaten. The more it eats, the more delicious it seems, almost like it's good for it. The food made the rotting eater demon calm down. But what exactly is this? Rotting eater demon slowly stuck its claws inside its mouth, wanting to know what it just ate. It wants to remember this thing, to include in its list of menu. As the King Shan saw that, he silently crouched down, slowly backed away from the rotting eater demon's sight. Just then he threw a stack of demon snake skin and bones from afar straight into the big mouth. This monster called rotting eater demon, when it's hungry enough it could even eat rocks as food, let alone a rare monster like the demon snake, whose skin contains a lot of energy and definitely tastes better than rocks and rotten corpses. While the rotting eater demon was distracted by food, the King Shan had already silently snuck away. Hiding behind a large pile of rocks, he checked around. There weren't that many demons around this area, as most of them were scurrying up the other hill. On the other hill, the fight was getting more and more intense. The 6-7 cultivators were completely surrounded by the endless sea of demon, unable to retreat or advance at all. In a desperate fight for their lives, the cultivators couldn't help but use their spirit energy, fighting at full strength, so even here where he is he could feel their energy. Looking for just a few seconds, the King Shan's face became much more serious. All of them are Foundation Establishment realm. There's possibly also a Golden Core realm. Both the cultivators and the demons that fill this place was very much out of his league. Low cultivation limits the amount of things I can do, so there's only. As he was thinking, there was already 3-5 demons who took notice of him. They immediately rushed here, even used their hulking body to knock away those in their way, not wanting any more competitors for the meal. The King Shan simply ignored those Foundation Establishment realm demons, took out the formation plate, one hand holding the plate, the other quickly infusing spirit energy into it. His hands moved non-stop and shouted, "Come this way." On the other side, the cultivators lost another person. His body was eaten up right away, making their situation even more dangerous. They couldn't help but turned towards the King Shan when they heard that, quickly saw the dimly glowing formation plate and rejoiced. A formation plate. A formation user. It's a formation user. That's great, we're saved. Formation users are an extremely rare existence. Every single one of them is protected like treasures by their sect. That being the case, how would one of them appear here alone? But they didn't have the time to think about that. Suddenly seeing a chance for survival, their fighting spirit lit up once again and successfully pushed the wave of demons around themselves back a few feet. Under a cultivator's instruction, they gradually got closer to King Shan. That cultivator pointed at 2 people and ordered, "He's only a Chi training realm, your feet are quick. Go protect him." Yes, this formation user could be their only hope to survive. The leader-like person waved the jade fan in his hand, firing spells one after another. Each and every demon that got his by his spells were frozen into statues. A few stronger demons that didn't get frozen was also slowed down greatly. The sword cultivator and blade user dashed forward, killing the demons with a few quick slashes. Having an area of effect ice-type spell as cover, both of them were as quick as lightning. Immediately got close to Gekingshan and killed all the demons that tried to get close. Gekingshan glanced at the two of them. His eyes couldn't move away from the swordsman's weapon, a sword. Looking at the swordsman's sword, Gekingshan's fingers couldn't help but twitch a bit. Since his return, Gekingshan couldn't remember even a single sword skill. It's like all the sword skills he had learned in the past were completely sealed by the system. He could hazard a guess. The reason why the system did that was to lower the risk when traveling through space-time as much as possible, to get away from a few large unnecessary troubles. Gekingshan could still remember very clearly, after he returned, the system had said illegal entry successful. But now that the return is done, the seal still hasn't been released. Something very deep in his instinct is telling him, he needs the sword. Just like numerous years ago, he needs the sword that can kill. The Peak Foundation establishment cultivator could feel Gekingshan's eyes, looked at him in confusion. No, now's not the time yet. Gekingshan held down his excitement. His eyes looked at the leader. So he's an awoken water element user, at the second stage of freezing mist. If it wasn't for him, these people would probably have already died. Gekingshan silently noted, turning to look at the two cultivators at the very back. They guarded on both sides of the leader, using their naked fists and kicks to knock away a large chunk of demons each time. These are martial cultivators. Their blood essence had almost become solid as the power of martial arts flowed around their bodies. No doubt about it, they're true martial grandmasters, a few steps from advancing to martial eminence. Behind them, a flood of demons came down. In just a few seconds, all the cultivators had already surrounded Gekingshan to protect him. The leader cultivator put away his jade fan, quickly asked, "How's the formation? Do you need our protection?" Everyone looked at him. To arrange a formation requires time. If Gekingshan takes too long, when everyone had reached the end of their ropes and he still hasn't finished setting it up, then everything is just a big joke. As Gekingshan heard that, he shook his head and replied, "It'll be done right away." They tapped the formation plate, both hands forming signs. The formation plate that Gong Sunzi gave him had quite a few advanced formations inscribed. As Gong Sunzi had already taught Gekingshan the special hand signs needed to operate the plate, he only needs to infuse spirit energy into the plate and use the correct sign to use the formation he needs. Even a normal formation user needs hand signs to form and arrange the formation, so if you don't know anything, you'd really believe Gekingshan to be a real formation user. Only a truly masterful formation user like Gong Sunzi would be able to tell what the signs are for, and understand that he's a fraud. The only drawback being, formations on the formation plate all have limited uses. Once they're all used up, the formation plate becomes useless. The situation right now is very dire, plus all the cultivators around him are strangers. So Gekingshan decided to pretend to be a formation user. Water, wind, mist, earth, green river, sky, hidden formation. As Gekingshan infused his spirit energy, star-shaped seal made of numerous stars appeared from the formation plate. Among them were 4 especially noticeable stars. The formation is done. The strongest formation used for hiding on the plate was activated immediately, draining 70% of Gekingshan's spirit energy. The light covered both him and the cultivators. In just a flash, they've already disappeared from the sea of demons. Numerous demons couldn't find their target. Still in a frenzy, they clashed and started killing each other. Only a few of the strongest, biggest demons couldn't be bothered, just picked up a few smaller demons, ate a mouthful of them, then left. Their actions immediately stopped the other demons' frenzy. In just a few moments, half the demons already scattered. Inside the hidden formation, all the cultivators laid on the ground, breathing heavily. They've all just about reached their limits. Chapter 48, A Breathe There. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I thought I was going to die for sure. Phew. Who didn't? Thank you. fellow Taoist. All the cultivators looked at him with thankful eyes. King Shan sincerely clasped his fist. My strength is meager, only my formation skills are a little bit of use. So later in battle, please spare a thought for me. He has already confirmed, all of them are Foundation Establishment realm. Amidst a sea of demons, to cooperate with a group of cultivators stronger than himself, King Shan is basically walking on thin ice. The cruelty of man, he has already experienced many times. King Shan's words seems very sincere, making the cultivators hold a better impression of him. One of them said, no worries, we all follow General Sun Tzu here, all we need to do is defend and soon the general will come to aid us. Another said sorrowfully, we were careless to be discovered by the demons suddenly appeared, otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation. King Shan silently sighed, but didn't say anything about it. Everyone there started talking with King Shan, as King Shan was quite well versed in this world's culture. He was able to keep a sense of harmony with everyone. Normally, Foundation Establishment cultivators wouldn't even bother to look at Chi training realms. King Shan was able to mingle with a bunch of Foundation Establishment cultivators like this is mostly because he just saved their life on the verge of death, as well as being thought of as a powerful formation user. On the battlefield, formation users are both rare and highly welcomed. Thanks to that, the group wouldn't consider King Shan to be fodder and make him go in front of the group as a scout. In any other place, at any other time, these cultivators could very easily kill him as they pleased. As they all slowly recovered, the leader cultivator finally asked, the formation is decent enough, so how long can it hold out for? As soon as he spoke up, the rest of them became silent. It was only now that King Shan had the chance to carefully evaluate him. This person looks to be about 20 years old, his eyes are cold yet bright, on him was a light blue armor, his hands holding a long fan. The clothes seem to be extremely clean, he fought the demons for so long yet not even a speck of blood was seen on him. Fire and wind element users like to use fans as weapons, but water element users who uses fans are quite rare. His light blue armor naturally creates a layer of frost around himself, forming a cold breeze in the air. Quite a good frost armor, just this one armor probably costs a few 100,000 Lotus Spirit Stones. Such a person has to be a direct disciple of a large sect. 1. King Shan silently raised his opinion of this person and answered, the formation can hold for about half an hour. Everyone felt a bit relieved. Half an hour is enough to recover quite a large chunk of spirit energy. It would also somewhat remedy their loss of stamina. The leader person's face slightly relaxed and ordered, everyone recover your strength on the spot. We'll move in half an hour. He tapped his inventory bag, taking out a few pills full of spirit energy and gave to everyone, including King Shan. When King Shan received the pill, he smelled it a bit and was surprised. Such a good pill, it's a waste for a Chi training realm to use, he said. It's fine, right now is a dire situation, just use it to recover your spirit energy, the other person answered. Then thank you. King Shan nodded as he hears that and didn't hesitate. This is a top grade Crimson Crane Chi holding pill, the price for each must be thousands, no, up to 10,000 gold. It's an incredibly valuable pill. Not only could it quickly and stably recover spirit energy, it would also not have any side effects on the body. Very highly praised by people in the cultivation world. A single one of this pill is enough to be used as a lifesaver in battle. To be able to casually give one out to everyone here, means that this person is not only a person of great character, but also that he's from a higher upbringing. He is only a few years older than King Shan, but his tone of voice is already grown up and fluid. Only that his eyes are a bit cold, his face shows a hint of purposeful detachment from everyone. As he noticed King Shan's eyes on him, he clasped his fist. I am Leng Tank Singh, direct disciple of Yaoguang sect, hereby thank you for your reinforcement. Yaoguang sect? Note, lit. Origin Light sect. Just as I thought, King Shan silently confirmed. This is a large monster of a sect in the cultivation world. Their tradition goes back a few 100,000 years, one of the sects that everyone has heard about in the cultivation world. However, such a brilliant person was never heard of, so he must have died in this place in the other life. But not just him, even King Shan couldn't guarantee his own survival in this desolate destroyed world. King Shan silently exhaled, then also clasped his fists. I'm King Shan. Leng Tanxing returned the gesture. Nice to meet you. Both of them are not people who would talk much. After their little chat, they returned to meditating and rest. Very quickly, everyone closed their eyes and went into deep meditation. King Shan tapped his inventory bag, took out the military chi training method booklet and turned the pages. On the War God UI, he glanced at the amount of soul points. To comprehend chi training 7th stage, Shentang breakthrough method, soul points cost 6. Comprehension completed. Current soul points 21,700. After that, King Shan swallowed the valuable Crimson Crane Chi holding pill, together with 3 mouthfuls of demon snake blood. Right now, if he doesn't take the chance to break through, it is very possible for him to just die on the spot, so he has to at least attempt it. Taking advantage of the Crimson Crane Chi holding pill's powerful effects and the enhanced senses from the demon snake blood, King Shan just might be able to break through stage 7 right now. Time quickly passed. Inside the formation, a tiny wave of spirit energy slowly ripples, like throwing a stone into the calm water. King Shan used soul points to break through, so he immediately recovered his spirit energy to full. This little bit of inconsequential change also affected the environment a bit. Feeling the essence of the world around them changed, everyone opens their eyes in surprise. Leng Tanxing's face slightly relaxes a bit, saying, "Congratulations friend, seems like you've benefited." King Shan wryly smiled and shook his head. It's still only chi training stage 7, and I still have to thank your pill. No need to be reserved. Our lives were saved by you after all. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Everyone that congratulated him, you could feel their spirit raised as they looked at each other in joy. Every time a cultivator reached a new realm, the spirit essence of the world will wash through their bodies, recovering the spirit energy that they've used until the amount in their danshan becomes full. A pill's power is slow and steady. How would it even compare to a gift from the world? King Shan breaking through means that in just a few seconds, the spirit energy he used for formations has already fully recovered. And since he broke through chi training stage 7, his total spirit energy should have also increased by 30%. What does a formation user who have recovered to his peak condition mean? It means that King Shan could potentially use that formation he just used once again, possibly twice, because his total spirit energy was increased by a large margin. All cultivators here understand very clearly just how good the formation was. To be able to completely hide their presence among a sea of demons, it's completely a lifesaver. That way, everyone's chance of survival increased another bit. Of course, they don't know that King Shan doesn't actually know how to arrange formations. Since that's the case, Leng Tanxing stood up. We can break through the encirclement to go towards the northwest direction. There is a cave there where General Sunzi had arranged a base with a permanent invisibility formation. It can provide a place for us to rest and fully recover. Good. Deputy Leng is the smartest of us all. I agree, Roger. The rest of them replied. King Shan silently checked his map. Seeing that the place where they wanted to go was the same as his, he was able to calm down. Right now the demons have already scattered about, only a few demons that still couldn't settle down and are still fighting left. Leng Tanxing started pointing to each person and gave them their missions. Wu Jin, Ma Liu, you two are the vanguards. Wang Cheng, Liu Oxiao, you two take care of the side. He looked at King Shan and asked, you're the formation user, so you can stay at the middle and protect yourself. Any problems? King Shan didn't hesitate and answered, no problems. In the middle of a demon encirclement, it's dangerous no matter which direction it is. Only the middle of the crowd will be the safest place. King Shan's formations are much stronger than they had thought. Numerous demons still couldn't find their presence at all. So in a life and death situation, he could once again save all their lives. The sword cultivator called Wang Cheng suddenly asked, what about you, Deputy Leng? Leng Tanxing answered without changing his expression, I'll be at the back, responsible for back guard. The back is the most dangerous position in a retreat, yet Leng Tangxing was willing to take it on himself. This was a reason for everyone's admiration. After Leng Tangxing arranged the positions, he clasped his fist and looked around. If we can get out of this dire situation, I will personally invite all the brothers here to join Yaogwen sect as our stewards. Note: 1. Direct disciple. This is a special position, as being the direct disciple of a sect will always mean they're the direct disciple of the sect's master, meaning he or she is the next sect master in training. Chapter 49. Desperate. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hearing something like that made all the cultivators here felt immense joy and motivation. Yaogwen sect's traditions had continued for a few 10,000 years, so the benefits of being its stewards have always made others green with envy. It's said to be 30% better than the benefits of being an elder in normal sects. All the cultivators looked at each other, all wanted to show their worth. Inside the formation, the atmosphere has certainly changed. He also knows how to raise morale. King Shan silently nodded. As expected of Leng Tangxing, who comes from a large sect, even experienced with dealing with people, only needing a few words to fire up their morale. To fight within a sea of demons, if you don't have enough morale and motivation helping you, then you'll soon be filled with feelings of despair. Everyone has finished recovering. Leng Tangxing said, everyone prepare yourselves. As soon as the formation dissipate, we'll move. No one said anything to disagree as everyone stood up. King Shan also walked forward, silently judging the people here. Wu Jin and Ma Liu at the front are overflowing with blood essence. Their bodies show clear strength. Wang Cheng on the left held his long sword in his hands. Liu Xiao on the right carried his giant demon head blade on his shoulder. As for Leng Tangxing, he was only holding a fan, his expression still cold and composed as he stood silently with everyone. King Shan squints his eyes as he glanced around and made an evaluation. 2 martial grandmasters, a sword cultivator, a blade master, a 5 elemental user. Together with him as the formation user, this lineup isn't too bad. As King Shan was thinking, all the cultivators had finished their final preparations. The light of the formation was also flickering non-stop, about to dissipate. Wu Jin shouted, I'm going. Go. We'll be right behind you. Leng Tangxing tapped his shoulder as encouragement. Wu Jin roared. The muscles on his body all expanded greatly. The excess flowing blood essence escaped from his nose as 2 streams of white smoke. He lowered his stance, pointing his shoulder out towards the outside of the formation. Mountain leveling rush. Shouting loudly, Wu Jin rushed out from the formation, using his tough shoulder pads to create a pathway several dozens meters long. All the demons on the way were either knocked away or pierced through by the shoulder pad. The demons that got stuck on the shoulder pads quickly got caught by Wu Jin, killed and threw away. A few dozen meters later, as the rushing force died down, Wu Jin starts using his fists to attack. Consecutive punches. Die, all of you. As the demons weren't prepared, a few demons with a monster body and beast heads were beaten to a pulp by Wu Jin. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Ha ha ha. As Wu Jin breathed out a stream of white smoke, his barrage stopped. After a burst of strength like that, he's already a bit tired. Next is me. Ma Liu changed places with him. His body turned into a hulking giant, holding a metal staff in hand. He knocked down demons left and right while advancing. At this time, Wang Cheng and Liu Xiao had already drew their weapons and jumped out at the same time. Slash after slash of both sword and blade, cutting the demons on both sides of Wu Jin and Ma Liu into showers of blood. King Shan ran after them without any hesitation, with the formation plate in hand. He lightly shouted, Great Spirit of the Earth, heed my call. Break. Layer upon layer of demons that were rushing them immediately all fell down. Under them, the ground broke into near bottomless crevasses, buried and stopped the demons' movement. Leng Tangxing was surprised. This formation user, even though his cultivation isn't that high, he is able to command the formations at will. Quite adept at what he does. And a great help. A chance. Leng Tangxing raised his fan and casted a spell without hesitation. Frostblade True Slash. Strings of white emitting bone-chilling frost suddenly appeared in front of the group. Just like a harvest, The strings quickly cut down a large area of demons at once. The horde of demons just around them was quickly cleaned out, reducing the group's pressure. Just as that happened, King Shan had finished preparing the next formation as he put the plate in front of himself, both hands quickly making the signs: wind, fire, lightning, water, heaven, earth, spirit funnel. The spirit energy light turned into a string and coiled around the 6 of them. What? A mobile spirit funnel? Leng Tanxing exclaimed. All the cultivators were surprised. Then as they found their spirit energy recovering, the surprise turned into joy. Wu Jin laughed heartily. Ha ha, great formation user. If we make it back alive, I'll definitely take you as my good brother. Wang Cheng is a cold-faced swordsman. Shaking off the black blood on his sword, he said, "How quick?" Normally, a spirit funnel could only be stationary. As it was moved, it would very quickly lose the effectiveness. Only formation users of the highest caliber could create a temporary small-scale spirit funnel that could be moved. King Shan's actions shocked everyone here. No one could look down on him again. Formation is the second hardest to learn of the 6 arts, while the hardest would be divination. To master both formation and divination, it's the same as trying to climb against a waterfall and dig a hole in the sky at the same time. On average, out of 100 cultivators with decent talent, 5-6 of them could reach Golden Core Realm. But if the same 100 cultivators were to try and learn formation or divination, then not even one would succeed. This is one of the main reasons why Gongsun's is regarded so highly in history. Good. Leng Tanxing also complimented, his left hand creating hand signs, his right waving the fan as he cast another spell. Soul-claiming Frost Blade. As the air became twisted, crescent-shaped ice blades flew out, cutting through the wave of demons chasing behind them. They kept on moving just like that, very quickly, already past the halfway mark. "We're close," said Leng Tanxing as he saw the 2 martial artists already showing signs of fatigue on their faces, to motivate them. Everyone felt relieved. King Shan looked around, suddenly reminded them, "Wang Cheng, Liu Xiao, you 2 are too far, it's dangerous." The swordsman and blade master was a bit too deep into the horde of demons, getting further and further away from the group as they fought. They've already gotten out of King Shan's formation range. As soon as Wang Cheng heard that, he turned around, hesitated a bit before hearing Leng Tanxing shout, "Come back!" Wang Cheng immediately acted, wanting to get back. But it was too late. A giant demon hand sprouted from the ground, grabbing Wang Cheng and crushed him into a ball of flesh. A sharp, powerful sword cultivator died, just like that. His long sword was still covered in blood, flew through the sky and almost fell into the endless horde of demons. Right at that moment, King Shan reached out his hand, moved the spirit energy in his body to control Wang Cheng's sword from afar and retrieved it. On the other side, the blade master Liu Xiao was already heading back. Suddenly his leg was grabbed by a half-sized crimson gold demon and fell down. Almost immediately as he fell, Liu Xiao's head was bitten off by a dog demon, without being able to even scream for help. The dog demon was afraid it might get its food stolen and ran away as soon as it bit off the head. The other demons also quickly rushed up, ripping apart Liu Xiao's body. As the smell of blood got around, the demons once again let out a frenzy screech. More and more demons are coming. As 2 cultivators died, the pressure on the rest of them increased exponentially. In just a few moments, both Ma Liu and Wu Jin's body were already covered in blood with wounds all over. King Shan felt nervous and asked, "How close are we?" Leng Tanxing hesitated to answer, "We're just a little more away. Do you want to try rushing there at once?" King Shan looked at the 2 martial cultivators and answered in a low voice, "We can't. The demons know how to read the situation. If we simply rush forward, they'll be prepared." They turned the formation plate and shouted, "Water, wind, mist, earth, green river sky hidden formation." This formation can only be used twice. After this, there won't be any left for them to hide from the demons. As the formation plate lights up, it concentrates the spirit essence of the world. Water, wind, mist, earth. The 4 elements arranged themselves in a unique way, as the formation was formed. Just like that, the cultivators that were in trouble disappeared right under the demon's eyes. Chapter 50, Stealing Hearts. taking souls. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Seeing the meal before them gone without a trace, the demons screeched in frenzy and disappointment. A few breaths later, they still couldn't find the cultivators. The ground was trembling. A demon wrapped in a fiery mist jumped out from the ground, trying to find them, but could only let out a disappointed roar. As soon as it appeared, the demons from all sides couldn't help but retreated from it. This is a terrifying crimson flame demon, who has awakened the fire element to the third stage magma, incredibly strong, incredibly hard to handle. A Foundation Establishment realm cultivator alone couldn't even think about killing it. As Leng Tanxing saw that, a thick layer of cold sweat had already formed on his back. Luckily he didn't keep going. No matter how knowledgeable, how skillful he is, that's only usable in the cultivation world when handling other people. This is another world altogether, a destroyed world. An endless amount of demons roaming around makes him feel like a child in hot water. It's possible to die with the slightest bit of carelessness. Leng Tanxing lightly shook his head as he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Wu Jin lifted his head, ignoring his body full of wounds, and laughed. Ha ha, finally we were able to persevere. Ha! We persevered. Then his voice stopped. Wu Jin opened his eyes wide, fell backwards as his body made a loud sound as it hit the ground. Almost immediately after Wu Jin fell down, King Shan stepped forward and sat down next to his body, putting his hand on his heart. He's dead, King Shan coldly reported. The other two faces changed. As they used their inner sight, they could immediately tell Wu Jin already don't have a pulse or heart beasts anymore. Ma Liu sorrowfully yelled towards the sky. Leng Tanxing silently looked down. His hand gripped the fan tightly. Suddenly King Shan took out a dagger from the body, stabbed it into Wu Jin's chest, only succeeded after 2 or 3 tries. Stop! Ma Liu angrily roared as he saw that and raised his fist as he was about to attack King Shan. He has always been a good friend of Wu Jin. Because of his sorrow, he was really going to kill King Shan. A fan immediately pushed down his fist. Ma Liu's eyes were bloodshot, speaking as if roaring, Deputy Leng, he dares to treat Brother Wu's body like that. I won't forgive him. I won't forgive him. Leng Tanxing looked at King Shan's hands without blinking and spoke with a low voice. Look carefully first. King Shan stabbed the dagger deep into Wu Jin's chest, then twisted it as he reached the heart. The heart wound was cut open as a shriek could be heard. King Shan's eyes grew serious, slowly pulling the dagger out. As Ma Liu saw the dagger, he opened his mouth wide. A black imp only as big as a thumb was pierced on the dagger. The imp struggled, but no matter how much it tried it couldn't break itself free. Its feet and hands were full of sharp claws. As it struck the dagger a metal sound could be heard. A heart stealer imps, goes in through the mouth and eats the heart. As King Shan finished, he gave the dagger to Ma Liu, saying, Avenge Wu Jin. Ma Liu's eyes glowed red, opened his palms and squeezed the dagger. The black imp was crushed together with the dagger. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. So this is the end. Ma Liu suddenly laughed like he was mad. Leng Tanxing's face changed, grabbed him and said, a dead person can't be revived, don't kill yourself as well. Ma Liu pushed him away and screamed, he died. He already died, do you understand? We're all going to die here. King Shan stood up and seriously said, we won't, we still have a chance. I'm going to run away first. Ma Liu's bloodshot eyes stared at Leng Tanxing, then at King Shan as he spoke confused, I'm going to go first, none of you stop me. Who dares to stop me? Saying that, a black aura could be seen from his body. As soon as the black aura appeared, King Shan's face also changed. As King Shan and Leng Tanxing looked at each other, they could see the nervousness in the other's eyes. King Shan took a few steps backwards, one hand gripping the formation plate, another at his back, ready to take out the bow at any time. The sword that he took is still in his inventory bag, he hasn't touched it yet. Leng Tanxing's face was as deep as water, taking step by step backwards, still with his fan in hand. Both of them stood parallel, the spirit energy inside their tension rushed around their body, like a bow that's pulled but not yet released. Kill, 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 kill all the demons. Ma Liu was mumbling to himself. A dark light was seen shining on his body. Suddenly black flowers appeared out of nowhere, numerous beauties were seen inside, showing off their alluring bodies, their captivating eyes staring at Ma Liu. The black flowers circled around Ma Liu, divided into two and went into Ma Liu's ears. Then another went into his mouth. Finally, the dark light almost seems to solidify and went into his eyes. The red glow in Ma Liu's eyes were soon replaced by darkness. Kill. His hoarse voice repeated the same word over and over, slowly stepped outside the formation, swinging his fist to kill the demons outside. But very quickly, the endless horde of demons surrounded him, turning him into a walking ball of flesh. The demons bit him one after another, but Ma Liu almost seems unconscious, only kept swinging his fists, killing the demons that approached him in front. In just a few moments, the demons had already eaten Ma Liu, not leaving even a strand of hair left. It was only then that the dark light gradually dissipated. In the empty air, a satisfied moan could be heard. Delicious. Sold. King Shan and Leng Tanxing silently watched that scene. Their bodies were soaked in sweat. It wasn't until a while later that they could look at each other again. What exactly was that? Leng Tanxing muttered. Different from himself that was always calm and collected, right now he's feeling fear. Danma, almost invincible existences. King Shan sighed and looked around. What is a Danma? Leng Tanxing asked. A kind of demon that doesn't have a body. Experts in breaking your mind and taking your soul. King Shan doesn't want to say too much, lest he loses his fighting spirit as well. Fuck. Why are the Danma here? Right now I don't have any items from Buddhists that I can use to repel them. If Danma are around, the situation is at least 10,000 times more dire than before. Danma are intangible, they can always see through a cultivator's cracks in their mind, using that to eat away their souls. Both Leng Tanxing and himself have no way to deal with them right now. Danma carry a strong sense of territory, so unless they're forced to, they won't get out from their territory. Because of that, the only way to live right now is to quickly get out of here. As he thought that, King Shan quickly asked, do you have any more Crimson Crane Chi holding pill? Leng Tanxing took out two glowing transparent pills in his hand. The last two. King Shan didn't hesitate and said, give them both to me. Leng Tanxing looked at him. King Shan spoke, first, you still haven't used much spirit energy. Second, I'll be the vanguard next. You'll open the way? Leng Tanxing asked in surprise. Yes, it's already a do-or-die situation. Either we die here, or to cut open a path to live. King Shan answered with a low voice. He could tell, Leng Tanxing is very strong at spells, but weak at close combat, without a powerful ally to buy time for him to cast his spells. Even if Leng Tanxing is stronger, he won't be able to make it past this last leg of the journey. Fine. Leng Tanxing was silent for a bit, then said, if you die, then me having one more Crimson Crane Chi holding pill won't make a difference. He threw the two pills over. During the fight just now, Leng Tanxing didn't really use too much spirit energy, so even if he uses the pill it won't be as effective as King Shan eating the pill. If King Shan can recover his full spirit energy, he can use this formation again, to hide the two of them one more time. That way they'll get another chance at a breathe there. This is what he thinks. He doesn't know that the formation can no longer be used. King Shan received the pill, swallowed one right away and put away the second. His impression of Leng Tanxing increased again. To know the logic is one thing, to be able to just hand out such a valuable pill is another. In a crisis situation, to be able to trust others that much makes him a suitable comrade. Since that's the case, he can be relieved to concentrate on killing demons, to get out of the Danma's territory as soon as possible. King Shan already decided and spoke, the formation can still hold for a bit, you rest up first. Saying that, he walked to Wu Jin's body, took off the heavy shoulder pads on Wu Jin and put it on himself.